Whoa, what's that? Okay. I'm sure everybody got to hear that. Alright. Mic test, okay. I should be coming live here. I want to test to see if this is up and working now. And one way to find out, because it was broken yesterday. Excuse me, guys. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Alerts are back up. That's what I like to see. Let's see, what am I gonna do? Let's see. Setting my title, guys. I like that title. Let's go with that title. Kitten Laser? Is that you, Kitten Laser? Did I just see you join my stream, buddy? Happy New Year, man. How you doing this morning? Afternoon, late at night, where the hell you are. It is pretty early, man. That's good to hear, dude. How's the Strife life been treating you lately? I finished that so I can move on to my coffee. Coffee's important. I'm just getting the stream set up. And then we're going to get to work here. Amazing day at work ahead of us. People keep messing with me. It's been alright. You still playing Strife? You still streaming Strife? I think I have everything set up. Yes. I need to update, but it is Visual Studio 2013. You just got your desktop back. What was wrong with your desktop? So all that sucks, dude. I had a hard drive fail in my NAS. It's probably like a month, 2 months ago. and I didn't have that NAS set up as a proper RAID. It was just like a RAID 0 striped, so a failure is pretty bad in that case. So I was able to take the hard drives out and recover all the data off of it, but it took like a week of file transfers onto my new NAS to get everything, because it's just so slow recovering all that data. That was a lot of work. And that, my friends, is why you either do backups or have proper RAID setups, so that a OneDrive failure does not cost you weeks of your life. Yeah, so do you, I don't have very good, I got a 5 terabyte backup drive. That's good, 5 terabyte backup drive, as long as you're doing some type of backup. And, you know, like a RAID 5, you can almost consider as a sort of a backup, so. Backups are what's important, man. That's what we care about, right? So are you gonna start streaming Strife again now that your desktop's back? I hope so. Oh, you did some streaming yesterday. Nice. Nice. What do you think? So what's S2 going to do? Are they going to get anything going for us? Are they going to start marketing Strife or increasing the population? That's what I don't know. They got to figure something out. What am I developing? Dan the Many. This is a 2D side-scrolling roguelike adventure game. That's a lot of buzzwords I just threw out there, but that's what it's going to be in the end. It's very early in the development process. So right now we're kind of just doing some engine development. I'll show you guys what I've been working on. Last couple of days, for the most part, working on my ground terrain generation, or procedurally generated random terrain. And we'll load that up. So, as we can see, we are randomly, and we'll restart. This is a really large terrain world I'm generating right now. So it takes a second to fully generate here. But as you can see, we get, our terrain gets randomized. And the further out we see, the slightly less variations, only because you have to zoom in to actually see the parameters I have set for the terrain that I want to generate right now are pretty tightly coupled, so that I don't get huge peaks and valleys, like a big sine wave. I get more flat, and then within here, more flat in the global scale. But obviously, if you zoom in, there's still plenty of peaks and valleys going on, or plenty of hills and valleys. I wouldn't really say there's any like mountainous terrain going on, but it's all controlled via our script here. So this is how I define a terrain path or a terrain plane. So I can set all of the parameters that go into the procedurally generated terrain, and I just use a simplex noise function for noise generation to give me my random terrain, and then I tweak it a bit, because that's kind of what you have to do for procedurally generated content. It's half math to get you your random noise, and then half art or creativity, just to kind of tweak those parameters to smooth it into the look that you're kind of looking for. And the rest of this is just for display, like how to translate that random height generated data into actual tile data for viewing purposes. Might be sponsoring some tourneys sometime soon. That's awesome, Kitten. Off to do some other work. Good luck with your game. Hey, Kitten Laser, thank you, sir. Come back, hang out. Always been talking to you, buddy. So today or this morning, and Happy New Year's, everyone, whoever's out there. Hope everyone had a really fun time with their New Year's yesterday. Today, we're going to. I just want to finish cleaning up, removing warnings. But for the most part, our terrain object's done. We have it where we want to. We've refactored it completely out of the engine and into our scriptable system, so there should be nothing hard-coded now in the terrain object engine, so we can completely generate random terrain via script. Much easier, much more powerful that way. But I want to clean up some of the code here, do a little refactoring, get some comments in here, clean up the warnings that we've generated. And then that'll be finished, and I'm going to actually probably merge that back to my main development branch, and then I'm going to switch over to another branch, which is what I was working on before, which has been able to import Rube world files from the Rube editor, so that I can start working on random object generation. So while we just have random terrain right now, which is great, you know, that's obviously a good first step. We have terrain we can walk across. We now need to populate our world with stuff, enemies and spawners and traps and whatever, you know, floating platforms possibly. I haven't decided exactly what all that's going to encompass yet, but I want to get back to my Rube loader so that we have the ability that we can randomly generate Rube scenes as objects in our world. And that's where we're headed right now. Okay. So I'm actually going to rebuild this. I just want to see what warnings we're generating. Because first, I would just like to make sure we clean up our warnings. First and foremost. We should have very little warnings. The only warnings we should be getting are from the new code we've implemented. Oh my god, I love coffee so much. So we're starting to get some warnings generated here, which is good. Some of those are out of our scope, and maybe we'll look to resolve those as well. But mostly in our terrain objects, what we want to resolve. And most of them should be pretty simple. Just waiting for this to finish, and we're done. Okay. We're just going to kind of go one by one on here. And go from there. That's probably not good. What were we using N for? Oh, it's thinking we're in the wrong scope. And we should not be using N like this in this local scope. N is defined outside. Not a good thing. So we see we use N just in our, and it, for the most part, it's not affecting, it's actually not causing a bug because we use our variable above here, and then we get a new locally scoped variable N, which is then used in here as an index, and then we pop back out. So N, this could have been a problem though, and we'll fix it right now because I don't like that. And we're just going to actually change this to noise. And we'll refactor it, make it easier. Alright, so now this is a little more descriptive. And as you can see, even the refactor, I had no idea what to do with this. because we were, the scoping kind of screws us up a little there. Alright, move on. Do we also have it in... Oh, yep. In there. Why are we using doubles? Oh. These are just going to be doubles, but they need to be floats. And those will go away. What, an unsigned int, which is just what our long is. What? So that returns our rep, and then this is getting converted down. That's fine. Do I already have? I don't know if I have this. 64 is an unsigned long. Unsigned int, that'll work. So we'll explicitly let them know we're doing that. So we're converting from a integer to a float. That's a bunch of integer data. Just to make sure here, which is fine. And let's see what we're at here. Let's do a rebuild. I should just rebuild this project, not the solution. That's okay. That's alright, guys. Alright, more to go here. Converting from float to int, possible data loss. Why are we storing this? So we're gonna get a floor off of this, and I think we're okay with that. Because our terrain width, of course, is not a float. We can't do partial terrain. Because this is the number of columns based on the number of tiles. And we just want to find the half of that. And we're going to round down. I mean, we're going to floor basically. So that is, it's okay. We should standardize here, by the way, on our type system. Okay, let's see where we're at there. Let's see where we're at, fellas. Hope everyone's having a good post New Year's Eve night. I hope. I know this is very boring to watch right now, but we'll be done here in a second. This We could just define this. I know that's probably okay. Actually not okay with that. Oops. So we're going from float down to S32, so we just need to know that we're going to lose precision here. Our dirt column expects integers, and our offsets here. This is basically upping us into a float here because of these offsets, but we can cast them down ahead of time. And be fine. Wow. And same thing here. My noisy keyboard, I'm pretty sure. Only a couple more. Only a couple more and we're good. We're in our slope differential. This is always going to be a whole number. It's just offset changes stored as a float only because our vector class is floats, not ints. And that's okay. More often than not, we're using floats, not whole numbers. So in a couple places, we just need to make sure we cast down. And don't worry about any possible precision we lose. Oops. Okay. Let's see where we're at now. I think we should be done cleaning up what we're looking for. Alright, let's take a look at our list. This is generating here. No warning so far. There's going to be a couple that are outside the scope of what we were working on. Maybe we'll take a quick look at them, just clean them up, like right here. It's declared deprecated. Interesting. What is the replacement? I'm just curious to see. I guess Windows 8 is deprecating this. I think it's just for Windows 8 once and beyond. So you have to manifest. happened to my music? Oh, it was just a track change. I think we're gonna be okay. I don't care about the deprecation here. And that's all we have. So that's perfecto. What am I working on right now? So I'm just finishing up. So I have my train object here, which lets us dynamically generate. We just built this. We can run it again. Always a good thing to do after we made a bunch of changes. This lets us dynamically generate our ground layer in our game here. So we can see we have a ground layer here, and if we keep reloading, we will hopefully start generating different terrain or different terrain slopes. Big Bass 1997, man. Happy New Year to you too. So we just finished this up. I'm pretty happy with it. I think I might go through, throw some comments in here just so I don't forget some stuff. Merge this up into my main development branch. This was just a feature branch I created so I can work on this in isolation. But I'm pretty much happy with where it's at and what it's doing. This is a pretty large terrain that I'm generating. You can't even see the full thing. As you can see, this is about half of the terrain level, and if we zoom all the way in, we're right there. I can generate much larger terrain, but this is a good like test terrain. So that's what I'm working on right now, or finishing up. Then I'm going to go back to my Box 2D World Editor importing. Okay. Let's clean up a bit here. Don't need everything open. Was there anything else I need to make sure I get deleted? I think that was my only dynamic object that I care about. Yep. All this is very standard stuff. Actually, I'm going to move generate down here. Important to know. You don't have to go crazy on comments, by the way, guys. As long as you have variables that are meaningful, that if you just look at the variable name and you can understand what it's doing, then or function name and you can understand what it's doing, you don't need a comment. It's called self-commenting code, right? And that's fine. What we probably want to put in here. None of that is, all this is fine. We'll put a note here. This is slightly interesting code. That we should document. Big Bass, man, what'd you do last night? Oh, one more note in here. Note to myself. Oops. What am I making? This is or it's going to be a 2D rogue scroller or platforming roguelike game with randomly generated worlds. So nothing is the same 2 times through. I'll show you what I have so far. Hey! Thank you for the follow out there. I do appreciate that. That means a lot to me. So here we go. So right now we're just worried about generating random ground plane or our ground terrain, and then we'll fill in our world as we go. So ignore the blackness. That is everything. So if we zoom out a bit here, so we're generating some random terrain. If we rerun this, we'll see our terrain basically is randomized each time. So as you can see, and I have the parameters set pretty tight so that it doesn't get too squirrely on me. For the terrain I want to generate, only because that's what I'm looking for right now. I might have some other worlds or levels that I generate that have crazy huge sine waves that go up and down if I want, but as you can see, this, in the grand scheme of things, is a pretty flat line or a pretty flat wave. But if we zoom in, we can see that it's there's actually some depth and stuff going in here from the player's perspective, which would be about here. You watched some fireworks? That's cool, man. I didn't get to see any fireworks last night. I didn't do anything too special. I was just hanging out with friends. We were playing some Star Trek Attack Wing miniatures game and stuff like that. Very, very nerdy. That's what happens. But that's okay. Thank you, good sir. Deo Jones TV. What'd you do for New Year's? Oh, that's awesome, dude. So a Pokemon-type clone using RPG Maker. You know, I used to like RPG. I mean, I still do. It's a cool little system. RPG Maker is a nice tool, especially if you're not a game developer or a game designer, or if you're just a game designer, you don't have an engine that you can just design against if you're not a developer. RPG Maker's cool like that. Right on, dude. How's it going? Any links we could see what you've been up to? Let's see. Do I need to comment anything in here that I might forget about? Let me get rid of this. I don't generate from that side anymore, and I don't want to comment about it. So this is where we actually generate a random noise, where we pass in all our parameters and our simplex noise function. We get back some random noise, which is not just random noise. Obviously, if it's just random noise, we can just run a random number generator through and get random noise. It wouldn't look cool. It would look pretty bad. So we have in our script here, if we didn't do this, if we had no slope differential, I think if we put our slope differential at 0, basically like if we had no slope differential, and see what that looks like. You'll see it's basically just going to be a huge sine wave, or it should be. Yeah, so you can see it's not, there is basically no curvature to our terrain if we have no slope differential. Basically we have straight slopes and there's almost no no straight walk paths, right? And depending on what you're going for, that might be fine. Alright, dude, you link a screenshot. My bot is going to deny it, but I'll repost it if you link a screenshot. So go for that, that'd be awesome. Star Trek is awesome. I'm actually rewatching all of Star Trek in chronological order, which is basically order of stardate, which means a lot of series get intermixed episode to episode. It's pretty awesome. Cool Cubed, how you doing, man? Happy New Year. Hope you had a good day. Or hope you had a good night. So as you can see, if I have no slope differential, I get very jagged levels right here, right? Because that's what's going to happen. We're going to have our slopes, and then eventually we're going to detect that we should have it down, and then we're going to have up. Basically very mountainous slope differential. Now, if we play with our slopes here, and I give it a slope differential and we regenerate this, we'll see that instead of having, we'll still have, oops, sorry, I gotta reload. I made the dirt work, buddy. So you can see that we still have our slopes up and down, but now instead of very sharp peaks, we're actually able to start rounding it out. And when we zoom in, we can see that how we round it out is by basically getting more straight paths in as we slope up and down, and that's what our slope differential does. So it just gives us another parameter into all of our other parameters into generating random terrain. I did finally fix the bug in my dirt fill. Yes, sir. How do you guys like my Batman beanie? I've actually never worn this beanie before. I've had this for a while. I forgot all about it. I have a lot of beanies. So I decided I was going to wear it today. So yeah, so that's what my slope differential does. And if we're sloping up, then we have to draw our up slopes. And the weird thing is, or the cool thing is, how I have my tile system designed is I actually can designate multiple tiles to fill in one slope up. So it gives me a lot of art control. For instance, when I slope up, my every up slope in a positive or negative, we just flip everything around, is basically composed of 3 tiles around each other to kind of give us the illusion of walking up. And then, you know, we flip everything around and flip all our numbers around so that we can slope up or slope down, and it looks kind of cool. And then, of course, we have flat grass, or flat, we actually shouldn't call this grass, we should just say and then we have to generate a dirt column, and that's what Fire, how do you say your name? I always get it wrong. Is it First AK-4? It's First AK-47. Jesus Christ, I never saw that before. I'm just gonna call you AK. That's my name for you now. You deal with it. But so our dirt fills is, if we didn't fill dirt, like here, let me turn this off actually, just to show you what's going on. If we actually don't fill in dirt, we're going to see just one tile layer for our ground layer. And obviously that's all we really care about for functionality, but for aesthetics, you need to have some data below that. So see, here's our basically our pure terrain tile layer that we generate with no dirt fill. But obviously, this is the perspective that a player would see, and it's like, what the hell's going on? It looks very odd, right? Obviously, you don't want that. So we have a function in here to fill below the ground plane, to basically just fill in dirt, right? So that when we show it, when we play it back here, now we actually fill in dirt. So when you look at it in the perspective, I might need to fill in a little more dirt. depending on what zoom level I want. I can add more layers there. Obviously, now when you look at it, it looks like, okay, there's Earth below me. Nothing is out of the ordinary here. Let's see here. Batman. What city do I live in? I live in Southern California, near Disneyland. I live in Orange County, California. People message me about what plans are going on today. What's the point of the game? So, have you ever played a Rogue game before? Have you ever played Rogue? Right, that's the original where a lot of roguelike games have spawned from. Have you ever played Rogue? Swag Kitty 69, absolutely, man. Orange County for the win. Say any more sparse comments that I want to add? I don't like to add crazy amounts of comments to code. I'd rather have code be self-commenting. That's why you got to make sure you have meaningful names on stuff. Yeah, meaningful names on things so that you just read the code and you can understand what's going on. And when in the cases where you can't, that's where comments come from. So I think I'm okay. I'm okay with this. Let me commit this back to my branch. Make sure I have everything in here. And then we're going to make a couple changes. We're actually going to test some randomness of our terrain a bit before we move on to Box 2D Rube loading. Alright, so our terrain object's done. I actually need to... I want to put this into my development branch, so I want to... I should... This is a local branch. I don't need to push this to my remotes. I'm just trying to say if I want to... if I want to push this up to my remote branch or not. No. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Hey, sir. Thank you for the follow there. Swag Kitty, hello to you too, man. First, AK-47. I agree. Roguelike games are awesome. So that's what this is. This is a roguelike game, but instead of being like a top-down, room-to-room generated game, this is more of a platformer or 2D side-scrolling adventure roguelike game. So everything will be randomly generated through the world. If you die, that's your life, that's your hero. Back to the start of the game for you. But obviously, there'll probably be some game mechanics in there where you carry over something from your previous games, so that when you do restart, it's not all the way back from the beginning, and you'll have a whole new world to explore at that point. Swag Kid, you can ask me any question you want, and I will try and answer it. No guarantees that I have an answer for you. No guarantees. Let me switch back to my development branch. I should be able to merge this in now. I think I can just fast forward this. I'm trying to think if I had any. I think I'm going to create a merge commit, actually. I don't remember if I have any work on my development branch. Which is fine. Now we can push this. Actually, let me check something here. Yeah, okay, good. I can push this up. To my remote repository, just in case something happens to my computer, it's all there. Okay, so my development branch is good. Let's move back to scroller now. Reload all. I'm gonna build here. All right, there's a possibility my stream might lag for a second here. I don't know what's been going on lately, but when I switch branches and do a build, I've had some issues in the past, so we'll see. I played a little Pokemon back in the day. I'm kind of old, so I actually played the original like Pokemon Red Blue on my old Game Boy, long time ago. Let's see here. Started C++ in November. Been using Visual Studio Express 2013. I made my first game, but the problem is when I launch the exe in my game, a command prompt or the debug screen opens too. SwagKitty69, when a command prompt or debug screen. So what you're probably doing, and I would have to actually look at your source code to know for sure, but you probably built yourself a console application, and in your console application you probably have a main method, right? And in that main method, I'm assuming you're then calling Windows API calls to create a window or a dialogue or whatever it is, and then you're doing all your game drawing on that dialogue, right? If that is that correct? And if that's what you did, then that's what's going on. What you're doing is you're launching a console application, and that's why that console prompt, command prompt comes up, and then in that command prompt, it's spawning a window. The way to fix that is you need to target your application, and I'll show you right now. I'll show you in Visual Studio. So if we go to properties here, and you might need to make a new project if you just want to make it easy on yourself, but when you create a new project in Visual C++, you can see there's a console application or a Win32 project. If you create a console application, you're going to get a main method, and it's going to be set up to execute as a console application. If you create a Win32 project, it's going to be a or if you create an empty project, but if you create a Win32 project, you need to basically link it against a different library and have a different entry method. Instead of main, you need a WinMain entry method, and then that won't get you a console application. That'll just launch a the application will just launch not as a console, and then you can spawn your window and go from there. But that's probably what you're doing, but it's very easy to fix. Italy will conquest the world. Da fricks, you know, that is a possibility. I'm actually half Italian. My dad actually grew up in Italy, but was adopted by a German family. I have a German last name, but I'm in no way German at all. My dad grew up in Italy, adopted by a German family in Italy. Very strange. So I guess Italy can conquest the world. That's okay. You probably want to say conquer the world, though. I understand this might be a language barrier. What do I mean by WinMain? Well, let's take a look at Torque2D here, which should be set up the correct way. Where's its entry points? It's been a while since I've looked at the entry point I don't know if this is it. Hey, thank you for the follow out there. If I can grab it real quick. James Riva. Hopefully I got that right. Thank you for the follow, good sir. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Let me see if I can find win main in here. Let's see if it's in here or if they just use a main method. Oh, there we go. So we can see here's our entry point. This is also a possible entry point, but if you notice here, there's this win main entry point. This is if you target the right library, if you set up your project correctly, the entry point the OS will look for in your executable will not be main, it'll be use this win main because it uses a different bootstrap. Yeah, careful with Trundle, guys. Oh my god, I was about to stream. Thanks again for the other follow. Bearish Mushroom. I'm horrible with names, guys, by the way. Please forgive me if I butcher your name. I'm probably going to butcher your name. But let's see. James Rive. James Rive. James, I don't know, man. James R-I-A-V. Thank you again for the follow. One day, it'll just click. I'll look at it in 2 weeks from now, and it'll click. Let me look at this image. Okay, let me post this image for you, buddy. Jones TV. There you go. It's not about just replacing your entry point with from main to win main. You also have to target a different library. There's a different library you need to be targeting to link against so that it will execute into win main and not into main and get a console application. So that Windows knows to not give you a console window. Rive is right. Rive. James Rive. Right on. Hey man, no, let's keep it positive, guys. There's nothing wrong with this screenshot posted here. I would say anytime, if you can generate yourself a tile map, anyhow, you're on the right step there. But right on, dude. Dow Jones TV, I like it. Thank you guys for the follows. They're streaming in right now. Yeah, so that's what you just look this up, buddy. You need a win main entry point over main entry point. If you have a win main entry point, you're gonna get an instance handle, which is your handle passed in twice, and you get your command lines passed in and your arguments, or the number of command line arguments, if you care about those. And then from here, this calls. Do we just pass into our main? I figure I'm trying to remember how this makes the call. Oh, we just have our run method, which is fine. Anyway, enough about Visual Studio setting up the right kind of project. All right, so this is done. What I actually want to do is I haven't tested it out yet. I have my art assets. I have some assets here. For instance, I have a dirt column, right? This is our fill tile below our line. I actually want to create a second dirt column which has a little bit of randomness in there, and we'll randomly pick between the two. I understand first AK. I get it, man. Which should be T6, right? That's our dirt column. These are really badly named. Never do this, guys. Never just name your assets like T1, T2. Give them some meaningful names, but this is just test data. I'm fine with, mocking this stuff up real quick. All right, so we're going to actually load into Photoshop, guys. You're going to see my amazing art skills, and you're going to be impressed. Just you wait. Just you wait. All right, we're actually going to go away with that stupid welcome screen. All right, so we've opened this up, and zoom in a bit. As my system chunks away, apparently. Well, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I'm trying to remember how to put this back. There it goes. What? Snap it. Snap it. Alright. See if I can get the right pixel now. Why won't it snap? Why am I getting fractions of a pixel? That's very strange. Very strange. Alright, we're gonna zoom all the way in here, and there we go. Let's add another one here. I just want to set this up so I can paste in a couple of tiles. Because I have a few dirt tiles I can actually use. That's what I plan to do. Not all pixels are made equal. You know, you might be right. Alright, that's enough for that. Where did I pull these tiles from? Give me a second, guys. I gotta find them. I think here's my tiles. Okay. So there's my dirt tile. I'm just picking, I want to find a couple of just some varied tiles in here. I mean, they're dirt, so that's not the biggest thing going on. But if we take a couple of these, we open these up. That's it. 2 would be good. And if we look here, obviously we have some difference in them, right? Some different cracks. So I want to take one of these. And put one there. And put one there. So now we have a little bit of randomness in a new tile. And I actually want to copy the... I want to merge all these down. I want to copy this. And I didn't do this correctly, so I'm going to try and fix this. Because I want 2 tiles now. Alright, now if I undo... Or... If we just close this now, don't save it. Open up the correct dirt tile. I want to get back my old tile as well. Okay, so now we can see we have 2 different tiles here, right? So let's save this as our new dirt column. Let me close my stupid dirt column. So now we have 2 frames that we're gonna randomize against. Let me look at chat here, see what's going on. Pink is never prettier than white. What the heck are you talking about? No, I'm just messing with you. Alright, so now we need to... Let's reload that. There's one thing I gotta remember how to grab, because now we have an asset here, but... Let me open up... I think I know where I gotta go. I need to look at just a quick sample. Let me see if this... Nope. Just trying to remember where I can pull an image map from. I know there's a simple one in here. If I can remember. Maybe the composite sprite, I think. Yeah, that'll give me. So if I look here, there's just some data I need to set up the cells. So we have 2 counts, 1 count. Our cell width is 40. Our cell height is 200, and we have no stride. So this will give us 2 cells, or it should. And if we actually just rerun our app now, right on first AK. Let's see if we're getting. We might have to debug this because it. Oh, we are. We're actually starting to get some random. If you can see our cracks in here, we will get some randomness going. It might not be enough, but so let's just quickly debug and make sure, just validate. Obviously, dirt tile's not the best thing to random against with the dirt assets I have because it's just adding some cracks, and you might not be able to easily see those cracks, but that's okay. So here's where we are randomizing. So we have 2 dirt tiles, and we want to pick a frame from 0 to 1. And then we can see we get frame 1. And let's just take a look here. Frame 0, frame 1, frame 0. So it's randomizing. To watch it easier here. 1, 0, 0, 1. Okay. Perfect. And every time we draw one, okay, so we are getting what randomized we're looking for. And we'll probably add a couple more. We'll get some some different tiles in here, so we can see we have some random tiles going on. The only thing I'm slightly worried about is I don't see in our first layer, and maybe it's just because of how far down we have. But I think we should, and maybe. Let me look at our wireframe. Oh no! Wait, are we overlapping? You know, it looks like we're actually overlapping dirt tiles, guys. And that's I just now noticed it. You see all these lines right here? We should not have lines this close to each other. So it looks like we're gonna have to do some Oh! Wait, no, yep. Alright, so it looks like we're gonna have to do some debugging, guys. I apologize. To make this debugging easier, we're gonna cut this way down. But at least debugging can be fun sometimes. We're getting the right starting dirt position on our tile, but the next tile is like when it should be way down, and that is not good. But that's fixable, and it shouldn't be too big of an issue. All right, so let me reload my toys so that I'm only getting 100 here, and then we'll pause again, and it'll go so much quicker. One second, guys, and I will be here for you. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so if we restart, it should restart pretty quickly, I hope. I know I'm debugging, but it shouldn't be that big a deal. And that's taking way too long to generate. Give me a second. I just want to make sure I can iterate through this really quickly so we can just solve this fast. And then I think we'll see our random terrain, because that's what's going on. We're not seeing. That's why we're not seeing a random terrain near the tops, because we're overlapping so much, and it's not good. All right, so that's good. All right, pause. So we can quickly just iterate and see what's going on. That's exactly what I want to do, because what I'm planning to do here is just restart. So we can see our first is negative 3.25, and I think it's because of our stride that we're setting is that, because if we come back through here in our next iteration, negative 4.25 is not good. We're basically saying go down 1 block when we actually should be going down 5 blocks. Should be going down 5 blocks. Dirt tile. Size. Let me see what we get here. Super exciting, I know. I think this might... Oh, this is gonna break right here, because on our first tile, we actually don't want to go down that far. Sorry, I gotta do this. Don't want to go down that far. Alright. We'll see now. At 20... Oh, no. Ooh, no. This has to be offsetted by tile size.y. Because we basically want to know how many normal tiles within our dirt tile. And because that's our, we go 1 down for each normal tile, even though our dirt tile is basically like five real tiles. And that's an optimization step, because we don't want to draw 25 tiles down. That's very performant. It's not a good performance metric. If I look here, let's go back to the line here now. Yeah, so we're getting 5, and we're getting -1, so we're gonna get -5 down. Let's see what happens. We're close. I think we're closer. Let's pause. Let's show our wireframes here. So you can see that's 1 tile going down, and do we have? We actually have a little overlap, which I don't. Oh, which we're supposed to have. But you can see that there is a gap here, so we're going down a little too far on this, and it's not a full tile. It seems like it's a half a tile. That's what that seems like. Let's take a look, because we are actually needing half tiles here. Let's find out. We're close, though. This column fill... Oh, we went the wrong direction, it looks like. Just on that, we went the wrong direction. That's not where we want to put this. This is where we're going down a little too far. I wonder if it's... We gotta go half a tile size down. That looks pretty good. Let's pause before we fall off. Wireframes. Let's see how much overlap. All right, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for half of tiles down. So, or wait, no, we have a lot of overlap here because here's our tile right here. This is one tile, and you can see this tile is way up high. Way up high. So I wonder if it's that we have a weird factor here. So let me just look at it with that. Oh, that's the wrong way. 0.3 is high, so we need to go higher. Maybe it's our point, so 0.7. Because we don't use, there's this offset here, so I might have to do based off the offset. And that's, I'm just pre-calculating it right now just to know for sure, and then I can use the code calculation here. No. Or is it? It could be the wrap on it. Yeah, so that's too much. It's too much. That's what one tile. That's if this factor here is actually comes out to 0.9. Let's find out. Holla, 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 holla. I don't know what language that is, so there we go, guys. Oops, not. Let's restart, pause. And that's the same overlap that we're seeing that we have. So what we need to do then this comes out to 0.1. Let me check. What language is this? Hala, 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 hala. It's the best I can do for you. What are you saying, man? 0.1. So this should get us back to, that's what we're looking for. Alright, so if we pause, turn wireframes off. There we go, guys. And you see that's going way too far down. We don't need that many. Now that that's fixed, it's we just want 3, not 6. Rebuild that. We'll add more terrain back on here so we can see something. Swearing repeatedly at me. That's funny. That's awesome, dude. Why don't you swear at me in a language I understand? Why? You don't have to hide it. You don't have to hide it. You can say whatever you want here. Okay, guys. So now if we pause, we can see we're seeing our random terrain here, right? This is a random terrain tile. This is a different column down. Adds a little bit of variety to what we're looking for, right? Let's unpause. We can see some random, tiles here. And we can add as many tile frames as we want for dirt to give it even more randomness to it. But it's just a little something. You know, we can make all different types of permutations. Oh, you guys don't need to make fun of him. He's free to do what he wants. Everyone's welcome. But that's just good, right? This is what we were looking for, and it's good that we actually did this because it uncovered a bug in my dirt fill that I was able to fix. And by fixing that, we actually increased our performance because we're generating half as many dirt column tiles down here, right? We're only generating 3 instead of 6. So half as many tiles are being created, and that's only good news for us. So let's expand this. I have some other tiles I can get into. Like, let's look at my grass tiles. I think I have a bunch of different grass tiles. And then we're going to do this one correct this time. Close everything down here. This is my grass tile. Let's canvas size, sorry. Image canvas size. And we're going to have to do some resizing on these because I'm not happy with the height on some of these, but I'll squish it down, it's fine. So let's do 3 random tiles. So that's 120 width. That's one tile. Make this easy to paste in our other tiles here. Let's grab this one, and let's grab this one. And I'm going to do a resize on this to 44. No, go back to 40. It's going to look a little weird, but I don't care. This is test data. When I have real tiles created for stuff, it obviously will follow the guide that we're looking for. But for now, this is test data. I'm okay with stuff that doesn't look exactly how it's supposed to. Okay, so that's there. I can grab this, and we can easily just take this and not paste. Come here. Let me accept that. So you can see we're going to have some different levels of tiles here, which is going to be weird. That's okay. Want to do that. Just want to move you. So here's our 3 random tiles now, right? We can save that. Say that as our grass. Replace it. Go ahead. And we need to make sure we fix our asset, our grass asset. Let me find it here. And it basically needs this type of data on it now, since it's a tile map and not a full, just straight up image. So we have 3, and it's 40 by 44 is our height. And there we go. Now, with that done, we don't have to recompile anything. We can just rerun this, cross our fingers, and look at this. It looks very bad, mind you, right now. So let's pull up chat again. Let's see what's going on. Nath85, what's my inch based on OpenGL, SDL, or DirectX? This is Torque 2D. Is an open source 2D game library. It's actually based off of both OpenGL or DirectX. You can target either one you want. By default, it targets OpenGL, and that's what we primarily deal with. Only because it allows us to be more platform independent. I can recompile this on my Mac, and this will run on my Mac and all that stuff. James Ariva, I prefer swearing via interpretive dance. If you want to post a YouTube video of you swearing via interpretive dance, I swear to God, I will play it live on stream. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Alright, so, but our system is working, right? If we restart this... Actually, let me reload this. If we restart this, we can see... I actually need to remove one of these or fix the train, because the height is just so off the wall. But if we keep restarting this, we see we get random grass on our straight times. I haven't replaced anything here yet, but it's so I need to increase the height of it. Let's actually go do that. It's, if we zoom in on here, we can see how this is so much... So we're gonna... This is gonna be a crude fix here, guys. But remember, I am not a graphic artist. Not what I want to do. I want to just put it at the same plane level. And then we will, from here, take a cut. Oops. This is so bad. Never do this. This is not going to be looked the way you want it, of course. But for testing purposes, this is fine. Let's fix this one as well. That's good. Let's take a chunk from here. Okay, and if we resave it, out. Yep, save. And if we now reload our toys, you can see our straight grass is fixed, and we're gonna zoom in here. We'll still have, we have a little bit of variety in here, but we fixed that jagginess that was going on, right? So, you know, we have some different, if we can zoom in enough for you guys can see. It's obviously, it's bad art, or bad, you know, chopping art for me, but we at least fixed the plane to be at the same level as what you want. But from that, we can see that we should have some different, when we, let's unpause here. When we get down to this spot here, we'll see where some of that randomness comes into effect here. So here we go. So this is one tile, this is a different grass tile, right? So we're getting some different foliage or grass foliage popping up out of here. And I don't know what's up with that one. I guess this is just a lot of foliage, and it's a bad job from me doing it. And then obviously it's zooming in, so it looks real bad. Alright, so let's zoom back out. But that's just letting us at least test our terrain system to know we are getting random terrain. Now, I don't know if I'm 100% happy with just doing a pure random on every tile. I might actually apply a noise function across it, maybe as a 2D simplex noise, so that the terrain here, the random tiles in here will follow some type of noise pattern instead of just being completely random, which completely random can be okay if your tiles are set up correctly for it. But I think a noise pattern might give us a little bit more of less random looking and more slightly more natural looking, which is okay. But you can see we have a lot of random terrain down here, and just as another test, I want to make sure... Oh no, this is broken again. I thought we fixed it. Oh, you know what? Sorry guys, let me... When I'm running it from here, that's our release build. We haven't built a release build. Let's make sure our dirt is fixed everywhere. Alright, now if we run it, our dirt tiles should look more random, because they're not overlapping anymore. See, no more overlapping. Let's turn wireframes off. So at least now our dirt looks better. Looks where it should be. So we see we're getting some of our random tiles in here, and we have some random grass popping up here. You know, it just adds a little more life to your world. That's kind of all we're looking for, right? A little more life. And I have only a couple of random tiles in here, so obviously you can see where it looks very randomized and faked. So, I don't know. Well, later on, we might come back to this and improve this. Right now, I'm not too worried about it. It is randomizing it. This is just some test tile data. So I don't really care about the looks of the data, or the tile at the moment. All right. Time to move on. Let me make sure I commit my fixes here. That's basically what we did. Was our major bug fix. And actually, I want to merge it here as well. And this time we can actually... oh, we have to do a merge. Yeah, of course. And then we will push this up. Just make sure it's on our remote repository and it's backed up, basically. Okay. Now we're switching gears completely, guys. Now it's back to Rogue. So let me build this. My stream might chug for a second because for whatever reason, when I'm switching major branches like this and I build for the first time, I need to look into it. I don't know what's going on, but let's find out. If the stream goes down or gets real choppy, it will fix itself. Just bear with it. Just bear with it for a second. But we're getting Rube up and running. I actually need to reinstall Rube so that we can actually do some real testing here. Give me a second, I need to find it. Oh, never mind, so here. Hopefully fire this up for you guys. I want that to stop doing that. One second here, guys. Hey, thank you for the follow out there. I do appreciate that. I do actually appreciate it. Every time. Okay, I should have this working now. I think it should not be doing that still. It keeps wanting to tell me it just doesn't know about the history of this file. And I'm trying to tell it, there we go. There we go. Okay. Let me close a couple things down here now that are not important. We don't need Photoshop open anymore. Visual Studio is probably done. Okay. Okay, I'm just switching so we can start messing with Room again, guys. make sure. Let me see what toy I have in here, and we'll play it real quick. Our bike toy. That's okay. Let's see what that does. Okay, so Rube, if anyone doesn't know, so Torque 2D, by the way, that's not what I want to load. Let me fix so we load up the right toy every time. I think that'll do it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Close this now. Rube, if you guys don't know, back to the beginning. Torque 2D is a box 2D physics simulator. Rube is a box 2D scene editor. So, for instance, here is a scene that is created in Rube, and we'll play this. And here's Rube has its own scene player. And, if we play this, we can see, right? It's a box 2D simulation, right? So these are all joints and motor joints and all types of stuff. And, physics is being simulated across that. And we can restart. So, yeah, so nothing crazy here. Box 2D is, standard 2D physics package. And Torque 2D is that. So what I'm doing is making sure that I'm adding support for Torque 2D to be able to load Rube export file. So you can take this and you can I need to re-register my Rube here, which I'll do in a second, but you can basically export this. Oh no, you export it from here. There we go. You can export this as a JSON file, and those JSON files, close all that down. JSON files basically look like this, which is just a bunch of box 2D bodies. And within the box 2D bodies, a bunch of fixtures, which are collision objects and images and all that type of stuff. And then I think even down here we have images. This might just have those. This all maps very easily into Torque 2D because Torque 2D is just a box 2D simulator that has, a graphics engine on top of it. So very simple. So I have a new asset here for my Rube assets, which allow me to, what is this called? This is called car. Let me make sure I have this. Nope, not that one. This is my Rube toy. Let me see what assets I have in here. So I do have a car JSON. Okay, so let me show you loading this into my scene. And a lot of this is hard coded, so that's why we're switching over to work on this so we can clean this up and get it properly scriptable so we can move on to our next step of our game. All right, so if we run this now, we'll basically run this car export file, and this will get imported into Box 2D, and you can see we have a car here. Very, very cool. You can't see everything else here, so let's take a look at collision shapes. And this doesn't have an image associated with it. And it looks like I have a bug on my images are not directly mapping where it should be. So if we just turn wireframes on, we can see this is a wireframe of our image, and then we just need to fix that. So we'll look into that as well. Just curious about a couple things. Okay. We're not going to show joints right now. I don't care about showing joints. So we'll just show collisions and images. So this is that box 2D simulator, right? Very, very much the same as what you saw in Rube. But this is actually running in our game engine. This obviously doesn't have an image associated with it, so the only way we can see it is if we turn on our collision shapes to show internally what's going on. But you see these images are tied to the. This image is tied into this object here, which is a body, and when the angle of this body moves, and it's going to move because it's a box 2D and it has a wheel fixture and a wheel joint, so that it will rotate properly across the ground like this, based off the fixture to the car. Our image will also, the angle of our image will rotate. So very simple in those regards. But a little bit of work to make all this like link up. And as you see, we have a couple bugs here. This should not be drawn this high up. We got to see where there's probably an offset we're not parsing and applying. So we need to fix that. Yeah, so let's kind of get to work on doing that, yeah? Let me make sure I'm just cleaning up a couple things real quick, guys. I'm just replying a couple messages, and then we can jump right on into the fun stuff here. We can even, I think I have some other scenes here. Let me make sure those are still working. Let's check this one out. This one's kind of interesting. Kind of. Gaming Superb. Hey man, how is it going, dude? What is up? Happy New Year. Thank you, thank you. I do love my Batman beanie. One problem I have here is this should be doing that. And you'll see the rest of this Rube Goldberg activate. Yay! So this is what Box 2D is all about, right? There's a lot of Box 2D physics stuff going on here, and this is all imported from Rube. This is just a Rube file, and we're able to import it and show it. So that's, you know, this is a pretty big step. We need to clean this up, though. Obviously, those images are not displaying where they should be all the time. I have another. Let me show. Yeah, images is my big test one. And I think this is what I was using to debug for images. And I thought, yeah, see, these are correct. Everything is where it should be. That car one is off, so there's probably an offset variable that I'm not reading from the file and applying it to shift images up or down. That's what I'm going to assume. Mr. Gaming Superb, dude. How you doing, buddy? How's your day going? What do I do? What do I do professionally? What pays the mortgage? I am a principal software architect for a large tech company, a large Dutch multinational. That's good to hear, man, that you are doing great. How was your New Year's? Oh, what do you do in the game? This is not the game right now. This is just some test data. I'm working on a platforming roguelike side scroller that has random world generation. So we have our random terrain generation that is shelved at the moment. We're moving on. Right now, we're working on being able to load our Rube files because basically in Rube, we're going to be designing artifacts in Rube. So we might design like a pit trap or like a pendulum swings platform or something like that. So basically, componentized, modularized objects or scenes in Rube, we want to be able to design those around Box 2D, and then we want to be able to import those into our game and randomly place those in our world as we're generating terrain. So to do that, I need to be able to parse in Rube files into our engine and scriptable and make sure all those hooks are working so we can actually start doing that. That's where we're at. That's the step we're on right now. All right, let's do this. So I got to remember where we left off. So right now we have a lot of heart. So an asset object should not really load any world objects. It's really about how do you parse an asset into world objects. That's fine, but it shouldn't be tracking or loading any world objects. So I need to make some changes. I think I've already started creating a Rube object, and maybe I have not. So maybe that's our next step here. Is we need to create a brand new object that can read our Rube assets. So we have some test stuff in here, and if we look in our script here, this allows us to test. So right now we're just hard coding. We create an asset and we say, hey, asset render, and you shouldn't do that. Not a good way to do it. You had your first full beer. You mean in my stream? I have a green screen behind me, but it's like coming up on midday, so it's possible that the light is changing in, and so the green screen behind me, the color is slightly changing. So yeah, there might be a small problem with it, but we deal with it. It's fine. Superman Banana X, that's right. Fish chipper. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, Gaming Superb, that's my green screen behind me. There's some weird light coming in. And I don't have my spotlights on my green screen behind me because it's the middle of the day. I apologize. Okay. Let's start writing some software again, yeah? Let's do it. Let's just do it, guys. Set our right spot here. Creating a new scene object. This is going to be a Rube object. That's fine. Get both in here. And we're going to cheat just a little bit. I don't need to cheat too much. Rube object. Have a define for it. Define it. Okay. I see, understand what you were talking about. What do you mean, Swag Kitty 69? What was I? Oh, about the wind main and the main. You got that figured out? I'm glad I could help. Is it all working for you now? The way you need to? Thank you for the follow! What is that? Gaming Superb. Oh, you rock, dude. You rock, sir. Alright, we need to set up a new scene object. So we're just going to copy a little bit of code here. Only because we're lazy. We're only a little lazy, though. No, Rube object is just gonna be a scene object. That's fine. It's not gonna be a composite. Not a composite object. I like this song. And that's what we need there. You only know how to make console apps. Oh. But if in your console app, if you're launching Windows, if you're using the Win API to create windows or dialogues, then you're right there, man. You just need to modify your target path to make sure you're targeting out to a Windows app and not a console app, and you should be able to fix it up just fine the way you want to, and you'll be okay. You'll be fine. get our constructors set up here, which we don't have anything yet. Let's get our destructor, deconstructor set up again, which we're not doing anything with. We're just trying to get a framework in here, guys. So I'll compile it real quick. SwagKitty69, you are on the right track. And you will be right there. Oh, I need to get a couple more things in here. We need to know about scene objects. That's important. Alright, I just want to compile this real quick. Alright. Now, a couple more things. We need to know about... We actually need to know about Rube assets. Assets, Rube. Come back up. There it is. So now that we know about Rube assets, yeah, I think we're going to store it as a full asset pointer, not just an asset lookup. I'm okay with that. Okay. Yeah, okay. As a Rube asset. It's not a... Yeah, just making sure I got it right. mRube asset. And then in our initializer here, let's make sure that this is null to start. Oh, we don't need to set that like that. It's gonna start in uninitialized, which is fine. Perfect. Gaming Superb. Why am I coding in C++ out of curiosity? I want to get into the game design. I have lots of game ideas, 20 Microsoft Word pages, but I don't know which language to learn. Learning Python for 6 months, moving to Java. Which one should I do after? I'm really not sure what to do. It's very powerful. And the little aspects, I would assume, make it great for coding engines. You're planning to have RPG elements like level ups. Give me a second, Superman Banana X. I will get to your question. Superb. Here's what I tell people about software languages, right? They're tools. C++ a wrench. Java is a hammer. C# is a screwdriver, right? You need more than one tool. If you actually want to be an actual engineer, you need more than one tool for the job. It all comes down to what you're trying to do. You can absolutely write marketable and profitable games in Python, in Bash script, in C#, in Java, in C++, in 8086 assembly. You can write marketable games in all of these languages. That's not the problem. It's if you want to learn a program, the path you're going to take is just fine. You can start with Python. There's a ton of learning material on the internet about how to learn to program in Python. Just go do that. Learn the concepts that are software development, right? Programming is concepts that you just need to learn that are not tied to a specific language. You need to know what variables are. You need to know what memory is. You need to know what functions are, and concepts like object-oriented programming versus procedural programming. You need to learn these concepts, and they're not necessarily language specific, and that's great. So go Python. You can then jump to Java if you want. You can get to Java. You can make a fine living for yourself only ever knowing Java as a programming language. And as long as you're good at doing that, you can get hired and you make plenty of money as a career just ever knowing Java, never ever touching C or C++. But I will tell you, if you're a good Java developer, you could probably write C or C++ at a basic level and be just fine. But it's all up to you what you want to do. Sure, C++ is very powerful for writing game engines. It allows us to embed assembly into our game if we want to. which gives us even more performance and power. But there's risk that there's trade-offs, right? There's more responsibility involved. Difference between CC and CPP, there is no difference. It's kind of just a preference. As long as you define your compiler and what it does with CC files or CPP files, it'll do the same thing. Visual Studio by default, most C++ compilers will parse CC or C++ or .c files as coding pilot. Let's see. All right, Superman Banana X had a good question. Am I planning to have RPG elements like level ups and classes? I do plan to have RPG and adventure game like elements in my roguelike game. I haven't fully thought out all those aspects yet. Right now, I have been mostly consumed with getting my basic engine elements down, like being able to generate random terrain and then be able to import root files like we're doing now, and then to be able to populate that terrain with random elements like pit traps or spawners or enemies or things like that. But yes, there will be RPG and like adventure game elements. Personally, started with Java. Doing that for 7 years. Over the past few days, I've been learning C++ and been liking it so far. Every language has its own strength and weakness, absolutely. But yes, just learn programming concepts. And then after that, it really comes down to just learning syntax. That absolutely correct, Big Bass 1997. If you've learned to be a programmer or software engineer, it's just more about learning how to get the computer to do what you want. Software languages at that point, it just comes down to syntax. Now, there's exceptions, right? There's degrees of that. C++ can be a very complex language with templates. It's a very composable language, and you get very complex code structures in C++ that can be very difficult to follow. But that's the extreme level. That's at the extreme level. Gaming superb, absolutely, man. And if your dad is a successful software engineer, you should probably follow his advice. In your first language, absolutely. Swag Kitty 69 can be C++. That there is no shame in that as well. That's it. That's excellent. C++ as a starter is asking for torture. Yeah, to a certain degree, it can be asking for torture. It has a steeper learning curve than higher level languages. That's true. But if you have the conviction to stick with it, it's fine. You'll be just fine. Okay. Oh, thank you for the follow out there, buddy. Who was that? Lanky Mart. Thank you, sir. All right, we need to get our persistent fields going here, which right now, I don't know what specialized fields besides just assigning a asset. And Yoda Tefer. I think I got that right. Thank you as well for the follow. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. That's what I'm missing. Serial, let's see here. Let me make sure I'm catching up. Swag Kitty, you love it. That's awesome. Hey man, if you're having fun with it, stick with it. Serial Popo. Are the early days of this on YouTube? Also, did you cover C++ basics, or are we expected to know it? Serial Popo, this is like my fourth stream into working on this game. There are no, since I play copyrighted music on my stream while I'm programming, all my previous stuff is silenced, unfortunately. I do have the raw files. I might see if I can import them into YouTube, but there is no, I don't really cover like programming basics. If anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. But I don't really do this necessarily as like a learning tutorial. I'm just here developing a game, You guys are free to join me on my journey here. Any questions you have on anything, doesn't even have to be programming related. I'll answer anything, guys. I'm here for that. But I don't expect you to know C++ or the basics. If you do, that's great as well. Just come in, hang out, have a good time. Bearish Mushroom started out in C#, then picked up Java really fast. C# and Java are very similar. If you know one, you probably know the other with some minor differences. Then you got into C++ and took me a while to get memory management right. Absolutely right. It's a low-level language. You got to do your own memory management. But after that, you loved it. That's cool. Then found D. D is cool. I like the D programming language. That's a really cool language. It may sound stupid, but I really don't know much about programming. What engine is this? This is Torque 2D. If you look below my name, there's probably like, what am I working on, or what is this? There should be a link to the GitHub for Torque 2D, which is an open source 2D game library that I like to use. It's very low level. It's C++. I have all the source. I can modify things there. It has its own scripting language on top of it called Torque Script, which is all this stuff here for writing your actual game and logic if you don't want to get into the engine. No problem, Serial Popo, but any questions you have, dude, just ask. I'll answer. That's what I'm here for, right? I'm here to entertain you guys, and at the same time, you guys are here to entertain me. It's a mutual exchange. And Serial Popo, thank you for the follow, dude. That is awesome. Pandemonium Hun. Pandemonium Hun. You may ask me what my day job is. And it actually might be, if you look below me again, about me, it might be in there. I'm a principal software architect for a large Dutch multinational tech company. So this is what I do for my day job too. I used to do professional game development long time ago in my career, but I got out of that industry. I still work as a software engineer, you know, as a higher level. But I still like doing indie game development. Lilikai9, hi yourself. How was your New Year's? How was everybody's New Year's? I hope everybody had fun and was safe. And Pandemonium Hun, thank you for the follow. All right, what am I looking at here? What I need to set? I want to be able to set my asset ID here. All the follows coming in. Code Wad, thank you too. Anytime, Pandemonium. Anytime, good sir. Where are we setting our... Where do they set their skeleton asset? That's a good question. Oh, that's what they do, yeah. So just because we're lazy, we're going to mostly copy this. But this... Oh, I should have a type already done. A type of Rube. There it is, asset pointer. And Rube asset based off of here. So that's an offset in. Set Rube. I got to create these functions. Get Rube assets. Right Rube assets. The Rube asset ID used for the object. Gaming Superb, why did I quit being a professional game developer? Man, you really want to know the truthful answer to that? And I hope I don't burst anybody's bubble here. Look, if you really want to be a professional game developer as a dream, just shoot for it, dude. Go for it and make it happen. So the reality of the story is, it's a lot of hours, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of burnout, a lot of developers burn out of that industry, and the pay for the most part is kind of subpar to the rest of the industry. So I make a lot more. My income is a lot higher in the non-gaming software engineering industry for my talents, and I have a better work-life balance. Right, I work to live. I don't live to work. And I'm old now, guys. I'm old. I'm not young anymore. Join Team Meat. What the hell is Join Team Meat? I'm scared at the moment. I need these to re-implement. And of course they are protected. Super Meat Boy. Oh, right. Those guys are cool. I like Super Meat Boy. That was a fun game. I will say these days, you know, when I worked in the game industry, indie companies were not as prevalent as they are now. It was not, you know, I worked in the game industry 10 to 15 years ago or so. I worked in that industry a long time ago. So the indie market was not what it is today. So I agree that there's probably a lot of indie game studios that are probably really awesome to work for as a company and as an employee. That I can agree with. So come on, I want to hear what you guys did for New Year's. Don't be shy. You can tell me. You can tell me, it's okay. If you could make the same amount being a professional game dev, would you be one? Gaming, it really comes down to that work. Apart from the salary difference. Apart from the salary difference, the work-life balance is very, very important to me. I don't like spending 80 hours a week working anymore. I like, spending 40, 50, maybe 60 hours every once in a while working and living my life the rest of that time, right? Doing things I have fun doing. And don't get me wrong, I have fun at work. I enjoy what I do for work, but it is work, and it is for somebody else. So I don't know. It would really depend on, that kind of crunch time. And there's some indie studios out there that are very good about time management. They don't get into those really bad crunch times, 80% of the year. So maybe it's a possibility. Lilikai, I ate sausage rolls and watched live streams and watched people dev op games. That's awesome. That's what you did for New Year's. That's cool. That's pretty nerdy. My New Year's Eve was super nerdy as well. I played Star Trek Attack Wing. It's a miniatures game with some friends. And I didn't drink too much on New Year's, so at least I had that going for me. Lilikai, I do not speak French. Maybe other people in stream do. Right on, though, but welcome French, anyone out there. Hello Games is the best game devs ever. Hello Games, okay, cool, right on. Reading syntax difference between Java and C++. A big pass in 1997. Why are we a bunch of nerds sitting here in Twitch? Cooked risotto and drank. Goddamn, risotto sounded pretty good last night. I probably would have eaten some risotto, man. I'm a bit jealous over that. I'm a bit jealous. Alright, we need to implement this. It's very strange. While I'm streaming, doing game development, I go slower. Obviously, I'm sitting here talking with you guys while I'm developing, and that slows me down, but it also keeps me motivated, and I sit here for longer hours, and I actually get more done in the end, because obviously I'm on stream. I can't just stop developing and go look at YouTube videos, because, that's not fun for you guys. That's not fun for you guys at all. And that's right, that's how that works. So, so that's why I like streaming or streaming my game development. I actually do not know who Hello Games are. What games do they develop? Lilikai, you had Lemonade. Stay inside, play CSGO or Left 4 Dead 2, or the Bind's Axe is better than going outside. That's awesome. You lost it. Oh, dude, you lost a tooth, man. That's not cool. I'm sorry to hear that. The Coder 15, I use it is OpenGL, but I actually develop. This is based off of Torque 2D, which is graphics library agnostic. It supports OpenGL, it supports DirectX, and it supports SDL. Depending on what platform you're targeting, etc. I do target OpenGL for most of my development work, though. Oh my god, pull up the tooth challenge. God damn, man. It's the best game in Hello Games is Devin. Right on, I'll have to go check that out later. Code WAD, you should definitely start that up again. I recommend it to everybody. Oh, this, what am I doing? I need a set again. Oh wait. Oh, duh. Happy I know most of the studios, they made Surgeon Simulator 2013 and I Am Bread. Surgeon Simulator, why is there a simulator for everything out there, man? Why is there everything? You know what? What I actually might do today, let me pull something up real quick, guys. Let me pull something up. I actually might have a couple of games to give away. Let me check. Every once in a while, I like to do, let me look at my inventory. I like to do Steam game giveaways. Let me see what's actually sitting in my basket right now. Before I get back to work here, let's take a little side trip mission. Speaking of simulators, there's a reason why I want to check this. Serial Popo, I did go to college for computer science. However, I was actually working in my field. I was working as a software engineer while I was in school, so it's a mix of both. I'm self-taught, self-educated. I did get a degree in this, though. I don't know if that actually answers your question or not. Why? I'm having trouble pulling up my inventory here. See, is Steam having issues at the moment? Lilikai, we're all a bit derpy every night. Damos, welcome. I'm actually thinking about doing a game giveaway here on stream, a Steam game giveaway on stream. I just need to make sure I have a copy of it to give away, and I don't know what's going on with Steam. I can't pull up my inventory. Everything else is pulling up. Maybe I have to restart Steam. But if I have, I think I have a copy of actually Goat Simulator or something. I have a copy of something, and I might give it away to you guys. I might do a raffle here on stream for you guys. It's the New Year's. Yeah, it's probably a client-side problem. I'm gonna restart Steam. And let's see if that fixes it. I like doing raffles. Raffles are fun. Yeah, I'm still having trouble pulling it, but you know what I might do anyway. What I might do here, I think I might just do a Steam raffle. I don't know what game I'll give away, but I'll figure out the winner. I'll get in contact with them, and we'll get a game out to them. It might be Goat Simulator. It might be something else. It'll be fun. But let me get a little more work done here. Actually, let me update my title. Let people know I'm going to do a raffle. Now, I'm going to do a raffle here in 30 to 60 minutes from now. I'm going to do a Steam game raffle. So if you guys want to win a Steam game, just hang out, keep talking, have fun. And, half an hour or so from now, we'll do a raffle. So it's going to be a raffle for a Steam game. I don't know what game it is yet because I can't get into my Steam library, but I'll find a game. It might be like Goat Simulator. It might be, it'd be something along those lines. It'll be fun, though. And what's free game, right? Free games are free. Alright, so I'm now able to assign my asset. And by the time I assign my asset, I still can't I gotta make sure I'm not generating it just yet. I need a method to do that. Because this has to be attached to our scene before we can start going nuts. That's up to you, Gaming Superb. If you want to send me a game, we can do that. I can do 2 raffles. Oh, ho, ho! Thanks for the follow. Proton Gaming, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you again for that follow. Who was that? Lilikai9, you're rock, dude. Gaming Superb, send me a message on Twitch real quick, an email message, and I'll reply back and give you my Steam info. And we'll make that work. You're learning to use this in school. What do you learn? I am Mikey. What specifically are you learning in school? Jimmy Zippo, welcome to the stream. All right, where am I at? Been talking with you guys too long. I've lost track what I was looking at. Okay, we're implementing our Rube object based off of our Rube assets. And we're going to remove most of these script bindings off our asset because we're not going to need them anymore. And actually, there's let me do this now. I want to make sure I'm not. I think there's an explicit. Yeah, I don't want to do this yet. I don't want to build my root data. I'm just looking through this real quick, guys. Give me a second. Okay. We should not be building this asset anymore, which is good. I want to remove that. We got to clean up our asset here, because no longer are we going to be hard coding this. I need to fix that. Okay. Where are you? You go away. You go away. You go away. Go into our script binding here. All that goes away. Let's see where we broke. Hey, dude, I have no idea how to send a message over Twitch. If you just pull up your Twitch profile, there's messages. Gaming Superb, you can send me a message. You can probably even click my name in Twitch chat Click my name in Twitch chat. There's probably a send message. We'll keep those open. We're gonna replace these soon. Is that my only errors? That's good. That's good. Okay. Okay, that's good. Doing some refactoring here. Thank you, Jimmy Zippo, for the follow. Thank you, thank you. All right, this is how we're gonna do this. Sorry, I was just thinking how I want to integrate. And there's a real simple, there should be a pre-integration, or actually that's what I want to do. When we add to our scene, I gotta check out scene. There's a method I want to override. There's a virtual method that I care about. Press the engine if you finish the project. I don't know what the price of the game would be when I finish my project. That's a little too early to be thinking about that, and especially for like indie project like this that I'm developing on stream. On register scene, I think it is, or let me check. I think on add is more like what we want. On add, on remove. Thank you for the follow. I am Mikey. Yeah, so I think on add's called whenever an object is added to the scene, which is what we care about. I just want to make sure. Okay, so here is scene. That's the parent. That's just the world. This when we add a scene. I need a scene object though. Okay. I think this is what we want. Actually, we have scene open here. If we look, there is a add to scene. Add to scene. Gets a current scene, goes through objects, we add it. There we go. I'll call back only the property added to the simulation. Is it properly added? So we're gonna call, oh no, register scene, that's what I'm looking for. We register, create our fixtures. Where is this called? Is that the only place this is called? Modify components? Let's see here. You sent the message. Okay, give me a second. I will check it here. Okay, yeah, this is okay. So when we on register scene, it's going to notify components to the scene. Okay, perfect. We're going to get our component list. We're going to go through the component list. If it's sim components, it will call, oh, that calls on add to scene. Okay. That's the best. How did you learn programming? You know, I just started doing it as a kid. Many years ago, and then I went to school for it, I guess. So, so both of those things. So that's on a sim component. I don't really care about on add to scene though. It's got to be called somewhere. You can learn it all over the internet now. When I learned to develop software a long time ago, there was not a ton of internet resources available. Unfortunately. Alright, I'm gonna try it, and then we can test it real quick. I'm pretty sure that's what I want, though. I think this is what we want. Go away. Do they, okay, good. Use the same calling pattern. These days Google counts as, that's true, Google does count as the internet these days. Okay, so, let me make sure, alright, I have to do this. Gotta do this just for a second. Because I want to compile this and test this in our script and see if I'm on the right track. Okay, so instead of creating a Rube asset, this is what we do now. Is a new Rube object. And we just say asset equals, let's see if we've defined one. Which I believe we should. There we go, okay. That's what I'm looking for. Rube toy assets. We have a test.asset, we call it test, okay. And it just loads images, okay, good. So now we can, instead of passing in like this full crazy path to here, we can just say Rube toy dot test. And then let's comment out all this for now. And we actually want to make sure this gets added to our scene, because that's when onAdd should get called. And let's find out. Let's see what happens. Do a little debugging now, guys. Yeah. Let's see if that works and see if that works. Big fascinating on a technical basis. The internet is just the concept of many computers connected together. Google's ninja that searches for these features based on certain. That is true, but in the in layman's terms, Google is basically the internet these days, right? I mean, let's think about it. Kind of is. What just happened there? Something going on here, guys. And I'm not exactly sure. I want to see if this is getting called. Oh, there. Oh, duh. My color scheme's off. Okay, so we're initializing our protected field. It's good. And then we crash. Good thing we can now debug through here if we want. Let's see what happens. Maybe it's our assets bad here. What the? Unknown command create scene. How is that an unknown command? Oh, group toy. Unknown command create scene. What the? This should work. Why is this having an issue? Oh, we have a parse. Oh. Oh, that's why. That helps, guys. That helps. Let me make sure I just get past this. Failed to acquire assets does not exist. Root toy test. Just make sure we have this. Oh, it's not a skeleton asset, it's a rube asset. Alright, so if we pass this, doesn't like that still. Doesn't like that. Why doesn't it like that? Does not exist. That's why. Gotta specify your assets correctly. There we go. That's okay to have a bunch of bugs there. That's all good. Okay, so we know we can debug that now. Because why something is still calling into our something is still trying to process this. What is calling this? Oh, there it is. Don't build that. It's bad, bad. All right. We shouldn't be building our asset yet. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Okay, there we go. Passing in. There's that. We have an asset now as our asset pointers. Our rube asset. Perfect. Rube file is pointing correctly. And onAdd does get called from our call stack here from register object. That's when it comes in. Okay, so the good news, we can now do some proper integration. So what I want to be able to do is I'm going to make this a public method and pass in our scene pointer, test scene go away. Go to our rube asset.
And it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And God knows that I'm one.
And from our scene pointer, we can make sure it gets added to the scene. And then from here, also make sure and when we're going to actually refactor this read images a bit too, now that we have an actual valid asset and a path, this should actually work properly now, and that's going to be awesome. What doesn't it like about this? That should be fine. Let's fix up our methods here. Read images needs this, of course. Gotta pass it down. What does it like? Constant scene. Should fix itself here in a second. Alright, so now we're passing this in. Read bodies needs that. Let's read images, and bodies needs that. Did I mess this up? Did I put this on the wrong? Oh, that's what I did. Okay, see if that builds. Raffle soon, buddy. Well, actually, let me make sure this builds properly, and then I'll go look at your what you sent me. Yeah. What? Oh. That should be fine. Let's do it that way. Of course. Big fixtures. Raffle soon, though, yes. And then back up to our top. Alright, while that's building, I'm gonna check my messages, dude. I'm gonna add you on Steam. That's what I'm gonna do. I just gotta remember how to add friends. I'll remember in a second here. There it is. Alright, dude, friend request has been sent. Right on. Okay, we got this building. Now what we can do, we can go back to our object here after we've known we've added properly. Let's see, if roof asset is... No, deref, stop it. Is null. We'll also return false, just in case. Otherwise, we will do roof asset build roof data. And we'll pass this dot get seen. There we go. Okay, let's see what happens here. We still have some more refactoring we got to do here, because we want to make this local to this scene object. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of stuff we still got to do, but this should at least start getting us where we need to go. All right, so building this. Again, we don't have a scene yet. Oh, this happens on register, which, yeah, there's on. Okay, sorry guys. Now I remember why. Easy to fix though. There's on add to scene. That's what we needed, guys. Virtual pool. Virtual, oh, it's a void. Oh, there we go. Let that load up. You rock, by the way, dude. So we're going to be doing 2 game giveaways, guys. Let me see if this will let me view my inventory now. I might have to try and view my inventory online. Let me try that. Let me see if I can pull it up on the website. Let me sign in. Let me try it this way, guys. I need to get my stupid access code. Of course. Alright, so while that's running, so we have on add to scene now. We can go to our Rube here. That changes. These just become returns because we're not going to do anything. Let that build. Okay. Okay, where are you at? There you are. Submit. Proceed. Okay. Let's cross our fingers, everybody. Let's see if I can pull up my inventory. Gaming superb, dude. It happens sometimes, man. Twitch streams. Sometimes people talk. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're just enjoying the music. Unfortunately, that is life in the big world. This is so weird. Are you guys, can you actually pull up your inventory? Anybody else out there able to pull up their inventory? I get a redirect loop as well. Too many redirects. Steam inventory. Direct loop. Let's Google that real quick. I think this is like they're having server-side issues for Steam. Yeah, I think this is just a Steam problem, guys. So we'll still do raffles, but I might not just be able to give the games away right away. Let's talk about life, guys. Let's talk about life. So New Year's is over. Anybody come up with any cool New Year's resolutions? Big Bass, absolutely, man. That is very possible. Let's debug that. Maybe it's not getting properly added. Let's debug from there. Let's see what's going on. I'm gonna code more this year. Code WAD, that's awesome, dude. Good New Year's resolution. I like that. I like that, dude. This is This is our Rube object. Okay. So we're registering it to Deshane. Setting up our body. Don't have any fixtures, of course. I don't think we have a component list. Yeah, no components there. Which is fine. We don't need components. Yet. Let's see, where we properly added, we should be. So we're gonna execute. Let's go in here, because I'm curious, is this only gonna execute via script? And I don't want that if that's true. Yeah, give us our arguments. This is the script engine, guys, that I'm debugging right here. So it does have a method. Let's see if it's going to go to the parent. Okay, nothing on the parent. Oh, that's where it's going. Entry here, which is going to be null because this function's not a script function, and that's fine. We don't. Maybe that's meant for script functions. All right, there has to be another. I think we just got to get from the pre-integrate. Like for instance, composite sprite will pre-integrate, and then it gets integrated and interpolated. Something's what? Let's see. Well, I guess we don't want it to. United States 50-62 servers online. Yeah, something's wrong. I'm gonna code more this year. Got that check. My new DSM. That's funny. New resolution is 1080p, dude. That's awesome. The problem is pre-integrate gets called a lot. I need a callback on when we're added to a scene and then we get removed from a scene. Oh, there's on registers. I can do it this way. I can actually do it this way. It's not how I wanted to do it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I should actually add a callback in the system to handle this, but I don't want to do too much modifying of the core engine right now. I kind of save those for special branches. Okay, so now we'll go with parents, p scene. That just runs now. And then if... Okay. Let's see what happens here now, guys. Big Dad 1630, that's just Twitch messing up, buddy. I am... let's get some questions answered here. Sorry about that, guys. A few new questions. What's this guy programming? What this guy's programming. So this is from the low levels. Torque 2D is a 2D game library. It's open source. You can find it on GitHub. It's written in C++. This will be a 2D side-scrolling platformer roguelike video game. We're just working on some core kind of engine concepts that we'll need through the game. We already have a random terrain generation base terrain done, and right now we're working on being able to load in Rube scenes. So Torque 2D is a Box 2D engine simulator. Box 2D, you can also Google that if you don't know what Box 2D is, but it's a physics simulator. Rube is a scene editor for Box 2D, so you can create Box 2D scenes. So if we run this, you can see that this is a Box 2D world simulation going on here. and we play it. And you know, so it's Box 2D doing its physics simulation against bodies. Torque 2D is also a Box 2D simulator, so I'm basically working on being able to load in Rube files into Torque 2D as scene objects, so that we can then start creating Rube scene objects like pit traps and pendulum swings and platforms and stuff like that, and then load them in. Kill Fu Fan. Am I making this alone? Right now, I am solo on this. I'll probably pull in a few people once I get closer to actual, like, high-level game development. You know, get some artists and musicians and some like level designer stuff going on with some other people. But can you also use on the toilet? Oh my god. Game superb, dude. That is wrong. Wrong. What's roguelike mean? Have you never played a roguelike game? Google roguelike, and it will tell you what that means. There is a very old game called Rogue. It's an old Unix game. There's been many, many roguelike games that have come after it. Roguelike basically means you have one character, one life, you know, permadeath. You play through the game, randomly generated, and when you die, you die. That's it. You're done. And there were, yeah, before FPSs, there were Doom-like games. That is absolutely true. Okay, so that's Rube. That's kind of what we're up to right now. And we're doing some testing right now on loading in our assets and doing some refactoring. Okay, so that worked, and now if we get our scene here, we should get back our proper scene. That's excellent. Now we can step through building our data here, get our local file, all of our fun stuff. It's just a JSON file, and set up a parser for it. None of this is super exciting, just parsing a file. That's all right, let's get into our bodies now. Alright, so this creates a base scene object based off of this body with everything associated with it. Now we just need to register it, and now we need to check that we're able to add this to the scene. Perfect. Perfect so far. Pushing it back. We're in the scene right now, so this is a method within the scene. And we're just adding this. Okay, add to scene. Okay, excellent. So if we just run this, we can see we're back to rendering our scene object. And this now is a scene object. We're able to dynamically change our asset much easier now. Gaming superb. Oh, my friend is making a game like that on Steam Greenlight. Awesome. It's tons of fun. It's called Trigger Saint. That's cool, man. Can a name be roguelike? What does that mean, Gaming Superb? What do you mean, can a name be roguelike? And DSM, absolutely correct. Traditionally, Rogue was a turn-based game, but only because that's just, you couldn't do a real-time roguelike game back in the day like that. Especially with computer time being what it was. Nothing wrong with turn-based games, guys. Turn-based games are fun. Alright, let's get rid of this. That's good that I found a bug. Where is this coming from? What? Oh, I gotta fix my textures now. Which is good. Which is very good, actually. Let me do that. Images. Because now I can put these in their proper location. Anything badass sounds rogue to me. That's funny. Alright, so we got our images loading. I don't know why I'm not... It's going to crash if I restart this. So I need to debug to see what that is real quick, guys. S2 Ryan! How you been, Ryan? I don't know. Are you still here? I see that you just left, but that could be a Twitch bug. Killfu Fang, can I estimate the line count? That's really hard to do because again, this is not 100% my code. I base my game is based off of Torque 2D. We could probably do a line count from. Let me look this up. Hold on. I think GitHub has tools for this, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check though. Hey, thank you for the follow. Apaco Crypta TV, I probably got that wrong. I'm sorry about that. But thank you. I thought there was a way to see this in... I could be wrong. I think I'm wrong, guys. Sorry. So no, I can't easily give you. I have a tool, not on this computer. I have a tool that can count code lines and comments and stuff like that, but I can't easily run it on this right now. Greetings from the Czech Republic. Hey, Czech Republic, welcome. Do I wear this hat to work? If I'm working from my home office, I might wear this hat. That's a possibility. Or one of other several beanies. Very, very possible, man. Alright, let me see if I can figure out why Why am I doing a copy call? Oh, that's right. I want to do a copy. Oh, but these are... I'm not clearing out. That's my problem. That's my problem. And this is a problem that I need to deal with differently. Because I need to build this and actually just return this data. I don't want to be storing this on my Rube asset. So I'm thinking how I want to handle that with a built-in container, if possible already. But I don't think there's an easy container for me to do that. Big Bass, that's a fair comment. Ask for character count, that's funny. But, however, guys, there is a correlation. Line count does correlate. Like line count to function count, you know, to comment count. There are correlations there for proper units. And actually, good line counting software doesn't actually count lines. They will know how to parse that programming language and count lines properly. So if you put everything on one line, it will break it down into proper lines and give you a count that way. It basically gives you like a computing count. I understand. Killfu fan, one person can do quite a lot given enough time. One person can do as much as they want. It all comes down to how much time you have. So this is what I'm currently figuring out, guys. For my build my root data on my asset, this asset needs to return this data and not store this data. I don't want to be storing this data in the asset because that's not what an asset's supposed to do. It should be able to build this data and return it, and up to you to use it, and delete it and whatever you want to do. Because every time I parse this asset, I need to be able to reload this. But I think... Is it, so that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. Sorry. Just thinking it through. How do I handle the skeleton assets? Skeleton assets do this have skeleton files? It doesn't have our asset. We try and keep assets simple. We build our skeleton, but this doesn't store any game objects, any scene objects. This is a straight skeleton objects. Because then in our scene objects, we have a skeleton object. And we're trying to basically follow the same model here. Let's see, Bedigen. You're making it animation JavaScript. Yeah, you can make one variable that controls everything rather than for. That's true as well. You can go to my generate composition down here. So basically, we just access directly our skeleton data, and then from there, we're going to create everything we need. And I kind of want to do it a little differently. So I need like a pair object almost. But torque. Thank you for the follow. Doesn't have like a pair container. It does have a hash table. Oh, there are pair structs. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I'm able to use this. I'd rather reuse a container element instead of going to a different collection. There's pair. Struct, which is cool, perfect. I don't have to define my own, so it's a hash table pair. And it's a very simple key value pair, nothing special about it, but that's exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah, dude, we're gonna do the. Let me finish this little piece up, and then we'll raffle off a game. We're gonna do that. That'll be fun. We'll see who's actually paying attention out there. I'm sure there's a lot of people AFK. Let me go to my scene, my Rogue asset. Thank you for reminding me about the raffle. So this is going to return a hash table pair of... Let me make sure that this is a template class. Okay. Just as a test, you can just do it like this, and it likes that. Okay, good. Never comment if you're not AFK. Hey, 2 raffle contestants is fine with me, guys. That's okay too, man. Problem with a lot of Twitch streams is you end up getting plenty of people who are not always looking 100% of the time, right? We'll see. So this is basically what I'm looking. This is very convoluted, of course. But that's the data that I want to return. And it's going to get a little complex on how we're going to do this. Only a little, though. These getters equals. See how bad we get here. Let's see. Everybody's ready. For their videos full screen. Games for I will. Give me a second. It's much better. So I was reading all your comments. So I will update my stream title to do this. There we go. Update that. All right, buddy. Gaming Superb. Why don't you put in chat what game you sent me? And that's what we're gonna raffle off first. Only because Steam is still having some issues with inventory right now. So if you do win the raffle, I'm probably not gonna be able to send it to you immediately. I will send it to you though. Don't you worry about that. You will definitely get what's coming to you. So we'll give everyone just a moment to look at that. Okay. Yeah, I still can't pull it up. What's the... it will be a raffle. I'll give you guys something to type in chat. You type it, I'll get you in the raffle. We'll show it on screen. It'll be fun. Dead Island Epidemic, guys. Alright, guys. So we're going to be doing a raffle. Dead Island Epidemic. Let me pull this up in good old Moobot. And we're going to set up a raffle. Let me pull this up. All right, guys. So this is what we're doing here. In chat, you want to type raffle. Type raffle, and you will get yourself into the raffle for what are we at? Dead Island Epidemic. Here, let me pull that up here. Let me pull up some Dead Island Epidemic on Steam Store, see if that's working. Here we go, guys. That's what we're raffling off. Nope, Bang Raffle. Moobot is my bot. Don't worry about Moobot. Dead Island Epidemic, everybody, is what we're raffling off. Bang Raffle, guys. Bang Raffle. Just how I type it in chat. Bang Raffle. That's the only way you're going to get it. It has to be typed exactly like that. Don't. So just type away Bang Raffle. If you don't type the bang, if you don't put exclamation mark raffle, it has to be exactly like that. If you don't do that, you're in trouble. It will not work. Just keep typing that in. You will get into the raffle. Let me pull that back up for everyone. Thank you for the follow out there, by the way. I know, exclamation mark! Exclamation mark raffle. Sorry, I know some people don't know what bang means. Bang raffle. Exclamation mark raffle. You have it. That's what you type right here, guys. Exclamation mark. And then raffle. You guys have never entered a Steam raffle before with exclamation mark? What am I going to do with you guys? But this is for a copy of Dead Island Epidemic. This was donated by Gaming Superb. Everybody, a big thank you out there for Gaming Superb. He is a rock star. If you type Big Dad 1630, you just type the correct thing. You are in it. Don't you worry about it. No, that's... There we go. Unfortunately, Moobot does not show who is in the raffle right now. But you are in the raffle. You will be just fine. Dead Island Epidemic. We're going to let it run here for a second. And then we'll draw. We'll draw our winner. We'll see who it is. Exclamation mark raffle, guys. If you're just joining, that's what you want to do. Get on into the action. My hero. And I'll tell you what, after we're going to do this raffle, we'll close this raffle down in maybe half an hour from now, or maybe even sooner, and we'll do a raffle for another Steam game. I just don't know what that second Steam game is going to be yet, because I can't get into my inventory to see what's in my gift list to do raffles with. It will be something, though. It will absolutely be something. Bet again. Yeah, random act. I use specific word. It's more for people who are actually paying attention to the stream and paying attention to chat. Get a chance into the raffle. If you're just sitting in chat idling away and you're not actually paying attention, I'd rather a raffle go to somebody who's active. And I understand Nightbot, the random active user. I could do the same thing. I just don't like it. Local Carino. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head which R9 it is. Let me look. And I will remember. From our R9 series. I believe it is... I think it's a 290X, if I'm remembering correctly. It's either a 290X or a 280X. I think it's a 290X, though. Yeah, Night Basilisk, that is absolutely true. They do it that way. They random pick someone and say, hey, type this. If you're not here, you know, they just redraw. I'm old school with my raffles, man. So I've been doing raffles for a year or so. I do use Notepad++. I love Notepad++. It's my favorite, like, text editor. Gaming Superb, everyone's in. Don't worry about it. Moobot's not slow. He just doesn't spam chat to let it, you know, add in one of our users. Robuski, hello, sir. This is a raffle again for a Steam game, Dead Island Epidemic. If you win, I will send you a message on Twitch to get your Steam, to get an email address that I can then basically send this off to you. I can't send it right away. Steam, their inventory is down, so I can't send it if I can't get to my inventory, but I will send it to you. I'll get that info out. Sublime does rock too, dude. Pure Demons. I'm from Southern California, in Orange County, California, actually. Close to, like, Disneyland. Yeah, Adam IO. I wish that too, man, but I don't know. Notepad++ works fine for me for most, like, text editing, and then I use Visual Studio, of course, for, like, code editing things. Exclamation mark raffle if you want to get into this raffle for Dead Island Epidemic. Give it a moment, everyone. I'm going to pull it here in a minute. I'm just giving people a chance to get it. What's up, Ferret? How you doing, dude? Merry New Year. Happy New Year to you. How you doing, Fairy? Fairy man. After this raffle, we'll do another raffle in the short future. I know specific time. I don't know exactly when, but we will do another raffle for another Steam game. Hopefully Steam is kind of back up by then so that we can know for sure what we're doing. Gaming Suburb, you're moving to England. Right on. Right on, guys. You're in college doing computer software. That's awesome. Pure X Demons. Local Carino, are you asking me if I took AP computer classes in high school? Understand, I haven't been in high school in almost 20 years now. Wow, that's hard to say. I've been in high school almost 20 years. I did not take any AP computer science classes when I was in high school. It was a very niche thing to. There was no computer science classes to take. There was an AP computer science test you could take, though I did not. Adobe stuff is like that, Night Basilisk. Fortunately, I have a monthly subscription to all Adobe products that's already paid for from my company, so I enjoy that. So at least I get access to most Adobe products without having to worry about paying for it. All right, last chance, everybody. If you want to get in on this raffle, exclamation mark raffle. It will get you into the raffle. It's for a Steam game, Dead Island Epidemic. Reno's cool. I have a colleague who lives in Reno that I go see. Yeah, game is superb. 1 second, I'm gonna raffle this off. We're gonna see who wins this bad boy. Again, everyone, this is a game donated by Gaming Superb. Make sure whoever wins definitely thanks Gaming Superb. Do not thank me. I am just the conduit for your happiness. All right, guys, let's draw this. You guys ready? You ready? Can I draw it? I'm gonna click it. Chat. The bot is gonna put the winner in chat like 30 to 60 seconds before you see me actually click this button. That's it, though. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Star Ninja LOL 55. You're even following me. You rock, dude. I'm gonna announce this winner in chat here in a second, and then I'll move off, write private message, get your info. Congratulations to Star Ninja LOL 55. Boom. Congratulations, dude. We're gonna close that down. Move this over here so I can write your private message. game when Steam comes online. There you go, sent. Congratulations, buddy. Just to see when you when you join Twitch, that's funny. I think there's another website you can go to that'll tell you how long you've been a Twitch user. And you know, actually, what I'm gonna do here, this can close. Move this back here. There we go. Do raffles for nothing. It's funny. No, we can't do raffles for nothing. But we will do raffles for things. We'll do another Steam game raffle in a little while from now, guys. That's always fun. I always like doing Steam game raffles. And you know, it's Steam series. I actually might buy a bunch of Steam games today and do raffles like throughout the weekend, throughout the week. I love doing Steam game raffles. It's fun. It's the holidays, or just past the holidays, so we'll do some. We'll do at least one more Steam game raffle today, though. Just not right this second. Alright, everyone. Steam game raffle's done. We're going to see a bunch of people leave the stream, of course, because that's how it works. And let me update my title, just so no one thinks we're actually doing another raffle. Okay. Close all that down. Ninja, congratulations again, buddy. I'll repost this, dude. There you go. That's what's not what I... Okay, that's fine. Not gonna mess up my sound. That's what you were trying to post. Let's see what that goes to. Let's see. You're a D+ ranked on Social Blade. Phenom Phanto. Man, I'm sorry, buddy. D+ ranked. Let's see if I'm like an F+ ranked. Oh my god, I'm a C+. I rock. That's funny. This is a cool little website. I like this. I can actually see follower changes, Twitch channel view changes. This is really nice. This is really, really nice. I'm just looking at this. Created, oh, there's my created 2011. 4 years, guys. I've been a Twitch user for 4 damn years. What the hell? Okay. How about we get back to writing some software, yeah? Let's get back to doing some fun stuff. Kill Fu Fan. My employer doesn't mind me having side projects. No, it does not. No, it does not. Gaming Superb, that's what happens, dude. Losing 20 viewers after a raffle. Oh, okay. Yeah, Twitch gets a little weird sometimes, especially when you have people like come and go quickly from like raffles and things like that. Twitch is not like instantaneous. All right, so we're trying to refactor this out so we can build our root data kind of offline. We don't want to store this in the asset. We don't want to store this data necessarily in the asset. Oh, by the way, thank you out there for that follow. Why am I using TorqueScript? Torque2D is built around TorqueScript. They're a custom scripting language, which they've had for many, many years. Very, very old scripting language, long before like Lua and like Python were popular for game development. So that's why it is. It'd be a lot of work. Wow, all the follows coming in, guys. I love you. It'd be a lot of work to replace the scripting engine within Torque 2D with like Lua or Python or something like that, and there's really no reason for it. Torque script is perfectly fine as a scripting language. And that's why I'm using Torque script. No, not because I'm a super fan of Torque script over Lua or Python or anything like that. In fact, usually when I get into server-side development, like game server-side development, which we might get into with this project a bit, I haven't decided yet. I usually use Lua for that for server-side scripting. Okay. Okay, this is great. This is already going to return me a vector of bodies. I like that. I'd like that. And I need to basically then pass in my bodies to here and here so we can actually use them. I think I'm gonna need it there. Definitely need it here, in there. I am using C++ 11 features, yes sir. They are gunners, yeah. These are gunners. I've had them for a long time now. I only wear them if I'm going to be looking at a computer monitor. If I know I'm going to be staring at a monitor for 6 or more hours a day. If I'm just going to be here for like an hour or two, I probably won't wear them. There's no need. Okay, when I read bodies now... Don't push it back there anymore. We're going to be deleting that. Alright, so this is stateless now. That's what I like to see. That was already stateless. Reading fixtures. We're going to have to pass in a vector of scene object pointers as our bodies, because in here we have to pass it through there. What doesn't it like? Let me check. Let me look at, see if I messed up. Read fixtures. Oh, I didn't put it on here. Oh, okay. It's easy to fix. Because I believe we're going to need it in our fixtures. I could be wrong. Actually, let me check here. I'm just going to pass it anyway, just in case. Let's future-proof ourselves a little bit. It's not that big a deal. It's not like this gets called millions of times a second. So one extra parameter on the stack is not that big a deal. What's going on in chat? The glasses do cause a problem with the chroma key. Yes, it's the weird tint to them. I'm the only person I know in life that wears gunners. No, I don't know anyone at work or personally else that wears gunners. There is, for myself, I do have benefits for wearing them. If I don't wear my gunners and I'm looking at a computer screen 6, 8, 10, 12 hours a day, my eyes get very red, very dried out, and might even get like mild headaches. So with the gunners, it does fix that problem. So that's why I wear them, of course. What else is going on? There's an issue. It's really just the color. Oh, you know what? It probably is. I have a glass, giant glass touchscreen on my monitor, and the green screen behind me is I can kind of see a reflection of it, and that's probably reflecting off my glasses, so it's giving it a green tint, and the chroma key is picking up on that. That is crazy. Into sports glasses, and they seem to be working okay. Right on, Kill Fu Fan. Whatever works for you, dude. Yeah, if you have like really tired eyes, these really help, because not only is it like a yellow tint, it keeps my eyeballs moist because it makes like a microclimate in here with a higher humidity level, but also has a small magnification, a small prescription, so it's easier to focus on things on my computer monitor. What about my hat? What about the hat? How do I learn to do this? Many years of practice. Calvin 4234. Just like anything in life, how do you learn to play tennis? And then how do you learn to be good at tennis? Lots and lots of hours of practice, right? How do I even know what I'm doing? I've been doing this for 15 years, so it just kind of comes naturally to me now. Gaming superb, that's funny. Alright, so what am I doing here? Alright, creating my sensor object. Scene object is actually passed in, so doesn't look like I actually need my bodies here, but that's okay. I'm fine with it. So rejoints, like I said, we're future-proofing it. Maybe in the future we're going to need our list of bodies for some other type of use or optimization. Let's pass our bodies around here. Not what I wanted. Why is rejointing down here? But it is. Because now, I believe, depending on the member type, where do I get my scene from? There we go. That's what I need. Gotta redo all this right here. By the way, guys, any questions you have out there, it doesn't even have to be related to what I'm doing on screen or programming related. Ask your questions. I will answer them if I'm able to. Pay someone to teach you at tennis. That's funny. What's the best way to learn? Calvin 4234. The best way is it's going to be dependent on yourself. Are you good self-learner? Can you follow directions? There's lots of tutorials on the internet for learning to write software in like Python or Ruby or PHP or Java or C# or C++, whatever language you want. And you can follow those if you're good at that. There's books out there that you could take classes if you learn better. You know, like classing, it really depends on what you're good at or how you learn. English is my first language. I American born, grew up in your language. I work for a Dutch multinational, but the division I work for is a US based company. I am American though. Yes. Sorry to disappoint you. Oops. That. Okay. You go away. Pass our bodies around. We're just passing around some bodies. That sounds disgusting. And then in here...
Keep me locked up in your broken mind. I keep searching, never been able to find out.
And there's another thing that this has to do.
Not anything at all.
This needs to return our image assets. Yeah, that's fine. And then that means this needs to return an image asset as well. It's yes, sir, it is a very well paid job. Azarus, I do use auto a lot, so here's my... Oh, thank you for the follow, sir. I use auto, so this is when I use auto, and this is when I tell people you should use auto. If you know explicitly by reading the code what this is going to auto into. So I can know by reading this code that I'm reading a string, I'm reading an int, reading a string, reading a double, reading a vector. I know what this value type is going to be just by the self-commenting code, right? That's when auto you should use. If you have no idea what this variable is going to be from like a function return, you should not use auto. Like right here, expand asset file path. I don't necessarily know just by reading that this returns a string, so in here auto is not used. That's my basic rule of thumb for auto. And sometimes I break that rule of thumb, of course, because nobody's perfect. Also, I'll use auto in these cases where I don't necessarily care about the variable at all. I just need that variable so I can push it on somewhere else or call it into somewhere else. In those cases, in the code, I don't care. If I'm gonna read the code, I don't care what this is, right? I'm pushing it back, or I can always imply from here that it's an image asset, and that's when I'll use auto. I don't really have a favorite computer science innovator. Sorry, I could not answer that question. I'm learning C++ in college for game development. I was learning Objective-C, but I've been playing too many games at the minute. I need to get back to coding. Pure Demon X, we all fall into that pit trap, buddy. SuperCOD 54, what program are you asking about? How much does the program cost and what its name? Which program? Don't be sorry for random Preston, Serial, Papo. From my knowledge of the industry, how difficult is it to break into software, computer science roles with an unrelated degree? Breaking in with an unrelated degree, that can be pretty tough. It's really going to come down, you got to find yourself a company that is going to be willing to take a chance on you. There's plenty of companies that will hire computer programmers that don't have degrees, and that's okay. But if you don't have a degree and you don't have experience in the industry, you need to be able to show a company what you can do, that you can actually handle the job. So get yourself working on, there's a lot of open source projects out there that you can start contributing to, that you can add to your resume. You can build a lot of sample software that you can give to a potential employer and say, hey, this is what I can do. That's kind of your path. Is auto where the compiler automatically assigns the variable type? If so, why are you using it instead of just declaring the variable type if you know it already? It's exactly that. Auto is the compiler, the pre-compiler is automatically assigning the variable type for me. Why am I using that instead of explicitly declaring the variable type? So here's a good question. say for read string here, I have auto, right? Maybe I have 5,000 lines of read string auto name or whatever, auto variable. What's going to happen if I explicitly declare this, and then I decide I want to change what read string returns? Right now it returns a string table entry. Maybe I want to return a standard template string. If I do that, now all of a sudden I got to find every place where I call read string and change all the explicit declarations to a new type. But when you're using auto, it's automatically inferred what it's going to be, and the code is much easier. My coding. So I use Visual Studio 2013. I forget which version this is. This is Ultimate Edition, I believe. It is not free. You can go get Visual Studio C++. There is a free version of Visual Studio 2013 you can go grab, and it has most of this functionality in there, and it's for free. And Night Basilisk has an excellent point as well. It does avoid unnecessary conversions, which you might not be thinking about. And it's very... C++, unlike a lot of other languages out there, C++ is a very composable language because of their templating system. How they implement templates, it gives you so much power, so much ability to compose your software and your code. Auto just makes it a little easier. Okay, what was I doing here? Back to my images. Hopefully those questions help you guys. Oh, we don't care. Let me see. This actually makes things a little easier for me. Oh, we use asset pointers. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. The timeout should already be banned. He got banned. He just tried putting dreamspark.com. The bot's very clever about not letting people post links, and it just got picked up. That's all. The programmers of tomorrow are the wizards of the future. You mean the wizards of the okay, you know you're going to look like magic powers. Actually, Pure Demon X, that's not very true anymore. More and more people are, their education level about internal computing is getting higher and higher. So there's a lot more people out there that actually understand software, understand source code than they ever have before. So it's actually the reverse of that. Calvin4234, if you look below my name, it should tell you my computer specs. Casey Merta, let me... Oh, you know what? Swell Zero, that is another streamer that streams on this channel, right? And he's doing a video game from scratch, engine from scratch, all in C and C++, right? Is that correct? Is that the right guy I'm thinking of?
'Cause today I found my friends in my head. I'm so ugly. That's okay, 'cause so
We're gonna move this out, sorry guys.
broke on me is Sunday morning. It's every day for all I care. And I'm not scared. Light my candles.
Alright, so that should fix that. What's going on in chat now? Swell, sorry, just, yeah, that's him. I've seen that guy, yeah, that guy's, really good stream. If you're wanting to basically learn to either, you should already have a good C or C++ background or a decent C++ background, but if you're just looking to, know how to make a game from scratch, that's a good stream to follow. Yeah, he has a lot of good guides. That guy's cool. What's the biggest project you have done? Professionally, I work on software that's, 20 million lines of code, so very involved suite of software, very complex client-server technology, so I guess that's probably the largest project I have worked on and continue to work on. And I am the principal architect for that, so I have to kind of know every nook and cranny of it. $20 million lines. That's 20 million lines of our code. We actually also have our own in-house scripting language that we have a department of people that write for, and we basically execute it as part of our engine, and they have about 10 million lines of that script code. It's called Camel Case. Well, I mean, there's lots of... just pick a standard, buddy. Asynchronous, just pick a standard that you are okay with and stick with it, and really that's all that matters. No, not 20 billion, 20 million with an M. $20 million, it's really not that insane, guys. 20 million lines, that's our entire suite that's every line of software, right? But you're not working on 20 million lines of software every day. It's componentized. You're going to look at a project and it's going to be maybe a few thousand lines or 10,000 lines for a big project. So it's highly componentized software. So even though it's 20 million lines overall, that's like, that's the big picture, right? Most of our developers focus on small pieces in that big picture. Our development staff, just programmers, how many, do you want to know how many people, as in engineers, business analysts, artists, do you want to know like that many or just how many programmers? Why is it not like it? Oh. That's only our code. That's 20 million lines of our code. But we hand roll a lot. One of our, and this is a bad thing, right? So not everything you do at work is good, guys. So one of our deficiencies or one of our negative check marks is, as an organization, we reinvent the wheel quite a bit for a lot of components, a lot of software systems. So it's 20 million lines of code, but we could probably reduce that 20 million down if we use some more off-the-shelf third-party libraries for things. Engineers, we're in our release cycle now, so we're long past our major development cycles. Now we're more in release, like working on new feature enhancements, bug fixes, stability, stuff like that. So engineering, full-time plus contractors, we're probably in the 50 engineering range now. At one point we were in the 300 engineering range. Night Bass, that's not always a bad thing. It has its limits, though. There's that breaking point. If you're in reinventing the wheel that many times, that's probably a problem. Probably an issue you guys need to look into. All right, I think I have this stateless now. I hope so. We're gonna see if how bad it crashes when we get into it. So now we have auto images. We read our joints afterwards, and then we can put this code down here. And really it's just m scene objects equals, actually, this is what we want to do. Get rid of these. Let's compile this. Welcome back, Superb. What's the question? There was a SpaceX thing. Programming games is definitely easier than working on software for the space industry, and that's because, or space industry, or aerospace industry, or even some defense industries. A lot of that comes down to, it's not that it's easier, it's slower, right? So any piece of software, any code change you make in the space industry for software has to go through so much validation and so much testing and so much double checking to make sure that you're not introducing any bugs anywhere in the system, that it just slows you way down. And you have to think about things a little differently. So yeah, I need to return our empty red data here. Gaming Superb, it'll come back, buddy. It's Twitch is slow. Just hang out a couple minutes and mod will get restored. Back to more agreement, always good. I just want to see if there's any questions I missed. So what's all this then? Thirdo fun. This is early stages of game development. That will be a side-scrolling roguelike platformer. Right now I'm working on some code so I can import Rube scenes. Rube is a box 2D editor. I want to be able to import Rube scenes into my engine so that I can basically do the render and build this same scene. And I'm just doing some refactoring right now to make that happen. Working on any architecture recommendations for engines, like general structure gotchas you would avoid. That's a tough question, right? Game engine architecture. There's so many ways to do things. I don't want to like throw somebody down a path that's like, well, that's the only path I should be going down, and kind of stifle their creativity, because there's a lot of different ways you can implement game engines, and most of them can work for your for what you're doing. But I would suggest think of it as a top-down approach, and this is pretty common in a lot of game engines. And we'll talk about maybe from the graphic engine side of things. Think of your graphic engine as a set of scenes, and a scene should basically just be a container of scene objects. You should be able to have multiple scenes if you want. You can have like a scene for every room. You can have a scene for every level. However you want to handle your scenes is fine. Within a scene, you should be able to have multiple scene objects that are bound to that scene, right? So that's an easy optimization you can make to segregate scene objects in your rendering. So if you're only able to show one scene at a time, you can always ignore any processing for another scene, or all the scene objects in all those other scenes performance uses. I don't know. It's kind of hard to talk about architecture off the top of my head for a game engine, and not like throw somebody down a path that's like, well, this is the way I do it, this is the way you should do it, and you should not. It is not ASML, no. How long did it take me to learn C++? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm still learning C++. I've been working with C++ for 15 years now, maybe. And on and off. There's been a couple years where I didn't do much C++ development and worked primarily with other languages, but on and off mostly C++ for about 15 years. So, and there's always something new you can learn about a language like C++, only because of how robust it is. And the standard is constantly changing, or constantly, I wouldn't say changing, but improving, right? We have lambda expressions in C++ now. 10 15 years ago, we didn't have that. You know, crazy stuff like that. Don't care about that. What do I need? I don't think I'm gonna get moved out for fixtures. I need too much complexity I don't care about. I know I haven't shown anything besides code for a while. Once I get this compiled, guys, I'll put a few things up on screen. We can see where we're kind of at. 7 Hoff, I probably should not. I mean, I could, but you know, should probably keep a little bit of privacy. A little bit. Proton Gaming. No, I do not believe people need a degree to be successful in web or application development. A degree is fine if you have no experience or education in software development. Going to get a degree is an excellent way of getting that education, right? But no, it is not required. There are lots of companies out there that do not care about that. That's more than enough, Proton. Like I said, you don't need any degree at all to work as a software engineer. It's not a hard science engineering, you know, where we have engineering requirements or standards or certifications for software development. You can kind of jump in however you want, as long as you have the resume, the skills, or the knowledge to back it up. Is it considered good programming practice to always have functions and separate files contained within classes? To always have functions and separate files. It is good practice to make sure that you should have a class in its own source file. That's a good way of splitting up your project from a file standpoint. Then you should have functions within that source file. Now you might get into situations where you have a class so large that you're going to split that over multiple source files. More than likely you're not going to do that though, but it is good practice to have all your functions, have your classes in their own files, and all functions within it. In Nightbastis, yeah, I see. You don't need a degree. You do need to know what you're doing, though. You do need to know what you're doing. Where did I go to school? I went to Caltech. Finally compiled here. All right, let's go back to our group object here. That's our group data. And I'm gonna debug this real quick. I wanna see where we're at. Absolutely, classes may be considered a performance bottleneck in bad design. That is absolutely true. Like I said, right tool for the right job, guys. Right tool for the right job. Classes do have overhead. Virtual functions or function pointer lookups within a class, all of that has overhead. Just trying to see what I'm breaking here. That's fine. That's fine. And 16. Our red data is what it should be. Oh, this is a stuff though.
You got me thinking it'll be alright.
Yeah.
You told me
Yeah, that's why.
come and take a look inside. You believe me every single lie. I failed you this time. And it feels
Uh-oh. Get rid of that. Okay.
I can't believe I'm broken inside.
Small change.
Can't you see that there's nothing
Small change is all.
trying to make it up to you, and it feels like tonight.
I should define that, so we get that a little better. But it's a pair. Let's see. What data?
Waiting for the day you come around. I was chasing, but nothing was all I found. From the moment you came into my life, you showed me what's right. And it feels like tonight. I can't believe I'm broken inside.
I have made a basic gaming C+ in college, but I need to add a loop into my program. What's with the slow mode changing time constantly? What do you mean, Night Basilisk? I don't have slow mode on. Oh, Gaming Suburb is turning slow mode on and off. Gotcha. I see that now. Making a Calvin, yes, making a video game is a very daunting task. Absolutely is. I'm probably gonna refactor this later, but I want to get this up and running. I'm not exactly happy with this. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay, let's see what we got here now. It is a daunting task. It can be very fun. Yes. You're never done, guys. Gaming Superb, you're never done developing a video game. There's always something else you're going to want to do. And that's a hard thing to get past. Is like, when's enough, and when's it time to release your creation on the world? All right, so we got our root data now. Okay, good. And this might crash. Okay, it doesn't crash. Okay, good. But I have my data now, and if I restart my toy, we're leaking memory here. By the way, guys, I need to add some cleanup in here so I can track these objects and delete them when we reload. But I fixed our bug where, yeah. Because if we show our, let's see, full metrics. Let's go full screen on our metrics here. If we look here, we only have 12 objects. We should have more. Interesting. fun to use the more advanced features to like performance graph. I do, absolutely. I do use the Visual Studio Profiler when I need to. Stick to your design doc, absolutely. Do not let your design document feature creep on you. Okay, so we did that little bit of refactoring. Let's take that off. Let's go back, and we kind of want to do some tracking on here because we have this as some Rube data, but I want to pull it out. Basically, I want to be able to pull this data out and store it so I can delete it when I need to. Okay, now Rube object here. We have our data, and scene objects is Rube data key, and image assets is our Rube data dot value. Then we can ignore this stupid pair. We're just using it as an easy way for us to transfer some data, and I'm probably going to refactor this. I'm not super happy with it. Farmer Boy John, dude, what is up, man? How was your New Year's? I do use multi-core compiling. This project does not use pre-compiled headers because this is designed to be cross-platform compilable. So it compiles in Visual Studio or on Linux or on Mac. And Visual Studio is pre-compiled headers is very Visual Studio specific. So no pre-compiled headers. I definitely do use multi-core compiling. That's because that's the default of Visual Studio actually. So it uses it. Okay, so I have this, and now what I can do is virtual bool on remove from scene. Let's see if this gets called. It's a void actually. We can go void Rube objects on remove from scene. I'm just curious. I just want to make sure this gets called. I want to call my parent for it first, otherwise we will break some stuff. Let's see what happens. Got drunk and slept, now awake again. Farmer John, welcome back to the living. You got drunk on one beer? Drunk on one beer? We're gonna have to work on this, dude. Okay, we're not removing our object from the scene. On reload like that. Let me check the other one. I want to check this too. I want to keep on remove object from scene, and I'll probably refactor my cleanup code so I can handle both of these scenarios. Game is superb, man. You shouldn't be drinking beer at 12, dude. No more drinking for you. Oh, that's so boy. No more drinking for you, man. You got yourself 10 years before you have to worry about that. Alright, let's see if this gets called. Pick up full mic's hard lemonade. What? Mike's hard, dude. There we go. There's our on removes. Got our call stack. Where this comes from? It's from our delete object. That is perfect. All right. So what we're gonna do now? Those are our public methods. Void. We're gonna say delete rube data. Delete rube data. All right, after this, we're gonna delete our rube data. Delete rube data. All right, so now we can delete some rube data. They don't have easy. So let me check. Let me check this has a standard iterator. If it has a standard iterator, I can just use the for algorithm on it. But I don't remember, so I need to go look. Sorry. I gotta look. Fortunately, does not look like it. Because I can't just clear it. There is first. Let me see. I don't think this is gonna work. Easy enough to try though, right? Easy enough to try. Good song. Thank you. I love this song too. It's a whole bottle of pills. What the heck? Maverick! What am I gonna do with you, Maverick? Everyone here is so edgy. Smurf123. So this is going to be, it's early stages, so it's going to be a 2D platforming roguelike adventure game. We're in the early stages though. We do have random terrain generated. Right now we're working on being able to import Rube box 2D scenes into our game so we can have random objects. Like we have pit traps or pendulum swings or platforms, stuff like that, all running within our box 2D world simulation for physics. Get out of vector here. All right, let me check. We're gonna do a little test here, guys. You're gonna, if this works, you guys at least get to see some landing expression stuff going on. Do we need to? Don't need to import anything. So we're fine there. Just real quick, let's see if this compiles. That's a bug. Titanium rod inside. You're right, Tibbly, along with 2 screws at the top. Wow, man, that's like the Terminator status right there. Good lord, you guys. I don't know. I don't know if this. Give me a second here, guys. Oh. We do need, as a function parameter here. Scene object is a vector. Okay, so scene objects pointer. Parkour all the time. When you put your hands on the fence, push up, and so you jump over the fence. You guys are crazy people. So we can use our containers in a for each. I like that. Perfect. Okay, so basically what we're just trying to do here is we want to make sure it gets removed. Move from. No, sorry. Let's. All right, we're gonna delete our root data first, but so let's say auto scene equals get scene. Let's optimize that away, but that means now we have to. We'll just say that everything is referenceable. So now we can say p scene remove from scene our pointer. Delete our pointer, and then clear. And we actually need to call this before we actually delete our self, so that get scene is still valid. Park or tag. You guys are nuts. Drink almond milk. Nice. Okay, so that's going to be there. We basically need to duplicate this a little bit. So we need to go through our image assets now. Image assets. Asset pointer of the image assets. And these we actually just need to go into our asset database and what is it? Reference unregister. Oh, that's a sim-op. No. Let's acquire. I'm just remembering what it is. I think our asset pointer actually takes care of it ourselves. We don't have to do this. Once these get dereferenced, or once these fall out of memory, our asset pointer goes away and we're fine. Just like an auto pointer. So we just need to clear those. How much did the Visual Studio cost? Night XX007. I don't know. I don't. A lot of my development tools are company purchased, so I haven't had to purchase Visual Studio in a very long time. And we're gonna crash. Sorry. So we need to debug our little delete code here. You can also get a free non-commercial version of Visual Studio on their website. Yeah, that you can do. Oh, our scene's already gone. Because we're removing ourselves. Well, oh, you know what? It's okay. Actually, I think we can just delete and it will remove itself. That's actually true. We don't need this. We don't need this. Don't need this. Deleting a scene object will delete itself from the scene. Are things like false sharing a worry in game development? What do you mean false sharing? code again. Use Community Edition. HTML is not a development language, by the way. Just so you realize that it's a markup language. Why most people on the internet say Macs are better for web development? They're not better for web development. It is just your personal choice, man. All right, now we actually have to debug this. See, what are we doing? What the heck is going on there? Mac's advantage is that a lot of your users tend to use them. It really, guys, for web development, just pick what works best for you, and you'll be fine. I had a lot of meetings scheduled for today. Good thing it's a holiday, and I forgot to delete all my meetings. It's calling SimObject missing call to SimObject on remove. Let me debug. SimObject missing call. Oh, I need to. Oh. We can't delete until we make sure we call on remove first. I believe. Yeah, okay, we just need to make sure we call on remove. Or remove... delete, or we can just call delete object, actually, is, I think, more likely what we need to do. Because, yeah, it's going to delete this. It's going to... Okay, that's what our call is. Okay, dokie. We just call delete object, and that actually internally is going to call delete on our object, so that will also free up all the memory for it. Hey, thank you for the follow out there. Let's see if I can grab it quick enough. Smurf123, you rock, man. You rock. False sharing is a low-level processor optimization. It's when you screw your cache, since you never heard of it. I see what you mean. You know, it's it can be a worry. That's you know, and just like in regular development, right? That's a very low-level optimization or issue that you need to worry about. Most game development is not going to worry about that, or most software development is not going to worry about that issue up front. And you might have to refactor and optimize, you know, cache thrashing after the fact, once you find out that you have a problem there. And it's an issue for engine development, yeah, not for a higher level game development, typically. But I've never heard it as called false sharing, though. That is a term I've actually never heard before. Okay, good. Just want to make sure I'm not linking objects in the scene. Okay, perfect. So we are cleaning up our objects now anytime this gets rebuilt. Or anytime this object is going out of scope, we make sure we delete all of our child objects. So that's kind of our step one here. The next step we need to do is we actually need to constrain our Rube scene to this scene object. This scene object is going to be the parent, and it's going to be a container, basically, for all our other objects and bodies. So we need to offset positions and angles and rotations and everything based off of what's going on with our Rube object. So that's where we're going to be heading to next now, making all that work. Follow hype is amazing, man. I have the flu. Follow Mavic got the flu. That sucks. The flu is no fun. Let's turn my fan on here. I need some fan action. How long have we been going? We're only at 4.5 hours in for today. So we are doing good, guys. Hope everyone's having fun. Any questions you guys have? Programming, non-programming, what you see on screen, what you don't see on screen. Ask away. I'll answer if I can. I'm going to be doing another raffle shortly, though. So make sure I don't forget about that. I got another Steam game raffle I'm going to do. What do you guys like my my Batman beanie? You guys like my Batman beanie? Batman! Alright. So, this is going to be very similar, and I know you guys have no idea what I'm talking about here, but to a composite sprite, which is basically like a container. And like any container, we need to make sure we're pre-integrating, when it's integrating, interpolating, when preparing to render, when we are rendering. Actually, we probably don't care about the render itself. And all of this basically, spatials, yeah, so that's when we have to do batch transforms. We're going to be doing the same type of deal. We're going to be setting our size. Yep, we're going to be doing that because our size is going to be based off of our child object's space. I just want to, do I use scene objects right now? I think I use a scene object in here. I just want to see something. Just want to see when these are called. It should be called every frame. Okay. So every process tick we pre-integrate if we need to, which is good. A process tick's not a render. Let me undo whatever it is that thinks I changed. And this will let us set our size. If our extents change, then we parent pre-integrate. I don't know why that's always dirty, but that's fine. Okay, so that's pre-integrate. Integrate object happens also. So taking scene objects integrates, and they probably pre-integrate up here. And we only care if our spatials are dirty, of course. Because if there's not dirty, there's nothing to integrate. You know, like if we add a new object or whatnot. We actually might not care about what is batch transform doing? That's our render transform. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Why? Let's good question. Flappy Birds using Xcode is fun learning how to make it. Right on. Any exercise you recommend to help understanding the basic game loop with delta time and such? Understand the concepts, but somehow putting it all together just results in a mental block. I'll get to your question here in a second. Maybe we can go over that. And I understand that mental block, man. Why are you crazy to have the solution explore on the right side? I don't know. I've done it for years. I've done this for a decade, and it's just how I roll, man. It's how I roll. It's a good question, though, because by default, it is over here, and I do move it over here. Yeah, so what is... so you have your basic game loop, right? And delta time is basically the time elapsed since your last game loop. And it's basically so you can do fixed time stepping no matter how fast or slow your actual loop is running, right? So it's for fixed time scenarios. For example, like Box 2D, you want to say every time you run it, you want to say execute 16 milliseconds of physics time. But you don't want to run that every game loop, because every game loop around, maybe you have networking code in there, rendering code, every game loop around, maybe it's 8 milliseconds, so then you want to run that every other game loop. But you can also slow down because your computer got slow for a second, and there was now 32 milliseconds of time, so you actually need to run your physics processing twice in that game loop, just to make sure you stay in a fixed time step. Basic game loop, delta time, understand. Is that kind of, did that help explain it? Like, where are you putting all the update render together? Somehow my brain doesn't want to process it. Let's, it's hard to show it in, Let's see, let me just open a new file there. Hopefully it doesn't try and add it anywhere. That's fine. Just open me a new file, temp file, there we go. So like, you know, you have your game loop, right? In within your local scope here. And actually we'll just say this is our loop. We do like while true, right? We're gonna infinitely loop for life. Don't want to say that. That's a bad habit I have. Always saving files. So within your loop here, actually and outside your loop, because this is going to get called multiple times, we want, you know, like a float delta, right? And it's going to start at 0. And at the end of our loop, we want, or at the beginning of our loop, we want to know, and we'll do this also, we say current time. It's time, whatever it is, right? The end of our loop, we want to say delta equals to time minus current time. Because the next time we run into here is, so that means delta is the diff since last run, right? And we'll put this into our own little code block. How do you think of a game time when you code everything else? Just one tick in delta time? Nope, don't even think about that, man. Don't think about it as delta time at all, and I will show you why. So now we have delta time, right? So delta time is the time it took since the last time we executed here, right? And say you can if you want to put a fixed time step in here, you can. But what you would normally do is, and this is our render loop, right? So we want to do update network. Maybe we do that. We want to get input, read our input controls. We want to render physics, and then we want to render screen. Render our scene, right? And maybe also we want to update AI, whatever, right? This could be your main game loop if you want. But everything that you do in here, you want to make sure you pass your delta if it's required. You don't necessarily need to. You can not, but it's better that you pass your delta all the way through. I keep wanting to save it. All right, so now, as an example, we'll say render physics takes a float delta. And this is basically the time since we ran this before. And right here, we want a fixed 16 millisecond step. And then outside this, we need to store a float of elapsed time. Elapsed delta. Right? So when this comes in, we say elapsed delta is equal to our delta. And then we can have... Maybe I actually finally saved that. Okay. Then we say we want a fixed 16 millisecond step, right? This is where things kind of get a little weird. Oh, here, let me repost this for you, but we want a fixed 16 millisecond step. So if you could just implement it like this. If elapsed delta is greater than or equal to 16, do physics, right? And it's like, okay, I'm done. Perfect. Oh, and then also, after you do your physics, reset your elapsed time. If you just implement it like this, you're going to run into some bugs. And the bugs you're going to run into is what happens if elapsed delta is, what if elapsed delta equals to 31 milliseconds right now? You basically are going to skip a physics step here because you're gonna say, oh, and because the previous delta was 15.4 milliseconds, right? So that was your first one, and then you ticked over, and now you're at 31 milliseconds. Because every time you run this, every game loop is not going to be a fixed 16 milliseconds. So you had 15 milliseconds one time, you didn't trigger this, you came back in, and now it's been 31 milliseconds since the last time you executed do physics. But we want to make sure we're running in a fixed 16 millisecond step. You're going to have problems here. You're going to run do physics, and you're going to lose almost an entire step of physics. So the better way to run this is, obviously you want to do a check. This is an optimization check equal to, you know, your 16 milliseconds. If it's not, we don't care because we haven't at least hit one step. If you have hit one step, you then want to do a number of steps, right? So you want to say steps equal to elapsed delta. I could be doing this wrong. And then do a for each step in steps, right? So basically, you want to know how many steps, because if this was 32, we want 2 steps out of here. We want to run through physics immediately twice because we've hit 32 milliseconds, and then every time we do this, we go elapsed. We go elapsed delta. We subtract off our 16, right? And that's how many steps you go through. So if we only go through one step and elapsed delta was 30. When we get out of this condition, elapsed delta is now going to be 14. Right? And then the next step, we're not going to lose our 14 here. And if we ever have one really slow step, we'll end up in a state where we run multiple do physics in a row, just to keep physics in a fixed time step. Hopefully that helps. It's not a bug. Yeah, sorry, Ragathan, it's not a bug. It does make the game not capable of frame skips, basically. Why is it important to run physics on a fixed time? It's not on a fixed frame rate. Well, I guess it's kind of fixed frame rate. It's a fixed time step opposed to dynamic frame rate, just multiplied by the delta. But again, you could run it that way as well. Yeah, this is one way of just figuring out how many steps to run. You can run it that way. It's the same thing. If with 12, yeah. Again, guys, you can. I'm just mocking it up in pseudocode. There's several ways you can implement this render physics step. But this is that's one reason why you have this delta in here, right? The other reason why you might use your delta. Same thing for like updating AI. It just depends what you're trying to do. Some of this stuff you probably don't care about delta. But like update network, maybe your update network you want on a different fixed time step. Maybe you only update network every 32 milliseconds. So you would have the same type of code, but obviously not at a 16 step, but at a 32 millisecond step. Sure, so obviously you can do while elapsed delta is greater than or equal to 16, right? We don't need to initialize anything, and then you can just do elapsed delta minus equal to 16, and then do fixed time step like this as well. Yes, absolutely you can. If that makes it clearer for you guys. Pure Demon X, if you look below me, my computer stats are there. Yeah, I'll show in game right now, guys. So that's that. Let's get rid of that. I'll actually show you two things in game. Let me make sure this builds. Let me do a little bit of source cleanup here, guys. Yep, those are getting deleted because they got moved. Nope, dot merge. Let's commit this. I just need to commit this because I gotta change branches on you guys. And Yeah, we'll push it. That's fine. Okay. Let me go back to my scroller. So this is I've been working on 2 things for the past few days. Pandemonium Hun, thank you very much. It's actually been a long while since I've been over 100 viewers. I used to do a lot of streaming for I used to stream a MOBA game that was in beta, so I used to get a lot of viewers there, and then I moved off to owning, managing, running, and casting competitive or that MOBA game, so I'd get a lot of viewers from that. But it's been a long time since I've had on my personal stream over 100 viewers. So that's awesome, guys. Thank you very much. Okay, I switched over to this. Let me rebuild this. And I'll show you. Alright, so I've been working on 2 things, right? So this is supposed to be a side-scrolling 2D platformer roguelike game, right? So there's 2 major components to the game that I need. One, besides it being side-scrolling and platformer, I need to be able to randomly, or the big aspect of the game is randomly generated worlds. So I need to be able to randomly generate our terrain that we walk across in a 2D fashion, and then I need to be able to populate that world with random stuff. So the random terrain aspect is mostly done. It needs a little bit of tweaking, but it's mostly done, and that's what I'm about to show you now. And then what I've been working on after that is this Rube stuff, is been able to in Rube Editor develop small little Rube scenes or box 2D scenes of like swinging pendulums or spike traps or all types of weird stuff that I can then load in and randomly populate my world with. But let's see this. Not what I wanted to show there, but that's easy to fix. And Ragathan, yeah, absolutely has it right there. You do want to, within, I showed you that loop. You don't want to, you want a hard limit on the number of like physics steps you'll do within one game loop, right? Otherwise, as Ragathan points out, you could become into like this bottomless loop of just running physics step that your PC's not able to keep up with. Yeah, I'll show you that in a second, man. Actually, you know what? Let's just let me open it up. Not be. I'll show you. I'll show you in a moment, buddy. Let me show this first. Yeah, right here. Let me run this now. Let me turn some stuff off. So here's our random terrain that we generate, right? And this is, I'll show you the script that sets these parameters. When if we restart, we get different random terrain. And this is all test data, right? This is not like final game. We're way too early into our game development to be putting this together into like a playable game yet. But we're able to randomly generate terrain. That's what's important here. And I put a little actor on here to walk across the terrain just so you can see what's going on. And we even have some random tile generation going on through some of this. These are bad tiles, ignore the actual art assets itself. But yeah, so that's that. If we look at our script, hey, thank you for the follow out there. If you look at the script for our terrain toy, a little terrain demo, we actually completely control our terrain here. So I can change all these parameters here to generate different terrain. I can have terrain that's flatter. I can have terrain that's more wavy. And then also I can specify how much terrain to generate. 500 units is not a lot. We can generate a 5,000 unit terrain, reload our toy, and be back in there. And now if you look, this is a really large terrain. We can't even see the whole thing before it gets too small to render. But yeah, so alright, so that's that piece. Let me pull up a little text editor here. Actually, I'll just do it in Notepad. There you go. So as we were saying, right, we had this while elapsed delta greater than or equal to 16. elapsed delta minus equal to 16. Very simple, right? Run physics, whatever. If you want to cap this, you just have to have a variable outside of this. So you can do this int I equals 0, and then while greater than 16 and I less than 5, I plus plus, right? There you go. So now you will step through here, but you'll only do it a max of 5 steps within a game loop. That makes sense? And obviously, you know, you need to tweak these numbers yourself, right? Like, how many maximum physics steps do you want to run within a game loop? It's up to you. But yeah, you do want caps on this stuff. And this is a very simple pattern. If you ever do recursion, if you ever implement recursion, right, void func1, input data, whatever that is, right? And this can recurse, basically, and keep calling input data, right? This is a recursive function. Right, this is an infinite recursion function. That's not good. You know, like if input data.x is greater than 30, whatever, I don't know. We keep recursing, right, until we figure this out. If you ever write recursive functions, it's always a, yeah, keep that in there. It's always a good idea to always add a parameter of a counter, and then implement your counter and then have a breakout, right? If counter greater than 5,000, return. And you can also throw an exception, all right? Throw exception. Whatever you want to do, if you ever write recursive functions, use a counter. It's best practices. That way you never hit an instance where you might have an infinite recursive function and break your software. At least here you have an out, and then you can deal with that out. Which would mean you reset once every main loop, or physics loop in this case. Okay. This right here would be a while loop, right? Or this could be a for loop too. However you want to do it, guys. It's all different ways. Yeah. This in this case it could be this is a while loop. If you want to implement your counter in here, sorry. Obviously a while loop would just be a Boolean condition, and that's it. But at least if you do it as a for loop, you can keep everything tacked into your local scope. What's the usual cap for delta? That's up to you in your game and what you expect out of it. So yeah, so that's there you go. This was my programming lesson for the afternoon, guys. Back to what we were looking at here. Okay, so that's that. You guys saw randomly generating terrain, right? Very exciting, super fun. So now we have terrain. We have randomly generated terrain, but we need to populate that world because it's pretty sparse right now, right? It's pretty boring walking across this this ground and nothing happened on it. Let me discard that change. Let me switch back. And let me rebuild. So that's what we're working on now, is basically being able to parse those Rube scene files, import them into our game, render them, display them, all running that Box 2D simulation. All right, built. Okay. I shouldn't need to worry about rendering. I'm not handling any custom rendering in my object, but we do need to worry about pre-integration, integration, and interpolation. And there's a auto size, and I want to turn off. Thank you for the follow up there, kind sir. Magic Kiwi hats. I like the name. I do like the name. Alright, so Rube object, by the way, is set for auto sizing. So we can't manually set the size of a Rube object because a Rube object is a container of a bunch of other objects and bodies, which will, the size of the Rube object will basically just be the max size depending on what we're throwing in here. And we will need to be able to calculate that. Okay. Auto sizing on. Let's do this. Let's do what we need, guys. We need these 3 functions. And see how some of this takes in a total time, takes in time deltas. We were talking about that. Because these are stepped. These aren't necessarily tied to render frames, right? These are called, more than likely, these are going to be called more often than a render frame. So I thought. I don't know if I need. We'll see. We'll see if we're gonna need all of these. Those are our 3 functions. Make sure we're... Whoa! Oh my god, does somebody just donate? That is amazing. Who is that? Pure X Demons, you are an awesome dude. Thank you kindly, man. That will probably turn into Steam game raffles, guys. That will more than likely turn into Steam game raffles. That is awesome, though. Thank you very, very much. I do like this hat. I do like my Batman hat. Here, actually, let's do this. Let's see if this really works. Let me take this off. Hold on. There we go, guys. It's kind of hard to see through this, but let's do that for a while. Oh my god, my peripheral vision blows. Alright, this is gonna be this is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. I can kind of see out of like one eye at a time. I should just close one eye and work like that. I don't need depth of perception right now. Oh god! There we go though. I'm gonna throw up if I keep looking at this. Okay, I can't see. Oh, is this how Batman fights crime? Is this how he fights crime? I don't know how he fights crime like this. If I do this, I can almost see things. I can kind of see if I do this. I can almost see, but with both eyes, it's kind of weird. It's horrible, actually. This hat doesn't give me any superpowers, man. I wish it did, because it's scaring me. This hat's kind of scaring me. How are they figuring out their spatial 30? Oh yeah, that's right. Standard. Let's see. Let's see if we can just copy some code here. Because we're doing basically the very same thing. We need to look at set batch transform, local extend sturdy. When will our local extend speeder? We don't allow resizing. We'll set these as private, just as we're adding. We'll be able to set it. Actually, no, we don't care. I don't care about. This is how I'm gonna do it. Batman has his eyes further apart for superior depth perception. That has to be it because my mere mortal eyes can't do it. Not able to handle it. Make sure we initialize that properly. And then that's when he gets set to true. Eat some bread on Batman, Jesus. This is gonna make me sick. I can't even think with this thing on. What are they setting their batch transform for? That's our world transform, so it's coming. It's just our render transform, and they use that, and they set it dirty. And this should be from right. So let me just make sure it's from a sprite batch. We don't care about that. That's for sprite batches, which we don't care about. So we're gonna get rid of this whole piece of code. Don't care. We do care about this though. We want to be able to set our size properly. Oh my god. You guys might actually see me throw up on stream. Be world famous then. Some of these should be private, actually. Who has eyebrows? I have no eyebrows. That's a vector, okay. Cut the eye holes bigger. I can't cut this up, man. Come on. That's not cool. Do I ever make my constructors explicit? If I guess the need comes up for it, yeah. I guess. Where you at? Okay. So to update our local extents is not that difficult, and I think we can mostly just going to copy the sprite batch code. It was a stick man, but Twitch hates me. Twitch does hate you. Alright, let's see what they're doing in this code here. Let's just copy it over. I'm pretty sure I know what they're doing, but we want to make sure. Okay. If we're not dirty, we now, or if we're not dirty, we're done. If we are dirty, great. And this is scene objects, not sprites. Let's call it an iterator. We're not a hash table. We are... Let me see if this returns. This should be correct. I can barely see, but it should be correct. Always pre-increment, guys. That's a good habit. Always pre-increment. You can see they even pre-increment. So we're taking all of our sprites and we're just combining all the areas. So we take all the areas, we're just combining it to find the max area that all of these, all of our objects contain or are contained in. And then from there, we just find our lower and upper bounds and do some calculations. And then very easy stuff, very simple stuff. Very simple. All right, I gotta take this up now, guys. Oh my lord! Woo! Let me put these back on. I can kind of go back to looking normal. Ouch. All right, so this is what I'm gonna do. Actually, I'm gonna set up. I'm gonna update my title. Steam game raffle soon. We're gonna do a raffle soon, guys. If you already run a raffle today, you are not eligible to win another raffle, but that was only one guy. He might not even be here anymore. Hey, don't tell anybody who Batman is, alright? It's our secret. Okay, so yeah, so we're gonna give us some time. In a little bit, I'm gonna start up the raffle and we'll get some raffle hype going. And that'll be fun. Dude, if I stood up right now, I would pass out. Directly on stream. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. Do I need to dereference? I need to see what this... I need to go see what this is. Oh, this is a direct object. I do need to dereference it because I do. It's a pointer of a pointer. And our scene objects. Is that true? Do I need to change? I'm gonna go back through that later. But yeah, okay, this will fix this. Have I been using this vector class wrong the whole time? Let me check something real quick. No, okay. Right? Where you at? Where you at? Okay, so it does. So whatever class we pass in, it's already using it as a pointer, so that's bad on us. Well, it's not that bad. Well, no, not really. Okay, but that's fine. I can deal with that. No, it does not have a local. Oh, yeah. That's part of a sprite object. Let me see how they calculate it. I couldn't handle being Batman, dude. I didn't drink too much. Just Batman. Batman beat me, and unfortunately, will the local transform? Sorry, guys. I'm thinking about something. Because if an object moves away, we have to recalculate our size, because it can be dynamic as our physics engine works off of these. So I kind of just need to recalculate it. I don't want to recalculate it every frame. That's expensive. Yeah. Not happy with that. How to enter the raffle. The raffle starts soon. It's not open. I will tell you guys when the raffle is ready to go. And just to be safe, let me close the old raffle and reset everything. I don't want anyone getting in it too early. There will be a raffle very, very shortly, guys. Let's see here. Okay, so this changes whenever local position changes. Which we're not going to do. Hey, thank you for the follow out there. I do appreciate that. Awkward Cortis. You could. Sorry, when I say expensive, I think of down to every last drop of performance out of it. We could absolutely recalculate our bounding rectangle, but what if there is 3,000 objects within our container? Every, not frame, this is not render frame, every game loop, basically every tick, would be recalculating our size and have to reprocess 5,000 objects to find the bounding rectangle. But I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. This should only be called from one place. That's our local transform. So I can just use this based off of world transform then, or for world location. Because I don't care about, well, let's see. Yeah, that's true. I don't need to calculate this because it's a faked local. It's a faked local. So I just need that. It's not our local version, but our real version. And that should help us calculate this. And we're actually going to debug that. Of course, we need to set back our preferences to our root toy, just so we can see what's up. Anyone now just joining, the raffle will start very, very shortly, guys. Alright, so here's our current locals. And we're just going to keep combining these. Very simple math. We're just basically trying to find our total size. Negative 11, negative 12 is our lower. 6, 13s are upper. We set our local extents to what we're looking for then. Perfect. And then that's basically our size. Into our scene object is 23 by 27. And this is obviously going to do some recalculating. Very similar to those numbers we just saw, basically, which is great. And this should never... Oh. I'm missing a step. Oh, no, I'm not. Well, sort of, but yeah. Sort of missing a step here, just so we optimize this way. We don't want to necessarily recalculate this every frame. We could. Probably wouldn't be that big a deal, but we're not going to. Thank you for the follow out there, Young the Owned One. Young the Owned One, thank you, sir. That's why. Thank you again for the follow out there. Hookatos, you rock. Is local. What'd I call it? What's my function? Get local extents. There we go. Okay. Get rid of this, because we basically were having that twice. And we're setting it 30 already. Thank you for the follow there, Defunk. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You rock. Raffle's going to start very, very soon. Just let me get this one piece working properly, and we'll get the raffle started. We'll have some fun. Alright, set once. Not set again. Now, if we show some tools here, we can actually see that here is our scene. Rid of that. Here's our... Oh, that's funny. I gotta set that as a static object. The background is falling via gravity because it's a dynamic object. That's easy fix. What we're doing now is basically this is our Rube object is this bounding box here, and it's basically it's letting us know the containing of our bounding box, and I can pull it around. So no, that's panning. Sorry, that's pulling. I'm probably not going to implement pulling for the container object because I want to be able to make sure I can pull the objects within there. But what I still need to do is when I'm rendering these objects or integrating these objects into my container, I need to be able to offset their positions based off of the position of this so that my container object, I can position it anywhere in my world and everything will get positioned locally around it. But this is a good first step. This lets us basically set our proper size And we can see it in our tools there that we're able to do that. And if we even pull up a wireframe, you know, we can see that, hey, that's our wireframe. Not really rendering anything, it's just a wireframe that's not actual triangles being rendered to the graphics card. And there's shark losing shapes. Are you Gabe N coding Half-Life? No, buddy, I'm not. I don't know who that who is Gabe N. Alright, so that's that piece. We're going to get into some more pieces, but we're going to do a raffle right now. Let me first check if Steam is back up. Because Steam is the inventory for Steam. Steam has been kind of down. Let me check it, though, guys. We're going to do a raffle no matter what. It would just be much easier if my inventory was working, because I can tell you exactly what game I was raffling off. But it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to tell you that. I don't think I'm going to be able to tell you guys that right now. Okay. So this is a raffle. Let me update my MooBot status here. Game raffle. No! Let people come in and have a chance at this. Alright, so if you guys want a chance at this raffle, I'm gonna let me show this page. Raffle is now open, guys. Yeah, we're gonna reload, that's fine. What do you put up here? That's what you gotta type, guys. Just type /raffle and you will have a chance at this. So the raffle is open. Type /raffle. It will get you into the raffle. MooBot will update with that. You won't actually see yourself on screen in a name anywhere, but it is open. And if you type raffle, there you go. Start getting in. This is for a Steam game giveaway. I apologize. I don't know what game it's going to be yet. It might be Dungeon of the Endless, or it might be Goat Simulator. It's probably one of those two games. I believe I have one or both of those games in my inventory somewhere. I can't access it right now, so I couldn't tell you at the moment. But it's a free game, so who cares what game it is, right? You can always give it away if you don't like it. But I'm going to keep the raffle going for a few minutes, just give people a chance to get in the raffle. Type bang raffle if you want to get in there. You will get, as long as you know you type it, you're in the raffle and you're fine. I'm actually going to step away for a short second, guys. I'm going to grab a drink of water. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I'm a little parched. But keep typing, get yourself in that raffle. I will be right back. Don't you worry.
Trying everything to keep me out. All the places I've been and things I've seen, a million stories that have made up a million shattered dreams. The faces of people I'll never see again, and I can't seem to find my way home. 'Cause it's almost like your heaven's trying everything to break.
Hey guys, I'm back. Hey, thank you, Binary01. Thanks for the follow. Yes, guys, follow notifications can be pretty slow. They can be like 10 minutes late, 20 minutes late. But it's all good. Follow if you want, follow if you don't want, or don't follow if you're not interested. Raffle's open for everybody. We're here for everyone, man. We're just here to have a good time. Sure, I'm sitting here typing words and letters on a screen for people to watch. But you know, if you have any questions, you have anything you want to talk about, it doesn't have to be program related, guys. Just come have some fun with me. Enjoy the journey. Enjoy the hats. Right? So we have this raffle open. People are getting in it. I'm going to have a little snack here while we do this. It's going to be a delicious snack. As I reach down over there. Yeah, so bang raffle, guys. Type ! raffle if you would like to get in this raffle. This is for a Steam game giveaway. I can't tell you which game it is right now because the Steam inventory is down. But it's probably like Goat Simulator, like Dungeon of the Endless, or something like that. I know I have a couple of those somewhere. That's where we're at, guys. It's gonna be fun. This is good. By the time I finish eating this little snack, I'm gonna draw this winner. And somebody actually donated money earlier today, so I'll probably won't be today, but tomorrow or sometime this weekend I'll do some more Steam game raffles. Because someone was badass enough to donate. Good morning, /life. How you doing, man? How was your New Year's? How was your New Year's? This is delicious, by the way, guys. Would you be able to make a game in which you have to feed, wash, and play with the pet? Yeah, I could. I could make a game like I don't have an interest right now of developing a game like that, but I could, yes. Loud, that's awesome, dude. New Year's Eve should be loud. Thank you guys for the follows out there, man. That's awesome. You're a beginner game developer. Rosin EXI, Rosin XE. That's awesome, dude. You can definitely develop a game like that. It might be a little, if you're a beginner, it might be a little higher than what you could probably reach right now. So if you do try it and you fail, don't get discouraged. Just keep at it. Keep at software development. One day you will be able to develop a game like that. Rock with Roadblock. I'm sorry, dude. And I know exactly where you're at. I've watched so many streams where somebody, I'm so hungry, and somebody like pulls out something, starts eating something. That's not cool, man. I apologize. I apologize. /life, that's cool, dude. The Gypsy Knight is doing a pet game like that, and he's streaming the development. Oh, right on. There's somebody actually developing a game exactly like you're looking for. That's a good thing. It's to be more stubborn than the compiler. That's I guess that could be true. You just got to be more stubborn than the compiler. That's funny. I might actually use that somewhere. I might steal that from you. All right, guys. No one else is getting in this raffle. So one last shot. So last 30 seconds here. Type bang raffle or / raffle if you want a shot at the goal. This is for a Steam game giveaway. And I don't know what game it's going to be yet because my inventory's down. But it will be a game giveaway. Free game is free game. You can do whatever you want with it. There we go. A couple more people into the raffle, maybe. It's also possible you guys are already in the raffle, and if you are, be careful with that. Slash life, you did find me. Alright, there we go. A few more people in the raffle. These last minute rafflers wanting a shot at free stuff. C-Sharp's not bad either, guys. I do a lot of .NET C-Sharp development professionally, along with C++ and assembly. But yeah. Alright, guys, here we go. I'm pulling this. If you're not in it, you're not in it. I'll probably do another Steam game raffle like tomorrow or Sunday. Sometime, or I'm sorry, today's only Thursday, isn't it? Let me check that. That's awesome, yeah. So maybe, maybe tomorrow, Saturday, or Sunday. Thank you for the follow out there, by the way. Oh, I missed it. Sorry I missed your follow, but thank you. All right, here we go, guys. I'm drawing. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Rock with Roadblock. Congratulations. You just won yourself a Steam game of unknown origin. I will send you an email to get an email, or send you a message so I can get your Steam email and send it off to you as soon as my inventory comes back up. And there it is. I'm going to announce this in chat. Congratulations! Congratulations. Let me move this back over now so I can send you a message. And so I don't forget. Steam game winner. Alright, there we go. Message is sent. We can close that out. Oh man, you gotta follow me if you want a message from me, buddy. I can't send you a message apparently unless you're following me. So, you're gonna have to make that happen, I guess. And that's on you, man. You don't have to follow me to win, but apparently you have to follow me for me to send you a message. It's all good. Follow Rock with Roadblock. I'll try and send you a message here in a second. Let's try this again. And there we go. Message sent. Message sent. I'm going to close this raffle off now, so that nobody tries getting in a raffle for a bit. Let me update my title, because that's gone. Okay. Okay. Get myself set back up here. Back to normal now. Rock with Roadblock. You don't say, wow, that's exactly what happens, buddy. People show up, they raffle, they win, they don't win, then they're gone. And that's okay. Rock, I got your follow, buddy. And there it is, right there. No, it's Twitch very delayed on a lot of stuff. Very delayed on things. Thanks for all the follows out there, though, guys. I do appreciate it. All right, so let's. We have one more. We have a big thing we need to do here. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works without much hassle. As we're adding our objects, which is down. Go away. No, it's right here. We actually want to do a for each again on all of our objects. Just in case. I don't think I need to access anything, but we'll keep that for a second. We get back a scene object. There's a lambda for you guys. I don't know if you've ever seen a C++ lambda, but now you just have. Magic Kiwi had anything is possible, dude. Rock with RogueLike. You just started watching a lot of game dev streamers. That's cool, dude. Yeah, it's kind of a newish thing here on Twitch. So some people have been getting going. Right on, dude. I'm glad you've been inspired. I'm glad you are inspired. That's I think that's one of the best things that that's happened with the game development Twitch channel. Is it inspired so many people just to get off their asses and start doing something with it. Thank you for the follow, /life. Azarus, I have a ton of items in a game, each one on a 32x32 texture. Sometimes displaying 100 items at once. Should I pack them into a single texture? And if I do, what do I do in each item being displayed in a different texture? If I would not. You don't need to pack them into a single texture. I wouldn't worry about that. Make sure you're not loading your textures multiple times. So if you have 100 items, a 32x32, and 50 of those items are the same texture, make sure you're not loading that texture 50 times. It just needs to be loaded once, right? But you don't need to pack. You shouldn't have to pack your textures together. You can. I wouldn't dynamically necessarily do it. But you don't need to pack your textures. You just what I would worry about though is if you're doing that much, make sure you're batching up like your triangles, right, or your vertices. You made Half-Life 3 get on your level. I don't think we can get on your level with that. Right on, dude. All right, so I need to offset. So right now we have a position, right? We have our position, and this should come back as a vector. But this is a local position defined in our asset, and we now need to offset it and see get container position is equal to this position. And we really just need to do actually, let's move this out. And that's why we put that earlier. Just needs to get offsetted by our container position. And we're going to then update our position. Let's see if that messes us up. Rosin XE, no problem, dude. See you later. Have fun. Hope you come back. Crucible, I'm sorry, dude. The raffle is over. The raffle is over, but feel free. Don't worry, I'll probably be doing another raffle tomorrow or Saturday. So just a follow. You'll get my updates, of course, when I do another raffle. You can come in and have a chance at it. Right, if you're not... I guess that's true. It's going to depend on... Yeah, no, you're right. You should batch up your textures together. No, you're absolutely correct. This is what happens when people ask you questions 6 hours after you've been streaming. Retry, yeah, you'd get a lot of bad slow performance. And if you have like 50 textures, yeah, that could be an issue. /life, right on, dude. Oh wow, all these follows coming in. I love it. Good night, buddy. Pure Demon X. By the way, thank you for the donation, Pure Demons. You rocked it. I hope you come back and just hang out. All right, so let's see if we did this the right way. Let's see if we did this properly. And I have to go back and I gotta fix, change something from a dynamic body into a static body. Because if you see if I, let me see. Let me show wireframes, and if I restart or reload, oh, maybe you're not seeing it. Maybe I have that fixed. Let's turn wireframes back off. But now, what I can do here in my scripts, in my Rube toy, is I'm creating a Rube object, but I can actually say I can actually change the position locally here. Instead of being 0, 0, we'll go 5, 0. We'll change it. We'll shift it across the x-axis here, and if we reload our toy, see how it's everything is moving with it. That's what I like to see. That's perfect. Now we could get fancier here, because the one problem that we're gonna see if I show, we'll show our bounty boxes again. Now there's that. There's what I gotta fix. You see that bad boy back there? Falling from gravity because it's a dynamic body and not a static body. It's just meant to be a background image. So I need to turn off physics on it. Binary does have procedural generation, actually. I'll probably switch back to that very shortly. We already have procedural generation. I'm just not working on that step. I'm working on another sub-step. So I already procedurally generate our terrain, our walking terrain for a 2D game, and now I'm working on so that we can populate our terrain world with stuff, right? With interesting things. Because if I do this... What is it? Sets. Let me make sure. CD. Let me just make sure. There we go. And I can set it as so X. Okay. See, if I do this, or if I've set a velocity in the x-axis, no y-axis, and we reload this. Ooh, that's what's fault. Hold on. I see what I gotta fix here. Not only are we auto-sizing, but I also need to say that our body sets what is it? Yeah, body type to a static body. We want to be outside. This is a container object. We want to be outside the physics system. This for this entire game, the entire world is going to be procedurally and randomly generated. There we go. So here is my actual container now. That's actually a background image. Which is this. This is my background image. These objects here. This image here. This is what we've been looking for. This is our size of our container object, which was falling before because I was setting it as a dynamic. Yeah. And which also means since it has we can't set a velocity on it. We could set a timer to manually move it, but we don't want to be able to move these type of containers. So we'll set this back to 0. And let's see what we got here. Why are we seeing... That's weird. Something weird here, guys, that I just want to see. I have a bug. This should be getting expanded. What is torque? What is torque? Torque 2D is a 2D, or it's a game library It's a open source game library. You can find it on GitHub. Torque 2D is their 2D version of that library. I got a bug. I have a bug. Because this is expanding and it should not be expanding in size. Let me show my position here. This is our point right here, which is right. That's our center, but this sizing is getting I'm gonna have to debug to see why. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure why that's happening. But see, it's shrinking. Weird. That's what he said. What? What? All right, we got to debug a method here, which is our update local extents here. Oh. Is this because we're updating? No. Let's find out. Let's just debug and find out, yeah? Close that, stops it. Millions of peaches. Peaches for me. It should not be extending, absolutely not. So, we're at negative 25. Our iterator here is a composite sprite, which is fine. Peaches for me. Peaches for me. Why are we extending out to negative 34 though? Let me check something. I need to check something. Let's see if this logic screwing us up. So negative 25, why? That's our current position. Say here is this vector position. It should be at negative 8, 3 if we were based off of 0, 0. So negative 25 should then extend us out to negative like 33 or whatever, right? And it does. Okay, so that's good. That's good. Negative 11, so negative 26. Oh, I'm sorry, negative 36, right? Why? So these are correct. These are definitely correct. Okay. So now when we get our locals, yep, so these are then correct, right? These are far off to a little off to our side, because 25 is our center point, so we're off shifting by about 11. I'll play some CSGO and go to sleep. See you, man. Soul, FR, you rock, dude. Have fun. Hope to see you again. Please come back. Negative 34, 2. And we're combining it. I had a lot of meetings scheduled today, apparently, guys. So you probably heard that even. Make sure they go away. It's a no meeting day. It's January 1st. All right, so our local extent, our lowers looks right. Upper X, because we started, yeah, right? So that looks right. That looks okay. So these are all of our values here. Okay, so 36 is going to be higher. So we use lower. 12 is higher. Nope. So we're going to use the upper, and we multiply by 2 because this is our mid. We're saying, oh, this is saying, ooh, oh. This is for our size, right? Yeah, no, this is our size, right? So we say our size goes from 73 to 27. Then we're using that to set our size. And then we find a midpoint from 73. So the half is 36, and 13, of course, and we say we're at negative 36, 13 to 36, negative 13, negative 36 to 36 is what we're saying our size is. So that's why this is getting extended out. Because we're off-centered here. Like, we need to be able to shift our center point. Well, it's not something for me to think about later. Not extremely vital right now. All right, so what I have going now is, so I can easily switch this around, right? So we have a Rube toy now, which is based off of this. All of this code can go away. Much simpler here. Put this back to 0. We pull up Notepad now. Get rid of our raffle. That's gone. But so this is where we can just set our Rube file. And we have a few Rube, like we'll pull up our Rube Goldberg JSON file. These are all exports out of Rube. So now I can easily change it from my asset management system. And now we have a bunch of Rube stuff here. Let me turn off AAV. Let me turn off positions as well. There you go. So this is pretty simple box 2D stuff going on. Bullet 20K11. I'm glad you're starting to understand a little. That's awesome. So this is the type of stuff, right? We want to be able to build a Rube scene like this. I mean, this might be a little more complex than we care to build for an individual object or whatever. But then be able to write dynamically, randomly even, generate this at a position in our terrain world. And we're actually gonna try and merge all that now. So we need to merge a couple branches together. That's kind of what we need to do right now. And we should be okay to do that. Let me check all this in. Let me commit that. Let me go to my development branch, which I need to merge my I think I already done this. I don't think there's anything that are already up to date, but now I need to merge in this branch into my development branch. And we'll create a merge commit. I don't think we'll have any we have some conflicts that we just need to worry about, which is easy to do. Easy to deal with here, or should be. Where's my three-way merge? I want to see my three-way merge. This is, alright, so this is our head. Oh, okay. This is head versus index, which is fine, and then here's our changes, because we're adding this rube in here, because there's our simplex noise, and it's basically just needs to come into here before our scene object ends, right? Yep. After our terrain object. Gotta remember how to use I don't like, I forget the merge tool they use here for Smart Git. Open the conflict solver. I think that's what it is here. It's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. So we really just need to get rid of this stuff because we want both in here. We just had a conflict in one of our config files that we needed to solve. That's all. And we save it. And we close it. Wait a minute. What's left? Oh, yeah. Another place we gotta solve it, that's all. And we're good now. Go ahead and stage it. I'm actually going to delete that. Don't want that. And then I want to remove. There we go. That should not have been there. Commit everything now. And there we go. Everyone should like Led Zeppelin. Alright, maybe not everyone. Led Zeppelin's awesome. Alright, so we have our development committed. Let's go ahead and push this up to our remote repository. Well, I'm glad you're finally getting around to it, Bullet 20K11. What do you mean, 3K bitrate but still viewable? How? You mean my stream, how I'm able to give you... Well, first of all, this gets reduced down to 720p. It's not 1080p. So I'm able to 3K bitrate at 720p is a lot more precision, or you know, I can pack in more than at 1080p. So that's one reason. The other reason is I kind of have tweaked encoding settings that help it out a little bit more. Who else likes... Oh, okay. Alright, so that's my development branch that we're on now. Let's go ahead and rebuild this. So now this contains both of those little feature branches we had created. This should have... well, that's good that we broke that. Let's take a look at how we broke it. I think I edited something wrong, but easy to fix. I want to see all files. Let's just use it from here. Branch open. Be right back. Food. Damn, dude, I could eat some food. Don't make me eat more food on stream. There's a, let me see. And change files, there we go, that's what I want to see. This is the file I am looking for. For TDV project filters, this file. And now we can look at the history, show changes. I got it, the log, that's right. So we can pull the log for this file. There's what I'm looking for. See what I broke here. So that's, we had our terrain object. That's where we were. This is where we are. I'll include my terrain object. File's a filter. Okay, I see my bug. Well, not my bug, but what did not make it in is I pasted it incorrectly. Can I edit from here? No. Let me open this up. Yep, wrongly formatted, guys. Easy to fix, though. Can you open... I don't think so, no. I think that will fix me up. Because this one got included correctly, it looks like. Nope, I have it broken here too. I broke it everywhere, man. That was good of me. Let's try that, yeah? See if I fixed it. WWE Supercard. What the heck is that? Alright, so I fixed it. Good. Now I should have two types of assets in here, right? I should have my Rube asset and I should have my terrain objects. Even though I'm missing a file here. Man, I really messed up that merge, huh? Good thing it's only a couple files. Well, why terrain off? Why did those not get, where? Oh. They're in the wrong folder here. Because my terrain object does not have an asset. Close that down. Close that down. All right, so now if we look at our differences here, we're setting the right filter, or we should be. We'll be fine. Okay, let me make sure that compiles. But now we basically merged our two feature branches down to our development branch, so we can actually use both of them together if we so choose, which maybe we will. Everything built excellence. So if I go to my preferences, I'll show you guys the terrain. So there's somebody asked earlier about random terrain generation, and this is it. How many tiles? We'll go 2,000 tiles. Let's see if we did this right. So we will render some random terrain. And there we are. We can actually turn off collision shapes. So this is my procedurally randomly generated terrain, or ground plane terrain, right? And here we'll zoom way out so you can see. If we reload it, restart, so I keep my zoom level. If we restart it, we generate different terrain each time. Super duper exciting. And, completely scripted control of all of my parameters. That's what I was going for. But what we can now do in this world is we can actually combine these two things. I can definitely describe that. The general idea behind procedural generation really comes down to it's just noise generation. So you basically are trying to generate random noise, or pseudo random noise, because if it was truly random, it wouldn't look anything like this. It would be random. There would be no rhyme or reason to anything here. So there's several terrain procedural generation algorithms out there. Some of them are popular ones, like Perlex noise generation, or what I use is simplex noise generation, which is just an optimized version of Perlex noise. You have a laggy stream. It might not be your laggy stream. It could be my laggy stream. I'm in debug mode here. So that's the basic idea, right? You're think of it like a height. I don't know if you've ever seen a height map, or if you think of a 2D map. A noise generation tool is basically going to randomly generate noise across the map for different values, negative and positive values, possibly. But it's going to infer basically data around it, sort of, for knowing where it should be. So it's not going to have just every pixel in your 2D height map be completely random, because then that would just look like white noise, right? Completely random. Negative FPS is for life, man. If it was completely random, that's white noise, right? So that's just, you'll see white and black dots on a 2D image. That's white noise. When you then take that white noise, you can then smooth it, basically, or apply like a Perlex noise function across it, and then that will transform that white noise into more like blobs of flowing areas of noise, right? So basically, you'll start grouping that noise together, and it will transition that noise from one area to the next area. But yeah, so basically I start with like completely random noise, white noise, and I apply a simplex, pattern across it, or algorithm across it, and then from that, and I do it in a 1D plane. I don't need 2D, because 2D is for like 3D height, basic 3D height maps. I just need a 1D plane, which basically gives me one variable, one noise variable that goes, positive or negative, and then I translate that into like slopes, so that I can figure out if I'm climbing or falling, and then that's when we get stuff like this. That's when we get start getting ideas like this. And then if we want to, we can even play with some of our data here. Like for instance, if we take our octaves, which is the number, we're going to iterate through it a number of octave times. Let's see what happens when we do that. And I believe we'll get, if you notice, we basically have very straight terrain when you basically take away, when you do that many octaves. And the lower your octaves, you should have more of a sine wave. Let's find out. Let's see if that is true. So you can see if we keep regenerating here, we'll have more kind of peaks and valleys, and we also constrain it by some other variables. So it's only going to do so much. But like 1 octave. You could make water simulation with a noise generation, absolutely. That, and actually a lot of people do, like fire simulation, water simulation, cloth simulation. You know, cloth moving in the wind simulation. A lot of those are done through procedurally generated like noise algorithms. I like 16 for my my needs. So beyond that, that's that, right? I also have the slope differential, which basically tells me the slope differential is going to say how rounded are my peaks and valleys be. Because if I turn my slope differential completely off, which we can do, basically that's going to be off, and we reload this, you're going to see that there's no slopes at all anymore, right? We basically have we hit a new height, and we start climbing and start failing. There are no straight lines at all in this, at anywhere. It's basically the same shape, but we've lost any type of roundness to it. It's all very, very jagged up. Now, if we start increasing our slope differential, it'll start rounding it out more. So if you notice, if we look here, let's restart that, get a better. And that's too much. So that's so rounded that we don't have much to slope on. So there are, there's hard numbers here we got to be careful about. Or it could be also breaking something, which I'd have to go look at. But that's basically the idea behind slope differential, and amplitude, and scale. All this factors into basically a procedurally generated content or randomly generated content is only half the step. That's the math behind it. That will get you like raw clay, but then you have to put the art into that. Whereas you have to start tweaking the parameters that are not going to be random to start giving you like the look and the output that you're going for your needs. So yeah, so there's that. But what we want to do now is we actually need to go in. We're going to modify our train object a little more here, guys. And we want to take our train object, and we need to be able to weigh that, say, for every tile, for every column, I need you to tell me where the terrain height is within the scene. So that if I want to randomly generate an object or something, I can say, at this random X, I want to put something, but I need to know where to put it so that it's not above or below our terrain. So we need to know what tile we're on or what what position we're at. So that's kind of what we want to add to our code right now. That's what we want to do, and we're gonna go do it. And we're going to make it scriptable, callable. Alright, so to hold this data, we are going to basically need... I kind of want to put some... It's fine. It's fine. We want a vector of a float. Do we care if we want a float? Yeah, we want the absolute position, the scene position, okay. And it would say basically, this is going to be our ground height lookup. This is basically going to be a ground height lookup for us. We're going to have to compute this though, so that's going to be fun. Because how we do this... And we'll start with the easy case, which are straight paths. We add a sprite. I wonder if I can just get, let me see here. There actually might be get sprites. local position, and then I can, this might work actually. This might work. I just want to see what we get out of this. Oh, I'm already getting it right there. What am I using that for? Oh yeah, because I got to create collision shapes at that local position. That's right. But what we can then do as well, and we'll just grab that outside of our for loop. Auto our terrain object position. Because auto tile position. Now our absolute tile position should be that, and that's what we want to check up on. And that should be our base there. And then we'll just grab the Y value from this, and that's our Y position. That's our height position at every tile point that we want to make sure on. Check the next tile. X in -40. So this is far in, man. We are... What are we creating here? We're 19 tiles in, and we're -9 down. So that's what that is. So we get our local position, which is fine. It should be what we look for, 95, 45. Okay, so... Stop debugging there. We can then just store our terrain heights. What did I call it? Our ground height. That's fine. That's more accurate. We actually can push back at our tile position dot Y. And we just need to make sure that this is done everywhere that we increment I. And this is going to be a little difficult on the slopes. Because, yeah, that could be a little difficult on the slopes. I'm thinking, guys, just think for a second. Because if we look, we actually can look at what we do here. We have currently three variables. X, but there could be a time where these are duplicated. Actually, they are duplicated right here. There's two X's. And our terrain is actually going to be at 1. I think we just need to know if it's a fill. Or if it's not a fill, actually. This is a pain. We just need to override it. We're just gonna have, as we go. If we already stored it and we're higher, that's okay. That's what we'll do. Fine. Yeah, we only care if there is a collision mask. Actually, oh no, this is even easier. We don't care about that because there's only going to be on that plane, on that height, will be a collision mask. There won't be anything. Okay, we're good. That's perfect. Okay. The problem is the draw order of this could be screwed up. Almost can't. I can't use a vector for this. I gotta use a lookup map. I gotta use a lookup map. Unfortunately. Because the draw, we're not gonna necessarily draw tiles in the right order that we would be adding to our ground height. And for me to use a non-indexed or just a straight growing index like array, that has to be guaranteed, but it's not guaranteed. So, that's life in the big city, yeah? So we need a map of ground heights. And we just need to insert a new pair of I plus offset of X. In this case, right? Yeah. And then tile position .y. That's what we need to do. That's it. Do the same thing for down slopes. And then, what was I doing? Straight paths. Pair. I and tile position.y. Okay. Let's run this and see if we mess something up, which we just did. Nope, no we didn't. What's why are we converting? Hold on. That's right. That's okay. Even though it's a float, we never use it as a float. It's only because our vector class is a float, not anything else. My warnings hopefully should go away. Not completely. Where else do I have? What else isn't it like? Oh. Wait. Conversion S30 to constant. 32. Thought I cleaned these up earlier. Thought I cleaned them up. What? Hey, thank you for the follow, Isaac boy. You rock. List of floats. Oh. That's because I did this in the wrong place, guys. Did that in the wrong place. We want it down here. That's where we wanted it. You guys having fun with your faces? Is your face fun? Alright, there we go. Got rid of our warnings. Always fix your warnings, guys. Keep your code clean. No warnings. Obviously no errors. But warnings can pile up on you. They can start to introduce subtle bugs if you're not aware. Okay, so we should be having we should be able to have our height value here. Now we need to add a lookup for this. Look, so we have our ground tiles. We want to be able to say F32 because screw you. We want to say lookup Look up ground height. Given a tile, or do we care? Or do we want to give it an X? We'll just give it a tile. We might have to do some. We might have to work on that because obviously tiles are specific to the terrain object, but the outside world doesn't know about that. So we might need another lookup function. Say, give me with a world point, convert that into a tile coordinate, which we can do. Not that big a deal. But this will assume we pass in a tile coordinate, and we'll make sure we document that. There we go. Look up what we're doing here. Okay. Now we want to grab an iterator from our map and ground height. Find our tile X. If iterator equals n ground height dot n, that means we did not find it, so we'll just return 0, 0 instead of an error. Otherwise, we return. Second, there we go. That should do it. And then the next step is we're going to add this as a console function. Street tile, that slope as okay. Thank you for the follow. Was it look up ground height? Takes 3, and it actually returns a console of floats. And we need to do a conversion here. Is equal to DATOI of R2. Arc V of 2. Pass in tile X, and there we go. I can I won't. I can put objects wherever I want /life. I just need a way for me to look up. So what am I breaking here? Not match the function type. 1 second. Let me fix this, and I'll answer your question. Object. Right. Return value does not match the function type. Oh, I'm calling generate. Look up. There. No, I just need a way for me to, given a specific tile, what's that ground height, right? But I don't. That's kind of internal. Above that, I don't have to deal in. I'm probably not even going to deal on the tile grid. More than likely, I'll have a function to look up, or even have another overload for this, where I can pass in a float position, a world position, and I'll look up the tile, and then from that tile, I can get the ground height. Okay, so now we're going to run this as a little test in here. Before we get into this, we're actually going to go. This might look a little weird, guys, but it's just as a quick test. For my 0 less than 2,000. Hopefully I remember how to do a for loop in TorqueScript. This is right. Oops. See, I already did mess up. That would have been bad. What I want to do is, we want to look up our height, right? From our composites. I'm going to call this new method we created. And basically we're just gonna, for now, we just want to pass all of our x coordinates in, and then we will echo Damn the new lines. It's to do, buddy. Yup, exactly. The original Astra. Welcome to the stream. This loads, but how can I start to learn C++ because I want to do what you do? Yeah, there's a good question. What do you program? Can you program right now, and what level are you at? Well, HTML and CSS, it's not a programming language, that's markup language, but you're getting on the right track there. If you know a little C++, like what can you do in C++? Like what kind of software have you written? Where's your level at, buddy? Oh man, I just crashed our software here. We gotta debug this. Look, I messed something up good. Let's debug that. And let's see if where it crashes. Let's see where we crashed. Whoa. See what I did. Let's see what I did big time, guys. I think I might have a script bug. Oh, you know what? That's what I do. I bet you that's what it is. Here, let me put a breakpoint and create floor. I bet you I have a script error that I'm not seeing, and it's probably my stupid for loop. If we look at our output here, yep, there it is. It's my for loop. Just want to see one. What did I break? Why is mine? I'm pretty sure it's a standard for loop, standard syntax, right? So that's a valid for loop. Thank you guys for the follows out there. I do appreciate it. I was not paying attention. Mark, I missed that, man. Mark, thank you, buddy. Rizgless, where do you start? Well, where are you at right now? Or have you ever programmed anything before? Are you at the beginning, or where? Where? What? I'm not seeing how that's any different, but maybe, whatever. Let's see if that did it. I mean, I will say I've been developing software for 15 years. That did it. Guys, I don't know why this worked in my. And mine didn't. Maybe it was the pre-increment. Does TorqueScript not have pre-increments? They might just have post-increments, actually. That's a possibility. I've been programming for, 15 years. I've been a software engineer for 15, 16 years. I've made many, many mistakes over those 15 years. /life, if you post a link, I'll repost it. The bot will block it, but I'll repost it. Never programmed and want to start. So you've never programmed. Okay, so that's a good starting point. My suggestion then would be don't start with C++ or C. Start with like Python or Lua. Actually, start with like Python. Python, maybe Java, but I would actually suggest you start with Python. There's actually a lot of really good resources on the internet for taking someone who's never been a programmer and teaching you how to develop in Python. What you learn from developing Python, you will take with you for the rest of your life as you move on to other tools, other languages, other concepts within the software engineering world. But Python, I think, is a pretty good starting point if you've never done it before. Okay. So we can now... Alright, let's just run this. Let's just run this, see if we get a bunch of echoes out of various heights. Or if we... Maybe we'll crash again here. So if we... let's pause, let's show our log. And obviously we did something wrong here, right guys? We did something wrong, because we should not be getting 0 all the way through here. That's fine, that's why we have a debugger. That's why we have a debugger. We know we're not needing that... Tile position... No, let's just take a look. We already have a deep breakpoint there. Python, ugly. You know, I can almost agree with you there. It's a pain in the ass. Let me repost this /life. That's from /life. There you go. He wasn't banned. It's a 0-second ban. It's basically just to so that people are not able to break the rules, right? But that's all good. Okay, so we're looking for tile of 0. Let's go take a look at what we find here. Why do we have nothing in here? So obviously we're not going to find anything. All right, so we got to debug that. Why do we have... Why is that, guys? Three places we add this. What's going on? We're looking up terrain. We haven't generated anything yet. Oh, yeah. Of course we have it. Yeah, okay. No, this is simple. Sorry, guys, my bad. It's a good lesson right here, though. In our script here, this is a procedural script, right? This is a procedural language. Procedural script. We've created our composite. We've created our terrain. We've added it to our scene. But we're still in the context of this execution. We're blocked right there. This just goes into a queue that on the next game frame, when it comes back around, it'll say, hey, there's any new objects that need to be added to the scene, and it'll do that and call its callbacks and do all of its generation there. So this is basically just going on the queue. It hasn't actually been added anywhere yet because we're still within a script frame, or in the script context here. So we can't immediately do this, but what we can do instead is just create a schedule for this. Basically, we're going to pause, and it's not really a pause. It's we're going to say, okay, well, in a couple seconds after there's been plenty of time, go ahead and do this. Do lookup. And we'll write our do lookup function. And then we can do this, but instead of composite, this is now this dot terrain, because we store it on this object. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. Why did I break create goblin? Where's my parse error? Oh, there it is. All right, so now if we pause, we actually saw that you see it pause there. It stuttered for a second because we were generating all this data, but we're still not getting the right data. So let's can't. Oh, that's fine. What did I just do here? I broke something was slow. That's our composite. You look up. Well, let's put it enough time ahead. This is just some test code. This is not the proper way to do this, guys. If you're doing something like this, not at all. But for our purposes, I don't care. Alright, so there's a different bug now. I don't think that's our issue anymore, and we're going to find out, because now we go back to debugging here. So generate should be getting called long before we need to do a lookup. Reddit's a great forum community for development, guys. I would suggest you use it, absolutely. Alright, so we are definitely generating. So let's take a look at these ground tiles. So there's our current. Oh, our heights are coming back wrong. Well, are they coming back wrong, or is that correct? It's probably. Get sprite local position. X, Y 0 for a slope down. That could be. This actually might be right. Let's not jump to a conclusion here yet. There we go. And now, if we look at it in our ground heights, we should. Oh, okay. Now we know we're bad. Now we know why. Should be. Why is that not getting in there? 3. Is it because we already generated 3? Let's find out again. This one to do. And just so we can see what we're adding in here. Let's see. Stick program Python. Choose yep, there's the Python channel. I'll post that for you /life. I'll repost your message. I don't know why. Oh, that was the link. Yeah. There you go, man. So at 5, which we don't have anything at 5, so there should be a gap. There we go, -4. And there is 4, getting -4 as well. Because we're going down. Oh, now we're saying 5 should be 9. Have a collision mask. We have a collision mask. So that's an issue we have here, because that's not going to override. If it's, you know, how a standard template map works, if it's there. So I thought we were fine, but we just might have to do a check and override. Which is okay, we can do that. We can do that. Actually, we'll just, we'll call our function, we'll do a lookup. Look up our ground heights based off of this data. And then we'll say, that's not an iterator, this is previous heights. And since we are sloping down, if we actually, oops. Unfortunately, we can't use our lookup height. Sorry, guys. I need to know if it was actually in the map or not. Whereas we wouldn't know that if we just call it lookup, because if it's not in there, we just get back to 0, which could be a valid entry in our lookup table. All right. So now, if iterator equals, which means it's not in the lookup table, we can call this code here. Otherwise, it is in the lookup table, and we need to say, all right, is tile, if we're going down, we care about the highest, so as if tile position.y is greater than what we have stored, we need to override it. And override it is easy. We access it this way. And unfortunately, if we tried accessing it this way and the this iterator, this index is not in the map when we access it this way, we'll throw an error. This only works if it's already in there. Let's see, what am I missing? Did he post a link? Because I don't see it. I reposted that link, by the way. I reposted /likes message. I actually just use 2 monitors, but I use 2 giant 20. No, wait. What size are these monitors these days? I think these are giant 28-inch monitors, like 2 giant touchscreen 28-inch monitors. Like I can touch. Yay! I can touch. Very exciting, I know. Sorry. Okay. And we might want to refactor this code at some point, but I'd rather get things implemented and working and then worry about refactoring later. Alright, so in this case, though, we want to, since we're going up, it's actually the same code. If tile-wise is higher, we're on the higher plane, and that's where we don't want to drop to. Okay. To is connect to Raspberry Pi. I have a Pi. I actually use my Raspberry Pi for a few things, but I've replaced it with... I was using it for a streaming media server. I now use a Chromecast in its place, so I have my Pi back to mess with stuff. Cornflower, you haven't seen any links that I posted? Let me repost a Cornflower's link. Maybe I'm having issues there somewhere. I'll repost it though. Give me a second. This was /life's. I'll repost this whole thing. There we go. Hopefully that works that time. There we go. Okay. Where am I at now? All right. So. Still getting a bunch of zeros. Let's drop a breakpoint in our function here. Because we might have a different type of issue. Let me find our method. Thank you for the follow. Let me grab you real quick. Binri, good sir. Thank you for the follow. There's our lookup. So let's see what's going on right here now, guys. Raspberry Pis are awesome, though. I am a fan. All right, let's look at our ground heights. Let's see what is going on in here. Where are we at? Where's our breakpoint? Oh, we're not even debugging. Sorry. Oh. It's good that... What did I just did something wrong. There we go. Just broke it. But it's back. What kind of robot are you going to make? The regional Astra? $2,000 entries, and we can see we have some we have what we're looking for here, and then we should start going up and up and up and up. Okay, that's good. Now this, I don't know if I'm happy with these numbers yet. There might be bugs in them, but we should not be getting back 0 every time. What? Oh, TileX is all... Oh, man. Oh, guys. Guys, this is what happens when you are 7 hours into a stream. You make very simple mistakes. Very, very simple mistakes like that, but that's okay. That's all right. There we go. That's kind of what we're looking for. You just want to make sure we can get our data out, right? At every X position we go, we want to see. So we're going to go slope down, slope up. Okay, cool. We're gonna actually now we're actually gonna do this a little differently too. I'm actually gonna change this around a bit. And I want to keep looking this up after our pause. And equal to... We're going to go that reverse route now, right? This .goblin .get position. So this returns our position. I want to be able to do a lookup by a position now. So let's implement that. So our terrain object should also have a way to look up ground height from a vector of world position. Okay. Can anyone talk me through and link me to stuff about emulators for the Raspberry Pi? That's that I think is just a Google search, my friend. Slash Life. Oh man, did you really get banned for that long, buddy? I need to go back through MoveBot. I'll do that after my stream today. I think I'm... Oh my god, Slash Life. I'm sorry, dude. I need to go back through MoveBot. I have some pretty aggressive spam settings, apparently. I need to fix that. You should have only been timed out for like 30 seconds at most. Wow, 10 minutes. Hope you learned your lesson, dude. The lesson is, do not piss off MoveBot. That's the lesson we learned. Alright, so we have a new overload for this. So we have a world position overload now. And well, really all we care about is the X position here from world position. Like where you're at in the Y world, who cares for this? It's a 2D game, right? Like I don't care about your height, because I just want to know where from your world position to this X position. Okay. Farmer Boy John, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back. Young Throde 1. What do you mean, what's this channel about? What's this stream about? We're developing a game, buddy. That's what we're all about. We're about having fun, relaxing, listening to some music, just having a good time. Alright, so to find where our tile position is, in the world position, by the way, we now have to translate that world position to our local position offset. So we say our position is equal to get position. Because that's important, right? Actually, I wonder if there already might be a function. Let's see. This dot position. Let me see what position up. No. Nope, there's not. Okay. So we have to get our position, right? So we're going to need a world position, which might be here, and we got to know what our middle position is so we can offset it so we can then look up our tile. And our offset position is world position minus our position. I think it was that actually. And then from that, we just care about the X of that offset. And now we can figure out what tile we're on. If the first tile starts at 0, we can just should be able to just divide our position by our m tile size dot x. And then call up our other lookup where we pass in tile x. Binary, that's the idea, buddy. In the tile position y greater than you're changing, effectively make another map lookup. Well, you already have a rep as that value. Let's go back to what you're talking about here, buddy. So you mean this code right here? We're actually not. So we're using the same lookup here, right? So we're basically saying, hey, is this it? Here's our lookup. Are we saying is this lookup already in our map? If it's not, just add it and move on. We're cool. If it is in our map, we want to say, okay, is this new tile position higher than our, because we go, y goes up, is our new tile position higher than what we have stored? If it is higher, we want to replace what's at this map position in the dictionary or in the hash table with our new position. That's all. Gamer. Over the years, how many games have I completed? Just curious. Well, in my early development career, I used to be a professional software developer. So when I worked for a studio, how many games was I involved with that were out to market? 3 games as a professional software developer or professional game developer. So, you know, when I was on there, some of those games were already out. We were just working on new features and new additions, and some of them were like living games, basically. After that, once I became a software engineer in like the business world, indie game development. Slash Life, it is going to do another map lookup, you're right, but we don't care. This is not code that's like executed every frame or executed millions of times, right? This is just when we're setting up, this is executed one time when we're generating our map. Outside of being a game developer, I've finished a few indie games over the years. I don't know. I don't know exact count. I have to go back and look. I've worked on 2D and 3D games, all different types of genres. Lookups, return ref. I'm just, Slash Life, you are correct, yeah. You are correct, but in this case, it is not, you know, we'd not want to do this if this was like a tight render loop or something like that. We knew this was going to get called a lot. But in this case, code readability is more important than the tiny performance gains we would get by doing this a different way. Don't optimize too much, guys. Don't over-optimize your code. Write your code so it's maintainable and usable and readable first. If there is a bottleneck, go back in and refactor and optimize at that point. So I want to debug this, but what I need to do is add a new script object. Now, unfortunately, TurkScript doesn't allow operator overloading. So look up ground height by position. This will just give it a new name. Takes the same amount, and this actually becomes a vector2 auto position. And there we go. Can I link to any of my games of 1 second, the original Astro. What would you recommend to somebody who just left college that wants to get into the game dev scene? What did you leave college doing? What did you do in college? So now, all right, so this is, by the way, why you answer my questions. This is what we're changing. We have a position now. We'll get a height back from our terrain by calling our new method here. So basically, wherever our goblin dude is, we want to know what's his height, what terrain height is he at, right? And we'll actually be able to compare that and see how accurate we are. And then we'll echo H. Actually, we'll echo position plus height equals plus our position. Just get some debug data out there. Is 3D game dev much different than 2D? I mean, it's a whole nother dimension. It's just some of the math is different in 3D game development than in 2D game development, but fundamentally it's pretty much the same. It's basically, yeah, you're good at vector calculations. They're not as hard as you think, man. They are not as difficult as you think. That's what I'll say. What did I break? Oh. They don't use pluses. That's not a string operator. They use, is it? I'm trying to remember how to concatenate strings in TorqueScript now. Not what I wanted. It's not dot. No, it's oh. No, that's a compare. Sorry, guys. Gotta look it up real quick. I gotta look it up real quick. Why by give me a second, I'll know right now. That's what it is. That's why I always forget, because it's the weirdest character that you would never see in any other programming language as a operator. Anyway. They're not even that bad on the matrices, guys. I want this to be H. Lowercase h. But I gotta reload everything. And will that work now? No. Let's see what we got. /live, absolutely true, man. Wrong number of argument. Oh, crap. Go watch The Matrix. Alright, now I think we're getting what we need here. So as our X changes, which is going to change slowly, we can pull up our log and watch this. And we can even pause. That won't pause our timers, though, it just pauses our physics simulation. So at X of 45, we're getting -9. The question is, are we 1, 2, 3? We should actually debug this and see what tile we're looking up. I think it's correct. I think it's correct, but I want to make sure. I will be leaving college after studying game development and computer science now. I've got 5 years for me in C#. Cornflower Blue, you should have no problem landing like an entry-level job at for some like a game studio. It's going to take a little work, right? That's the job market. Sometimes it's hard to find a position even if you have experience, but you should be okay depending on what that 5-year experience is. I think you can do it. All right, we have our world position where we are at. No, that's where we're going. That's what we're looking up. Our goblins at 14x. Our position is 0, so we're 14 past that, so that's our offset. And that's all we care about. And our tile size is 5, right? So for 14 in, we are 2 tiles over. Just to make sure, because tile 0, tile 1 would be 5. Let's see, tile 0 to 5. And then, or 0 to 4. 5 to 9 is tile 1. 10, 5 to 9, 10 to 14 is tile 3. So we actually should be at tile 3 is the tile we should be on. Not tile 2. Well, if we actually think about this as an index in, it's going to be 0, 1, 2, which is tile 3. And let's take a look. But I don't think, yeah, so if we look here, we're going to 0, 1, 2, right? So we're on that's our 3rd tile. That's perfect. That's what we want to see. And we're going to separate, so we're sloping down here. Let's see where our position is, which is still 0, of course. Let's see, our world position is 39 now. And actually, our position, this is really good. Our position is -9. Let's see what our tile position comes out to be. We say, all right, so we want tile 7. Let's see, tile 7 is at, this is actually perfect. Because our goblin is here, right, sitting on top of our tile, and positions are centered of our object. So we need to offset down half the size of the goblin and then half the size of our tile, which is 2.5 at the very least. So when we go from -9 to -13, that's 4.5 points. So that's a 2-point jump from the goblin to 2.5 point. That's awesome. Looks like we got it right. Hopefully that I explained that. That made sense. So this is basically what we're saying our tile height is compared to our goblin height. So -28 to -36. This is a straight line, so -33 to -40. Now we're going to start climbing up. Should start climbing up even more. Right, -31.5, and that's where we're at now. Let's see. Sorry, not keeping up on questions here. Let me scroll back. There's a bunch of questions. When do you think game will be done and we'll be able to download it? I could not answer that right now, Astro. We're very early on. This is like day 4, right? Day 4. Which is barely anything. Murtap, this is actually a serious game in development, and at the same time, I answer whatever questions people have. Let's see. You think I should make a website about the best gaming deals because I might make it? I think that already exists, buddy. If you're going to target the mobile market, you definitely need to target both iOS and Android, guys. You can't just target one of them. You need to target both of them if you're looking for actual profit. What is an F32? It's a standard 32-bit float. Original Astro, I would tell you this though, dude. If I mean, obviously, if you want to make a website to actually make money, that's probably not the best idea because it's done already. There is no shame though, or there's nothing wrong with building a website and learning from that. Just so you know. How long to day 69 binary? I don't know. Well, about 65 days from now. But yeah. Alright, so I think our numbers here are right, but it's to know for sure. This is what our next step here is going to be. Now this is where we're going to start combining our two ideas. Our two feature branches are going to start coming together now, folks. I don't need this lookup anymore. We're just going to comment this out. Actually, what I want to do is create a test. Yeah, whatever, fine. I need another little test function. Only because I'm lazy, and this is all test code. Which, by the way, test code, guys, never use test code in your production software. POC, proof of concept, whatever you want to call it, just never ever use it in your real code. News. All right, so what I basically want to do is dynamically set our position based off of a terrain height, and so instance we'll say tile X. We want to put, we always want to generate this this Rube object at tile X, but we don't know what the actual position for that's going to be. We actually need to be able to pull back the right position here, but for the moment here, I'm going to say I'll hard code it just for the moment. So position is going to be so if we're going tile X, basically 50 times 5. We're cheating. We actually need to be able to look that up in our composite object. And then our Y is actually going to be a lookup from our terrain, and that's our little function here, right? Lookup ground height. Based off of tile X. All right, so that's going to give us a position that we can now set. Absolutely. When you start doing website development where you're taking in data from the outside world, it's the same thing in game development, guys. When you start taking in input data, you have to always assume the input data is bad. Always validate and check your input data that you're not generating. What did I just do there? I broke something here. Hold on. Should be a compile step, which I can't remember. Nope, never mind. Okay. It helps if I have the right function name here, right? And just to make sure that I don't have a script error. Serial Popo, you have an awesome night, dude. I hope to see you back tomorrow. Alright, no script errors. So, let's see how bad we're doing here. Let's actually take a look up of what we're trying to accomplish. Oh, that's not good. Not good there. I actually need to turn on collision shapes. Alright, so our position that we're generating is negative 36 at x of 50. And let's see if that's correct. I don't think that's necessarily correct here. Because I'm not seeing... Let's restart. Maybe it's falling. It's also possible... Oh, you know... I'm sorry, guys. You know what I'm forgetting to do? I'm forgetting to actually move my asset into here. I have my Rube toy. I have this asset. I just need to copy this folder into my terrain toy. So it's accessible. Because now this will give us... Okay. And there's our images. That's perfect. Alright, let's see what happens now. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Okay, so let's now see where I'm screwing up. Let's see if we're actually able to create... Let's see. Something is still wrong. We're setting our position. We set our toy. Oh, we set our assets. Oh. If we look at our output here, we're probably... Yep, see? Doesn't exist. Gotta put in the right namespace. How long does it usually take to finish these type of games? You know, that just all depends, dude. It could be months to a year. Possibly, you can do it quicker. Depends on what you're trying to do, how much help you have, all that stuff. Let's see here. Am I missing any questions? No game is truly finished. That's true. That is very true. Alright, so I got a proper object now. Got our position. And there we go. So now we're generating our object here. So if we restart, of course. Of course we have a Rube objects are not... I thought I fixed that.
Hey, Will, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Wilk?
Why is it not working? Sorry, someone's trying to talk to me on comms. But I don't know why. 1 second, guys. Let me... oh well, he left. I gotta restart that. Yeah, apparently that's not working. Anyway, why is that not... I'm not able to... I'm having... it's crashing when I'm trying to delete and re-add this. As you can see... Oh, it doesn't crash there. Reattach my debugger. Astra, awesome having you here, dude. Hope to see you back. Have a good day. Let's take a look at our call stack. What are we trying to do here? Our Rube object is getting removed. Excellent. So we call our Rube data to delete. We're in a for loop here. We're in the lambda. And then in here we call delete object. Object's already been deleted. Okay. Are we not clear? That should never happen. That should never happen, guys. which is telling me we have the same object in our object list more than once. You're thinking, Binary, thinking of making a 2D scroller platformer with a Twitch chat controls like game entry and Twitch commands. Users would then rack up points by performing successful actions. Higher points would mean a higher chance of a command being selected. That's awesome. What are your thoughts? That sounds kind of cool, actually, dude. Twitch plays my game. That's nice, dude. I think it would be fun. Tell you the truth, I think that could be fun. Yeah, the problem though of if you get super popular like Twitch plays Pokemon, how are you gonna get you know, it's tough if you to get your command in. Okay. Oops. Let me step out correctly here. So there's 49 objects. While performing a script callback. That's fine. Let me use the debugger for that break. That is because we use the script guard here. And we are in a script guard. But that should be okay. I hate this. For now, I'm going to actually comment this out. The script guard's a pain in the ass. Proton Gaming, I think you can stream web development, dude. The game development channel here, I don't think it necessarily has to be for game development, 100%. Is there a general programming channel for Twitch now? What language is that in Torque? Torque, the scripting language up here, this is actually Torque script. It's its own language developed to work with the Torque engines. Is what it is. I want to do one more check here in my Rube object. So if it's not deleted, we will delete it. Otherwise, we're just going to delete the pointer. Make sure at least we clean up our memory. Oh yeah, alright, there is a general programming channel. That's cool. And I'm actually going to debug here. I want to see if this ever happens. Restart our toy. Restart. I wonder if I'm calling this just too quickly. Because I'm restarting it. I might be just restarting it too fast. Because I have like a 3-second script callback on it, which is pretty aggressive. It's a huge delay. So let's give that some time. 1, 2, 3. Alright, see if I do that. Nope. Alright, I need to. I don't know what is. Where am I screwing up here? Yeah, why is this? Oh, hold on. Wait a second here. I'm calling the wrong method. I don't want... No, that's right. See, the frick is going on? This is not normal. Just even if what we're deleting in if there was it in here, if it was in here more than once, the pointer's gone. The data's gone. So I don't know. Maybe we're looking at a bad object, and maybe that's what those flags are like. High bit flags, or well, look. Goddamn Farmer Boy John, what's up, dude? All right, so that's what's going on here, guys. I think what I need to do a check. I think I'm adding this, so that means that's going to be coming from. I think we have a bug in our Rube asset. We're adding this more than once. The same objects in our list more than once, and that's a really bad thing. Let's find that. It could be coming from this, actually. Let's find out. You took a bath? What the hell? Alright, so that's... We don't have this hitting us at all. That's the only place where we might add... Might be like a weird going on, but that's right. That doesn't happen for this. So... We're creating new bodies. Every time we come in here, there's a new scene object. Let's do a little checky check, huh? This just be some quick debug code that we're gonna remove in a moment. We're gonna loop through twice. We'll just do 4 eyes less than bodies dot size. Auto B check is equal to bodies of I, and then we're gonna loop through it again. And yeah, we're gonna skip ourselves. This, of course, can be implemented better, but we're going to delete this after we figure out where our bug is. This is just for debugging purposes. If y equals I, continue. We don't want to see ourselves. Otherwise, auto b check 2 equals to bodies of y, and then if b check equals b check. I just want to put a breakpoint there. I just want to run this. Just a little check. 6 inches of dirt! Wow. Binary one, that's actually a cool idea too, buddy. I like that. You got some good ideas over there. Alright, so let's see if we're generating the same object into our... No, we're not. What the heck was this from? Oh, crap. All right, so we grab our eye, make sure it's not the same. All right, this should be good now, and we'll debug it from here. Get epic error, thank you, sir. There we go. I think what might be just going on is no, that's not it. All right, so we got our check, of course. Put a breakpoint down here. So, all right, none of these objects are the same. But something's going on. Make sure I have that. Just want to access this private arrays, actually. Huh. Thank you for the follow out there, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huh. Nice, binary, nice. Alright, so that gets created. Let's we're gonna try and delete it right now. Jump in. So here's all of our objects, all valid, right? Everything is good. Or is it? Let's find out. Nope. No, this is all bad data. That's what's going on here. Yeah. This is a bad object. Why are we getting bad objects in here? Which means to me where am I grabbing this? On register scene. It's so weird because we actually get our. This is kind of weird because we get our scene objects here. Maybe it's because it's going. Let's find out. I think I might know what's going on. No, hold on. Hello, good sir. Wanda Ego. It's not deleting the iterator actually. So how I'll show you in a second. So here's our bodies, right? So if we look at bodies the same way. These are all, look, see how these all point to, correct, this all points to the right scene. Everything is good here. And now bodies are gone. We set our scene objects. Everything is good. When you run through a for each like this is not an iterator. This is actually just a pointer from here. So you should be able to delete it. And it should be okay. But even before we get into that, the objects are bad. I'm wondering if it's, I wonder why that is. Let's see something. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, good sirs. Oops. Got cast it to our terrain objects. Oh no, sorry, it's not a terrain object. This is a rube object. Okay, so if we look at it at this point, everything is still valid. Still valid. Now, if I want to restart this, though, we look at them. Get into the function here. Everything is bad, but are we? We have no images, which is fine. Here's our rube asset's still okay. What am I failing to see here? Like, these are already deleted, basically. No, it's not. It's not an iterator, guys, and it's. I'm not actually removing it from the collection in here. It's just deleting the pointer, which is going to give us back an invalid pointer, but we don't care because we're going to clear it after this. But we're going into this and they're already deleted, which, you know, it just means that something else is deleting these before we get to our cells, which means we don't have to worry about deleting them. We just need to make sure we clear our containers. Somewhere else in the system, when I'm deleting this object, all those objects are getting pre-deleted. So it's just an iterator full of already deleted objects. And we will debug that by looking at, we make composite sprites. There should be an on remove. Let's see if this gets called. We're gonna restart our toy. Oh wait, no, there's no scene objects in here. There are. We'll just look at our. I mean, there's no composite objects. There's no images. Let's try that. Helps if I debug, though. Helps if I'm actually debugging, guys. Okay. Get rid of all this. Restart. So see, we're getting a bunch of removed here. We look at the call stack. Actually, yeah, this is all coming from just our code is basically saying, hey, remove all. Yeah, we're clearing the scene. That's what we're doing. We're calling a scene clear. That's why. Clearing the scene, so everything's gonna get cleared out. We might have to look at this. We might have to come back to this, but I think we'll be okay. Okay. Let's take wireframes off and just look at collision shapes again. I wonder if to scale. I might have to adjust scale too. I think I'm gonna have to adjust scale. Based off of this, not map size. I have to figure that out. I think based off of tile size, we'll have to scale out the just based around tile size. But we can't come across here, right? Because that is that's a thing. But every time we restart, it's going to get placed in 3 seconds. Boom. If we restart, it's going to get offsetted where it should be, hopefully. So now it should get down here. But we now need to be able to offset. So we're placing it at 0, but we want to place it on top. That's easy to fix in our script, actually. So we get our tile position Y. And then from our Rube object, this gets very crazily weird. Because now we need to do another schedule. We can reduce this. Again, guys, this is some bad test code. Just remember that. Bad test script code. Because I need to wait until it pre-integrates so I can get the correct size. Because once I have my tile position Y, I can also say, okay, we'll get our object size Y equal to just, again, testing data. Just testing that. Why aren't you programming this in Visual Basic? I should program this in Visual Basic. What's up, Nick? How you doing, buddy? How was New Year's for you, man? Fine, everyone, man. Go have fun. Happy New Year, buddy. Enjoy yourself. That's good, dude. Oops. From my Rube object, what I'm looking for, I want to get size. This is going to return a vector, so I want to get stir. Trying to remember. Words. There's a string function I just need to look up real quick, guys. I think it's just get word, that's right. Get word. There's our source. We want the second word because that's our Y position. Okay. Get half of this. And then we can actually then say our tile position Y minus half of ourselves, and that should hopefully do what we're looking for. Overpriced dinner, dude, that's nice. Whoa, why is this, that's not good. That's not good either, guys. Those are fine. Enable to find object 129. Oh, duh. So reload this. Object name. Those are fine. Why are we not setting our position though? Let's debug it. Yeah, let's debug it. Let's debug that. Here he goes. What? So yeah, this is gonna get created 0-0. We gotta actually create it hidden. That's kind of gonna be a weird thing. I'll figure that out. Alright, so tile X, tile position, -22. Object size is 34, so half is 17. Position is coming back as that. 250, -39. So it should be getting set, but it's not moving. That's what's weird right there. That's weird. Why is set position? Why is it freaking out? I just want to see if this will adjust it. As a quick little test. Let's do it like this then. Set it way off screen for a second here. So it looks like it got pushed over. Let's take this off. My Y doesn't like my Y position, it seems, because now it's No, it's not. It's not. What am I doing wrong? Let me debug that. I picked call set position Y. That's true. Let's just see what we're doing wrong, folks. It's not giving me a warning. So somewhere it likes that position. Okay. That's oh no. Element count is 2, so that's where I want it to go. Oh, it's a Ruben. Oh, guys. This is something I need to implement. This is good for us. This is very good for us, actually. We're not, our container's moving, but all the objects that are virtually in that container are not moving. So we need to override the set position, so whenever the position changes, we can fix it. We can move everything, basically. Call parents first. And then basically, we just want to run through this. But we already have our position. And that's what we want to do. So whenever our container moves, it'll move all the child objects in it. Let's see if that fixes it. And I hope it does. There it goes. There it goes. Alright, we're going the wrong direction there, mind you. In our script code. This needs to be a plus, because Y goes up, of course, like a dummy I am. And this should now be right above the plane level. Or I completely have it broken.
So this is it.
Tile position from our X. We get our size. We need to show our bounding box. That's why. There's our bounding box, and it's actually doing what it's supposed to do. It's just, our bounding box is completely wrong here. Like, why is our bounding box so large? So that's a bug that definitely needs to be fixed. But it's kind of doing what we want to do, right? If that's assuming that's our bounding box, we're saying go right here and place where you need to place. It's just way off. Like, our bounding box calculation is way off. So, why is our bounding box so screwed? And that's done in here. Start that over. Why?
The road to hell along the way is paved with good intentions.
Oh man, sorry guys. My chat wasn't refreshing.
And some believe that no good deed goes unpunished.
/life, you're a few minutes ago. This is if it's already deleted, call operator delete. If it's not deleted, call. It's a little more complicated than that, but basically, yeah.
Tell the ones who care enough that I finally left this place.
Basically, what was happening? Sorry, I'm just seeing the chat now. What was happening was all of my child objects of my container object are part of the scene, and my script. So when I say reload my toy, it calls a function on the scene that says clear scene, and the clear scene basically just goes through every object attached to that scene. It calls delete object on it, which is going to delete the pointer as well, right? So basically, before my container object gets deleted, all the child objects are getting deleted. So that's why my collection is a bunch of invalid objects already. I need to figure out how to solve that still, because that's an issue, and I haven't figured out how I want to solve that yet. I think I might have to implement my own scene object wrapper, so that if child objects of my Rube object are getting deleted, it can notify the parent. That's all. I need to be able to tell the parent, or something along those lines. It's also, I wonder, no, because that'll give its own box 2D world. I don't want a separate box 2D world. I could make my container its own scene. Basically, I need to be able to implement a scene container. A scene object container. There's really no, there's no scene object container right now in the system. And maybe what I'll do is implement a generic scene object container. Oh, there's actually a scene object set. I wonder if this is just what I should be using. You know what? I think I just need to be using a scene object set. Maybe. Or wait, what the hell is this doing? Find by name, finding an object. That'll delete everything, that'll clear everything. Object list, it'll clear notify. We can reorder. We can call on this will call a script method on all the children. Pop objects. No, this is not really what I'm looking for, because this is a sim object. But that's kind of what in the same. There's a scene object list. But again, that's basically just a vector of scene objects, which is okay. And why is this a sim object? No. Basically, I need like a scene object container. I need a container, a graphical container object, basically. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, so that's basically what was going on, guys. And right now, I'm not going to deal with it. I do need to deal with it. I need to refactor my Rube object a little better. It's a little wonky right now. But at the moment, it's okay. I can focus on the other aspects of the code before I refactor that container element. Right now, I need to figure out why my, basically, this calculation is, like, way off. It's, like, crazy off. Like, the sizing I'm getting is intense. Wow, that's already pretty large. What is this object? It has a size of 1:1. Why does it have... Am I calculating this too early? Sorry, alright, so this is just a regular scene object. Not auto sizing, but you can see where our size that we get from this is 1:1. So the bounds on it though is not anywhere near near that. And that's interesting. So I think that's where my I want to debug into this. I think that's what's kind of messing me up here, guys. How come so many viewers? I'm not famous at all, dude. It's an absolute float / life, yeah. MFabs is an absolute slope. What's up, Lumpex99? Chat goes in and out, guys. Has its moments. I get a lot of lurkers. I'm also, let me see what's on Strifers right now. Some people watch me off of the Strifers group, which means they kind of don't load into chat. And I think I'm the highest streamer on that. So if anyone's watching from that group, they won't be in chat, or, you know, they're not active in chat, but yeah. Anyway. See? Crazy lurkers. But Lumpex, man, how's it going? How was your New Year's? I've been streaming for many, many hours. I'm sure a lot of people are tired of talking. What am I looking at here? I gotta re-debug this again. I lost my place. Thank you for the follow, buddy. Robex78, thank you, sir. Alright. From our scene object, where does current AABB get calculated? Let's find out. How can you not click with the hat, dude? That's true. Happy New Year to you too, Olympics. So once these get registered, that's when we should be calculating this, right? At least that's when we're going to calculate our local. We tick spatials. We'll take a look at that too. Let's query and world updates. when they get integrated. Debug draw, I don't care about. Okay. Might have to turn these breakpoints off. Yeah, I need to do it from my... When I load an asset, when I create a new body... am I not? What did I do here? There's my register. Alright, I gotta take all these off, sorry. Because this is gonna get all my other objects I don't care about. Alright, so we have an object body. We have a size, which is 1-1. We have some pre-tick, which is fine. Here's our current. See, all this stuff looks, oh, well, it needs to be calculated, but let's see what happens here. Get a new object ID. Adding into our scene now. On registers where it should get initialized. Here's our body definition. Let's take a look at our body definition. Oh, we don't care about that right now. We're going to set it active. We're going to create fixtures. And fixtures actually are going to help define our size and our mass and all that fun stuff. Let's just run a cursor there. Cornflower Blue, you have a question about C++. What is the purpose of the header files? In Sharp, many of the languages they're combined together in a way. Does anyone use Gamer language, or now called Indian language? Gamer, I've never used that language. Cornflower, what is the purpose of header files? It's basically a header file. It's just a way for you to separate out definition from implementation. It's used for like libraries and however else you want to do it. So objects and libraries, and it's a code separation point, right? So in a header definition, it just defines function signatures or types or whatever else you want in a header, and then you're going to have other code compile that in or reference that in, but not actually referencing any of the code behind it, right? It's just the definition for it. C# and other languages, they got rid of that, so now you have it all in the library, and when you load up a library, you can dynamically parse that information. Yeah, like an interface in Java, basically. It's modules, yeah, exactly. Okay, this is where we want to do some calculation now. So we're going to get the body transform. Let's take a look at this data. Okay. Our local size should be... Let's see what we get back, actually. Yep, that's our local size. It's a 1-1, so half-half, right? That's what we should be getting, our local size. And let's calculate this now. So if we get back, our lower is 6-1. And right now, lower and upper basically we're saying is the same. And we go through all 4 vertices here. And we do that same multiplication. So we go back 7-1, and we say we get the lower, the min of either of the two, and then the max. let's keep looking at these. 7-2, 6-2. So now if we look at our lower bounds, it's 6-1. And our upper bounds is 7-2, right? So you go from this is a very small object. So that's calculated. So if we now look at our current AAB, we go from 6-6 to 7-6. That's a 1 unit, or 1 meter. And then from 1-1 to 2-1. So that's looking good. One of these though was coming back like 100 meters large, and that's what I'm trying to find. And that's what's been messing. That was what was messing up our scene. Let's see what else. Cornflower, it might seem like extra work, but it actually gives you a lot of power. Gaming superb. I haven't been streaming 10 hours. It's only been 8 hours, dude. This is not even close to my stream record. Yeah, next standard 2017, right? C++ 17. Just naming, what are the naming conventions in C++? It's really up to what you want to use. Do camel case, Pascal case, your own case, whatever you want to do. There's really no set convention. And the standard library uses Snake, yep. If you want to see Snake here, I'll see if I can find a link. Let me see if I can find a link on it for you. Coding conventions. No, not what I'm looking for. Pascal case versus camel. Snake underscore case. I think that's what I need to search for. There it is. Here's a Wikipedia article on it, dudes. There you go. There's Snake case. There's Snake case. Alright, so after I register, I just want to see after it gets added. I just want to look at our sizes. Like, all our sizes are fine. It should be like 1-1. There's nothing in here that should be like crazy. We can actually debug and we can actually look at the JSON for this. Because we get back our size. Where do we set size actually? Where do we set size? Oh, we actually don't set size. It comes from our fixtures, of course. There's no size in Box 2D for a body. The size and the density or the weight basically comes from all the fixtures attached to it. Let me see here. So maybe that's what's going on. That's why we have a 1-1. We haven't applied all of our fixtures yet. And this is where we're going to start seeing. So if it's a polygon, we get our vertice data. We get the verts out of it. And we read an X, Y, and then that's where we get size. See, this is where size comes from. And then we create a vector from that. Oh, size is not that size. Sorry, that's our number of that's number of vertices. That's our vert array. Create a sensor off of that. Okay, so now, all right, so we need to look at a slightly different area. Actually, no. So when we're adding to scene, it should be... This actually should be part of it. If I run to there, when we've registered in the scene, that's our contacts. Where are we at? There's our fixtures. See, this we should be creating all the fixtures on the body. So that's, no, we should be fine. That's where we're getting back our transform on our body, which should be based off all the fixtures we just created on it. Okay, so we're okay. We're still fine. Alright, back to what I was looking at. Step all the way out of here. We need to remove that checking code. Let's see if there's anything in here when we set positions. We do a transform, but that's just on the angle to position. That's fine. Oh, so there's our position. So that's what's going on. We're setting a position. Oh. Oh. Oh, that shouldn't matter. Should it matter? Should it matter? Should it matter? I think I know what's going on. I think I just figured out what's going on. So we're getting our new right side container position here is 100, 100. That's where we're getting a position from there. That's why we're getting, it's actually 7-1 is our real position. So do we need to take our position into account when we're calculating our extents here? And I think we do, actually. I think we do. We need to... Oops. Container position. Make sure that's after our loop here. It is okay. And we need to then basically apply this here. I think so. I'm not debugging it to know for sure, but we're gonna find out here in a moment. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, alright, go back to chat now. There's really, yeah, I agree. There's no, I mean, Microsoft has its own naming convention. What is it, camel case for C# or Pascal case? It might be Pascal case for C#, is how they implement the their common library. Is Unity a good engine to develop a 2D platform? I mean, for commercial use, yeah, there's actually Unity 2D now, isn't there? Isn't there Unity 2D? That makes it easier to develop 2D games with. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Okay, here's our position. So we're saying is 94 to 92, and it's really 5 and 7 and 29 and 17. So when we set our actual extents here, which we only basically use, so we're saying 58 and 34 is our size. I think that's what we're looking for. Let's take a look, huh? Restart here. Go away. See if I broke something. I kind of think I broke something. Yeah, I'm closer. But that's where it should be going, and it's going up here. That's not good. Good engine, but as I said, hate reading code, not reading English. Make your font bigger, please. Is this too hard to read, guys? Is that a little better? I can do that. Let me know if this is a little easier. I have a large monitor, so the fonts are probably kind of small. It might be hard to read. I can handle that. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Who was that? If I can catch it real quick. Malik 5. Thank you, buddy. Thank you also, Mr. Slim Gaming. It's not the only one that's blind. I'm pretty blind too. What am I fucking up, guys? I'm screwing something up here. Definitely screwing something up here. Let me see this again. See, that's just way too big and obviously not right. My center position is correct here, as of course it is, as it was before. Why can't I get the bounds? What am I screwing up? What am I screwing up, guys? That's what I want to know. That's what I need to figure out. Alright, so we're at, yep, 1-1. That's our position. Well, I wonder if I need a base. No, our size. Obviously, we're trying to figure out our size. So our center position, 100, 100. Right? We might just need to apply it on our local AABB. Because if we look here, because these bounds are just like, they're not crazy. Because we're basically going to bounce from 94 to 129. If we're, as assuming we're centered around 100. Let me see here. So we're saying our local extent is 258 to 234, and that's crazy talk. What if we said this was, out of curiosity, that's still too, seems kind of big, but maybe not. It still seems kind of big. It's not a good thing. Oh, yeah, that's right, we're multiplying by 2. Because we're taking our lower extent. We're saying that's... Basically, that's our half width. And I think we want negative... Okay. Let me check this. We'll just do it in one direction right now. I just want to see if we get... Our lower extent should be if you assume off of a 0 center, right, we should be a negative on the left and we should be positive on the right when coming up with our extents here. Unless I'm crazy. We're just getting absolute values anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter which way we do this. So we say lower extent, right, because it's absolute values. That doesn't matter. And then the upper extent is 29. So we're saying lower extent on the... if lower extent is greater, which it's not, it's basically, we're just going to use the upper extent here. So we're going to say that's our width times 2. Because that's our half, and we want to know what the full size is. So that's why we get 58. But 58 is not right. Let me stop moving this, just so it'll make it a little easier to debug this. It's a little easier to debug it. So as we can see here, we're not moving it now, right? When I just use that sizing, we're just way off. We need to extend our bounding box should basically be to here. And it's not. And it's not. I actually need to mess with my X here because I'm creating the bounding box because this is our 0, 0 spot. This really should be our far left on our bounding box there, but that's an easy fix. In this case, they're all non-negative, but there's a potential that they might not be non-negative. There's a chance that you might have a negative value just by the combining of all of these scene objects. All right. I think I need to apply it to my local... Because when we get back our local AABB, this should actually be 6-1 and 7-2. Let's see if we just do a apply it here first, out of curiosity. We want to just, on our lower bounds, we have a vector, so equals continuous position minus lower bounds. Upper bound. Let's take our, so this should just get back a local position now. And we kind of need to do the same thing here. Oh, right, you're right. Well, let's see. But we're doing a check here, right? This is why we do an we absolute value first, because now we need to see is lower x greater than upper extent after we did an absolute value from it. And then depending on it, we're going to make our choice, and then we always make, yeah, these are not needed. These are not needed right here. You're right on that. All right, let me see what... I just want to see what values we start getting out of this. Oops, put a breakpoint there. All right, lower bound now. That was the wrong... Oh, I messed this up. I messed that up. It's always going to be larger than our container position because our container position is always added to it. Let me look at that now. Lower bound. Okay, so these are back to basically local bounds. These are local positions now that I've taken my container position off of it. And now if we get out to here, our local... Oh, we actually do have a Y. See, this is a negative value here. Interesting. Which is okay when we're setting around a 0-0 axis. And then if we take this off... All right. Fingers are crossed here, guys. Super crossed. See our lower extents, 5, lower y is 7, lower x is 29. I mean, it seems like this is our same data. 58 by 34, so 58 is just not enough. It's going to give us... It's not going to be enough. When we look at it here, y is so weird. Which is just telling me that these, the AAB, the positions we're getting back, these can't be right. What? I'm missing something off of this. This almost needs to be... I'm just curious. I'm just curious. I want to see something. What are the lines flying in the air for? Those are the bounding box around my scene objects. So that's like the size of my objects in... they're not right. They're not right for this up here. This actually almost puts that where it needs to be. The thing is, that's interesting. That's interesting. Let's, So here's our scene. Forgot how to select items all of a sudden. There we go. Where are these at? It's the static body here. So static body 3 is all these fixtures.
There is a secret. I found a secret behind the
So really this is our bounding box from static body 3.
There is a reason. I found a reason beneath the subway floor.
Let's look at that.
I found the water, the devil's water, and walked along its shore.
Static body 3.
Is that what you want?
Here's all these fixtures now, right? So here's our vertices. So 21, 20. So this is a small vertice. These are pretty large. Well, no. X. This is 2, not that large. Not that large. But where they start off is pretty low, 17 to 20, 19. So from -0, 0, all the way out to 17. There should be one that's like way out. -2. -13, 27. So let's the static body 3. Let's see what box 2D is coming up with the bounding box for static body, for this static body, which is one of the last objects we have here. And we can just we should be able to pull this out. Where do I put name? Where do we store name at? I'm just trying to remember where our name is stored. We might not even be able to access name. We can look at some properties here. It's our last property. One, two, three, four, up. One, two, three, four, up. It's our local sized. There we go. So, this is saying that this object, it's local AAB. This is saying it's like a 45 and a half. Right, yeah, like 45, whatever, and 50.25 is its local size, is its actual size, but that's its local AABB, right? So that's when we get to 48. Let me get to this local body here. So here, this is its, there we go. Yeah, it's just a 100 by 100 object. Is that true? Is this 100 by 1? No. So why is it saying it's 100 by 100? Why is it doing that? It's a static body, which it should be. Oh, excuse me. It's weird. Alright, so back to on our size. It just, that seems so wrong. Why is that so large? Ooh, excuse me. Oh, don't do that. I don't care about that. Thank you for that follow out there. Nice of you. Wow, wow, that's a weird rectangle because that's 1 1. What was the question somebody asked him? Oh, sorry. Yeah, you got it. I want a condition where XF. What is definition of this? XF dot P. Okay. Oh, where was I? Go back here. I'm just trying to figure out a way to debug this since I create so many objects. Alright, so xf.p.x greater than equal to 80, that's fine. Or y. Let's see what this does. And yeah, they are basically your bounding box. Alright, so here's this transform coming in. This is that giant object that I have. It has only 2 vertices. No, there's more vertices. It's going to be more. That's my local. But that's what's going to get updated. Alright, by my local for yeah, okay. Based by the local render size, which is 1, because this can get multiplied up. These are all going to be half, right? Yeah. Because we're not trying to morph anything. Alright, so this is, my problem is I gotta, my calculation is just wrong. This is correct, right? This is giving me a bounding box. It's a box, it's not a rectangle, it's basically giving me a bounding square of 100 by 100, because that's the transform we get back from Box 2D. Box 2D is saying, hey, your width is 100, so your height is going to be 100, I believe. And we can look at Box 2D for that in a second. Actually, let's do that. Because that looks like what's going on. Because here's my transform. Because P, that's basically like your current position. I mean, that's not my size. We're talking about, yeah, that's our position. And then obviously there's rotation possibly involved in there, but we don't have any rotation assigned. And our position's 100 by 100 because that's our center. Because that's our center. And that's good, actually. So then, what transform is this? Yeah, and this is coming. This is fine. Actually, it's getting registered at 100. No, wait, hold on. Oh, it's my Rube object. Yeah, that's fine too. So we're saying 117, that's because I multiply by 4 now, right? By 68, which is crazy large. But actually close to what I need. It's actually close to what I need. The problem is my center. I'm actually off on my center as well. It would seem, because at least I should be drawing center here, but I'm not. Because if we could pull up our positions here and pause. Because our box, it's hard to see. Let's reload this. I don't know if we'll actually be able to see our, because you can see here's our center for this, right? And take our collision shapes off. So this is our bounding box for this guy, and as you can see, our bounding box is there's our center point. This is a composite sprite, so we actually and we make sure these guys get rendered at the bottom of the bounding box. But this bounding box actually goes up above him instead of cutting right here. And I gotta look to see why is that. Because that's kind of basically what's going on to me up here. Let me I can't. Well, yeah, no. Yeah, sort point's a better way to look at it. So there's my center of this object. But it seems it should be pushed. All of this is getting pushed to the right. And it probably shouldn't be. Let's see what happens if we start with... we're going to turn a couple things off here, guys. Just real quick. Real quick, we're going to turn off our terrain. And we're going to say... And we're going to go for a default position. I've seen this plot. And what I was trying to do is take the size of a lot of parking lots, find the correct region. Yeah, right. Cornflower, you rock, dude. Have a good night, buddy. Okay. All right. Let's see. I turned off. Let's just focus in on my room object here, guys. I need to turn that off too. Sorry. Let me turn off my goblin. Turn off my goblin. Do not want to be bothered with anything else but this. All right, so you see how we're still off, and I wonder if that's so weird. But now we can do some debugging. We can see why is everything getting pushed to the right here, right? And I wonder if it's just this. You know what? Let's load a different asset. Just load car. Oh. Did I not edit this correctly? Let's do images, actually. The heck? That should work. Yeah, alright, let's take a look. What we got here? What? Why? Now I'm just going crazy, guys. Am I creating this again or something? It's two objects. Oh, crap. Alright. At least I'm not going super crazy. This is the wrong... That's in the root toy. Let's get in the right asset directory, yeah? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, it looked like everything is... everything's off here. Well, this is actually centered. This is centered. Well, not really. Well, this, the that's not centered, but it looks like this is being centered now. Oh, this one's probably too large to actually load properly. some of these are very long. Bike's gonna be too long too. Let me check. Car actually is that's a good test. Let's zoom way in on this. Yeah. And pause and reload. Then pause. Reload. Pause. Okay. Alright, look at that. That's centered. And that's our ground. We actually create a ground plane here in this scene, right? And that's going right across 0. That's perfect. We should be having different bounds though. And that's what's kind of getting me confused. This one should be a better one to test. And we're going to take this back to where it should be. Let's see what happens. Container position is going to be 0 here. This all should be less objects to render. It's actually pretty good. Sorta. We're actually creating our bounding box directly where it should be. Why are we so tall though? Or is that... Which bounding box is this? There's an image here. Let's find out. Just to make sure. It's been a while. We're gonna adjust this. 14. Okay, so our really tall is what we have here. So if we reload, pop that. So this is actually what I would expect. I don't know why our Y, that's still times 4, no. This is way too tall though, huh? And why, oh, you know why it is? I know why it is. This starts way up here. This starts, like, watch when we reload this. Let me do this, see if I can do this better. So we almost need to calculate this all the time. You see how when we first start calculating it actually makes a lot of sense. Let's screw it. Let's do that. We just have to unset something here. If we unset this, we should every tick we should be recalculating this. Let's find out. See what happens. Look at that. See? Look at that. If we recalculate it every time, it's fine. Because now if I pull this, there's some positives. Reload. Okay, maybe that's what's going on in our other scene, which we're gonna find out. But now, you know, because basically we're starting up like this, right? It's been a while. And it's a bounding box. It's not... And then for a bounding box, it's correct, right? Because our center positions. And so the thing is, I don't want to use a bounding box. That's my problem. Because it's, while I know where this is, and that's fine, I just need to find out where the max objects are, and then find the difference between those max objects, and that's my size. Because right now, as you can see, that's what's going on with my current sizing logic. It's basically, oh, that was not good. That's gonna go infinite. It's basically finding out where the max location is for any object in this group, and it's saying, okay, that's your max location. Let's find the half of that, and then that's your size. So if I go like this should not keep expanding this way. It should not keep doubling out. Our bounding box logic is it's a little broken. It's close though. It's good. It's good for me. So I know how to fix this now. But guys, we're at almost 9 hours streaming today. I'm gonna call it quits. I didn't eat lunch yet. It's dinner time. I think I'm calling it quits. But tell you what, anyone still out there paying attention to my voice, I'm gonna do another Steam giveaway tomorrow. I don't know what time. I'll update my title when I do a Steam giveaway. But I will be doing a Steam giveaway, Steam game giveaway again tomorrow. We gave out 2 games today. We're gonna raffle off the 3rd game tomorrow. Somebody donated some cash. That dude is awesome. I love that guy. So that's what we're gonna do. But that's it for tonight, guys. Hope everyone had a fun time watching me for however long you've been there. Hope you guys come back tomorrow. We're gonna continue this. We're gonna get this right. I know it's wrong now. And since I know it's wrong, I now know how to, I know what I need to do to implement this properly. And then we'll be right there. Once I can implement this properly, I can then now position them properly within our terrain, right? And that's where we got. That's what we got to. So hope everyone comes back tomorrow. And hope everyone has a shot at winning a Steam game tomorrow. But good night, guys. Hope everyone had a really good New Year's. Hope everyone took it easy today. It's extended weekend, right, for most people. So just keep taking it easy all weekend, guys. See you tomorrow. Good night.